Breaking news, the Las Vegas Raiders have signed quarterback Kirk Cousins. My name's Mitchell Renz. You're watching the Raiders Report, and this is a hell of a way to get your Thursday started. Let me know down below, do you want Cousins to start week one over Fernando Mendoza? I think that's kind of the big question that a lot of us are wondering here. Give me a yes. Give me a no. We're going to talk about it today on the Raiders Report. I planned on going live at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. I am live here at 10:15 a.m. Eastern Time. If you want me to be live all day, let's get the questions going. Let's keep the shenanigans going because I got a 3-day weekend and I'm down to get down with Raider Nation. But when the Raiders ended up signing Kirk Cousins, I went and I found my chain here at Chat Sports because when you go out and you get Kirk, I understand that there's going to be some people out there that are going to be like, well, Mitch, why did we bring in a quarterback that didn't want to mentor Mendoza? I 100% understand that thought process based off of what happened with the Atlanta Falcons. But we got to say this. This situation is completely different. When the Atlanta Falcons signed Kirk Cousins, it was a 4-year, $160 million deal. He thought he was the starter. Then they end up drafting Michael Penix Jr., traded up for him, quite frankly, at the number 8 overall spot. They end up taking him, and now he's their quarterback. So I think Cousins was like, well, wait a minute. You kind of lied to me. You didn't listen. I didn't like being in that situation. I spoke to a source before I hopped on today's show. After Indiana's pro day yesterday, the Las Vegas Raiders, they took Fernando Mendoza out to dinner. And during that dinner, they talked about him. They talked about the pro day. But they also made it very clear to Fernando about their long-term plan. And Fernando knew and understood that the Raiders were going to sign Kirk Cousins today. I was also under the impression that one of the reasons why the Cousins signing happened today is to make sure that the Raiders could make sure that Mendoza knew and understand that Mendoza's the guy. He's the long-term plan. And I have to give a lot of credit to Spytek and Kubiak, and I think that Raiders fans have to do the same because all offseason, I felt like I said, I want the Raiders to have a plan. I want the Raiders to know their identity. I want the Raiders to be on the same page because you look at last season, the 2025 Raiders were Pete Carroll doing whatever he wanted to do and our front office and our organization doing what they thought that they wanted to do. Front office wanted to build for the future. Pete Carroll wanted to win right now. By going out and getting Kirk Cousins, Spytek and Kubiak are aligned. Both our GM and our head coach at the NFL owners meetings, they said that in a perfect world, they could bring in a veteran, an adult, and that quarterback would be able to help mentor whoever they end up drafting. Obviously that they know it's Fernando Mendoza. But let's talk about Tom Brady. Tom Brady has discussed this multiple times on his own podcast, or not his own podcast, but on podcasts before, on television, that he felt like one of the biggest reasons why he turned out to be the quarterback that he was because he learned how to be a quarterback first, learned how to be a professional first. He learned underneath Brian Griese at Michigan. I don't know if y'all know this, Fernando Mendoza right now is learning underneath Brian Griese in Miami. Then Tom Brady ends up going to the NFL, learns underneath Drew Bledsoe. What did that do? That helped him learn and materialize. And you're kind of seeing this route of let's plan for the future. Let's bring in a quarterback that can help us win right now. And I do think that Cousins is going to be able to help us win right now. I'll be very clear. I don't really think that there's much of a difference between Mendoza year one and Cousins right now. I think if Mendoza starts year one, he's probably somewhere around 7, 8, 9 wins. I think if Kirk Cousins starts week one, I think he's somewhere around 7, 8, 9 wins because it's going to come down to the offensive line. It's going to come down to this defense. It's going to come down to the running game overall. But adding Kirk Cousins lets Fernando Mendoza marinate a little bit. And when he is marinating, the thing that Mendoza has said, and I know I've said it before probably 100 times on this show, but I remember Fernando saying the reason why he chose Indiana. And the reason why he chose Indiana and Curt Cignetti is because they believed and they made him feel that they're going to get the best version of Fernando. I think that the Raiders, when you hear the way Kubiak spoke, when you hear what Spytek said, when you hear what Tom Brady believes, when those three guys all believe that having your rookie quarterback sit behind and learn from a mentor makes the most sense, I am not surprised at all that the Raiders have decided to go out and sign Kirk Cousins. I will say this. I did not, if it was me, I don't know if I would have done it. And I simply say that not knowing how much money that this is going to cost because In my mind, I think Cousins is going to be somewhere around $10 million. That's just my personal opinion. And I feel like you could have maybe used that $10 million to add a safety. Maybe you add another defensive lineman. Maybe you add a wide receiver. Like, we still have some other holes that I think that needed to be addressed. But I think the way that Raider fans need to look at this is like, as a parent, right? And I was just talking to my dad about this the other day because my dad used to make me do figure eights in the parking lot backwards. It's a true story in our high school, so I learned how to drive properly. I think for a parent, Fernando Mendoza, he's about to get his permit. Kirk Cousins is going to help him drive. He's going to help him learn. And then 6 months after September, you're going to hand the keys over to Fernando Mendoza, and you're going to have a lot of confidence in him being able to operate that vehicle. Would any parent here right now confidently hand the keys to their son, daughter, whoever it is, and let them drive the car right away? The answer to that is probably not. Not that you don't trust your son or daughter, not that we don't trust Fernando Mendoza, but I think when you have that long-term plan and you know that the Raiders are building towards the future, not that they don't want to win right now, but the Raiders are really looking at that 2027, 2028 Super Bowl is going to be in 2029, but it's in that 2028 season. I look at that and I go, the Raiders are planning for a little bit more down the road to get the best version out of Fernando Mendoza. Now, if y'all haven't already hit that subscribe button, make sure you click that subscribe button. It's going to be the only way that you can comment here on today's show. We're going to go through some super chats. We're going to interact with Raider Nation here, and I plan on staying live as long as y'all want me live here. And if I do end up leaving a little bit earlier today, I will be back later on for a Raiders Friday happy hour. No matter what, Raiders Thursday happy hour today will start at 4 p.m. Eastern time. No matter what. Now, if you wanted to maybe kick it up a little bit earlier, if we stay live here, that might be able to happen. But we got a long, long way to go before we get to that. Let's go to the first super chat coming in here from O'Neal. I'm pretty sure O'Neal sent this in while I was recording our other video that we ended up putting out, and I did put out another video on the channel. I kind of do 12 minutes of just breaking down the Kirk Cousins signing. What up, O'Neal? One of my friends texted me this morning. I told him I had to check my source, to confirm it. This is a great move depending on the contract, and I think every Raider fan agrees with this statement here, right? I think every Raider fan says this is a great move depending on the contract. If I get news that the Raiders signed Kirk Cousins to a 2-year, $30 million deal with $20 million guaranteed, I'm going to go, that's not how I would have done it. If I get notification that Kirk Cousins signs a 1-year, let's say like a Joe Flacco type deal where it's Kirk Cousins gets 1 year, $6 million, and it's worth up to $12 million. For Flacco, he got 1 for 6. So I'm thinking Cousins is going to get like 1 for 9, up to 12, up to 13. Because if Flacco's getting 1 for 6, up to 9 as a backup, I think Cousins is also kind of like a backup role, but he will be the week 1 starter in my personal opinion. The only way that he's not the week 1 starter is if Fernando Mendoza shows everybody that, like, he's ready to rock and frickin' roll. You know who else is ready to rock and frickin' roll? Raider for life! Bang! A double banger! I'll say this, Raider for life. Before I hopped on this show, Reed and Chugs, they just walked in. Chugs owes 2 boots today. I owe 2 boots today. Reed told me if we get 8 bangs in the first hour of the show, he's going to do a boot, and there's nothing that would make me laugh more than watching Reed have to do a boot and then work the rest of the day, because I'm telling you what, that's the opposite of how you want to get your morning started. I got my coffee here. I ain't going to be chugging anything too crazy this morning. And a few hours from now, I technically have an interview. I technically have an interview with a new potential worker here at Chat Sports, and that's in about, 3.5 hours. And I don't really want to do that interview if I'm super banged up. But if I am super banged up, maybe I don't have to do that interview. No, I'm just kidding. But like, Raider for life, I'm sipping on my coffee today. If the only boot you're going to get from me this morning is a coffee boot, and if I end up doing that, then we might have some serious issues in some other ways. All right, great move by the boys in the front office. Cousins still has some life in that arm and will be a great mentor for the kid. We're back. Let's go, baby. I will say, as I'm getting this show ready, and again, Shout out to Lopez. Shout out to Sam. Shout out to Roloff. Shout out to Joey. We got so many amazing people here at this company, and we're growing and growing and growing, but it's because we got guys that hustle, we got guys that work, and we got guys that truly love this job, love this company, and at the end of the day, that's why we continuously grow. But as I'm getting ready to come up here on this show, everybody that sees me, they're like, I like this move. I like this move. It's a good move. It's a smart move for the Raiders. You can tell that they have a clear plan moving forward, and I agree with you. Kirk Cousins is type A. Fernando Mendoza is the definition of type A. And when I look at the style of quarterback that I see in Fernando Mendoza, there's no way that anybody sitting here can go, I don't see a little bit of Kirk Cousins in Fernando Mendoza. Let's go to PG2869. Also, if nobody has seen the quarterback documentary with Kirk, I want you to watch the QB documentary with Kirk Cousins. Look at how much of a professional he is. Watch how much he prepares every single day. You put a guy like that with Fernando Mendoza, that's, to me, a match made in heaven. But it's got to come down to the contract. Hopefully, KC will FKC. Let's go, Raiders. Yeah, man, I'm hoping, Kirk Cousins does his best. I hope that Kirk takes us to the playoffs in year one. Playoffs, yeah, playoffs. That's kind of what I'm hoping for, and I think every Raider fan can hope that. Not saying it's going to happen. If I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet money on the Raiders making the playoffs, but do I think that we are a playoff caliber team? Of course I do. And I've seen a lot of crazy things happen in the NFL. I've seen a team like the Raiders beat the Super Bowl runner-ups, the New England Patriots, week one, and then really not be able to beat anybody worth a damn until the final week of the season. Winning is contagious, and I think if we get off to the right start with a guy like Kirk Cousins, get a little bit of confidence going, hopefully we can do it. I should say this other random Raiders news, top 30 visit, defensive tackle Lee Hunter from Texas Tech. He is in Las Vegas right now, according to his Instagram. He is going to be there for a top 30 visit. Clearly, it's somebody that the Raiders are interested in because they also met with him at the NFL Combine. Do y'all hear that? Do y'all smell that? It smells like it's got a little Cajun to it. Bayou Raider! Bang! Good morning, nation. Honestly, that made me think of Good Morning Vietnam. Mitch got the jury jewelry. Yeah, this is what I like to call my bachelor party jewelry. Right before my bachelor party a few years ago, I went on this company, and they had this deal. It was like buy 3 chains, and then you got one free. So I bought 3 chains for me, and I was like, let's get some ridiculous bachelor party chains. I'll say this. I don't think I've worn this since my bachelor party. I actually gave it to Marshall when Jackson Dart started to play, and I was like, honestly, it kind of looks like Dart's chain. But I ended up buying 3 chains. I got my wife, I got her a necklace as well. I figured if I got something like this, she would never let me wear this out in public. I promise you that. But I was like, you know what, man, shit, Kirk Cousins, Kirko chains, let's get this thing ready to rock and frickin' roll. Movie quote, by the way. Again, Mitch, you continue to show up morning, noon, or night. Chat Sports has the best people, the best content of anyone out there. Love the Cousins insurance. Mount Raider more. You're working to get there, Bayou, I'll tell you that. But at the end of the day, man, I always say this. You don't always have to agree with me. There's going to be people that probably get annoyed with me banging on this show. I had some guy DM me yesterday, goes, I hate when you guys scream bang. It's always too loud. I'll try to do one soft bang here, maybe a little bit later. But, I'm excited, and I want you guys to be excited. But, I don't care what you do. I don't care if you work at Starbucks. I don't care if you are an Uber driver. I don't care what the hell you do. When you wake up, you do your job to 110%. It's the only way that I know how to do it. And I hope that no matter if you agree, disagree with me, you know that when Raiders news happens, I'm excited to tell all of y'all, right? When good news happens to you, who's the first person you go to? Do you go to your mom? Do you go to your dad? Do you go to your wife? Do you go to your kids? When Raiders news happens, I come to all of y'all because y'all are my family, and I want to be able to talk about it because I know a lot of people want to talk about it. We got 1,500 people here in the building as it stands right now. 5 bangs away from Reed having to come in here bright and early and doing a boot on this show. And we are at 275 likes. If we could get to 500 likes real quick, that helps more people get here. It helps more Raider fans know what the hell we're doing, and it helps continuously grow in the family. I'm sure that y'all get annoyed with me how often I tell you to do X, Y, Z, but, I look at it as it helps me out. If you appreciate the content we provide, hit that like button. It's free. What up, Raider J? Breeze, Mahomes, Brady, Rodgers, all set. Great move by Spytek and Kubiak. You're right. There's a lot of quarterbacks. Jordan Love ended up sitting, right, from more recent. I mean, even look at a guy like Malik Willis. Think about the way Malik Willis looked when he was kind of thrown into the fire right away. And then he had a few years where he got to sit behind Jordan Love. And now Malik Willis just signed a 3-year, $67 million deal. I'm not trying to say like I want Fernando Mendoza to be Malik Willis, but I do understand the idea of when you let a quarterback sit and learn. Sam Darnold, I think, is another outstanding example of that. Baker Mayfield. The quarterback position, there's so many things that you need to learn. And the game up here is where Mendoza needs to excel. Because if Mendoza doesn't excel up here, he's not going to excel in the NFL. I mean, that's just a point-blank statement. So the more and more he can learn, the more and more he's going to study. Because if he ain't playing, think about how much extra work he's going to be doing on the back end. John Rodriguez, Mitch, where can I get that awesome Raiders coffee mug? I want one. I actually don't know. And I've had this coffee mug since I've started working here at Chat Sports back in 2018. Shout out. It's 2018. Shout out to my guy Dylan. He was like one of the first producers I ever had here. He doesn't work here anymore. But Dylan, we did like a Secret Santa thing, and he ended up getting this for me when I first started covering the Raiders. So I've actually been looking to get a new coffee mug because if my wife were to see that, she wouldn't let me drink out of that. I promise you that. But I got so much Raiders stuff, it's unbelievable. I have more Raiders stuff in my closet than I do probably regular clothes in my closet. John, cheers to you, man. Let's go to Zachary. Reminder, if you want to get your questions, your comments up here on the show, the Raiders just signed Kirk Cousins. Some big-time breaking news. Do you think that you could make that red for me? Little red down there below. Zachary, 3.5 starts for Kirko is a pretty good over-under in my opinion, but I'm concerned about the money overall. Good signing. Much love from Canada. Sorry about the hockey game earlier this year, though. Give me some USAs down below. I've been to Canada one time. Actually, that's not true. I've been to Canada twice. I went there for a fantasy football convention back in, I want to say it was like 2017. It was right before I started working here. And then my grandparents, we celebrated their 50th anniversary at Niagara Falls as an entire family. I was in 7th grade. One of the craziest stories from that Canada trip, I don't know if you've ever been to, there's like this haunted house. It's called Nightmares. It's literally like the scariest like spot in the entire world. My family did that. I did not do it. They were making fun of me because my dad and his girlfriend at the time wanted to go to the Butterfly Museum. So I went to the Butterfly Museum, and they went to a haunted house, which maybe that shaped me into the man that I am today. But I don't think 3.5, I don't think 3.5 starts is actually a good over-under. I think you're going to see Kirk Cousins be the Raiders starting quarterback. Like, if it's 3.5 starts, we're 0-3. So I want you to know that. Like, if that's how that goes, we're 0-3 as a football team. And I personally don't want that to happen. I think the moment that we start thinking about putting in Fernando Mendoza, the Raiders are like 1-4, 2-5, 2-6. Clearly, Cousins is really, really flipping bad. Like that, 3.5 is we're 0-3 in my book. Darian, what's going on, man? Yo, Mitch, depending on the numbers, I love this. If Fernando ends up starting, we could always trade Cousins to a team that loses their QB. I mean, this is actually not a bad way to look at it. I would actually make the argument that I could see Aiden O'Connell getting traded. Now, I would not do it. Like, I love the Raiders quarterback room. I really, truly do. You got Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza, Aiden O'Connell. Those are three QBs kind of cut from the same cloth, and I mean that like in the most respectful way possible, where, you know, like those Russian dolls where it's like you kind of just stack them, and that's kind of what Kirk Cousins, Aiden O'Connell, and Fernando Mendoza are all. There are very similar QBs. They are all very mentally sharp. They're all great competitors out there. Maybe the Raiders would decide to trade Kirk, but I guess the only way that I could see the Raiders trading Kirk is if Fernando's clearly the best guy, where you have a Dallas Cowboys, Tony Romo, Dak Prescott situation. Maybe Cousins goes down, then Prescott went in, never ended up giving up that job again. Maybe you have a situation like that with Fernando, and then sure, maybe Cousins ends up getting dealt. But like, if Cousins gets benched, I think it's going to be closer to a Russell Wilson situation where not many other teams want to bring him in. Darian, side note, love that chain, man. Drop the link. I can't drop the link, and I only say that because they are not a sponsor on this show. I appreciate it. This chain is absolutely, positively ridiculous, and I know it's a ridiculous chain, but It's real silver. Like, it's real silver, but if you think that these are real diamonds, you're tripping, man. You're tripping. You know who else is going to get me tripping, I feel like, later on today? Raider for life. Bang! I'm liking what we've been doing so far. Draft's coming up. Let's keep it going. Raiders. 3 weeks, guys. 3 weeks from today, we're going to be sitting here and we're going to be going with the first pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza. And I will say this, and again, to anybody out there that doesn't like the Kirk Cousins move, you can like it, you can dislike it. I don't blame anybody for not liking it, because if it was up to me, I would start Fernando Mendoza. I would. But now if you tell me that Kirk Cousins comes in on a 1 year and it's a super cheap deal, I might be able to wrap my mind around that a little bit more. But I will say this. If you've loved what the Raiders have done this offseason, I was talking to Raider Ron the other day, and Ron's like, the moment that they fired Pete Carroll, I knew that we were serious about moving forward in the right direction this offseason. And I think that a lot of Raiders fans would agree with that statement. Like, the moment that they showed me that, yeah, we're going to fire another guy, we're going to move on from Pete, told me that we're going to be serious about what we do this upcoming season. So the moment that they did that, and then I would say everything after that, I could say, like, Clint Kubiak, our number one guy. John Spytek has stuck to a plan. They've gone out. They did an absolutely incredible job in free agency. I love this coaching staff that we've been able to put together. Offense, defensive side of the football, a lot of solid coaches. We have a really good front office. So I'll just say this, if you've loved what the Raiders have done so far, John Spytek, Clint Kubiak, this Raiders regime has earned my respect of they have a plan. And I can't be somebody that bitches and moans all the time about wanting them to get a plan. They have a plan. And here at Kubiak and Spytek both say that they want a veteran and older quarterback in a perfect world to be able to mentor Fernando Mendoza. They're telling you what they want to do, and then they're doing it. I'm not dealing with Josh McDaniels, Pete Carroll, where they say a lot and don't back it up. These guys are saying it, and they're backing it up right now. Let's go to Chris Bowen. Shout out to Raider for Life, though. So far, the MVP here on today's program. Great move. Let's effing go. 2026 is going to be great. I will say this. If Kirk Cousins is starting, let me hit you with a question here. Excuse me. Sorry, a little coffee burp there. Question. If Kirk Cousins is the Raiders starting quarterback, let's say for 17 games, okay? I don't want to hear, he's going to get benched by Mendoza. No, this and that, this and that. The real question we're going to have is, who the hell do we start in Madden? Kirk Cousins or Fernando? I think I literally said yesterday, I'm starting Mendoza in Madden. And we might have to go back and forth. I don't know. Shit, that's going to be interesting. But if Kirk Cousins is the Raiders starting quarterback for 17 games, how many games do you see the Raiders winning this season? I know we don't have the schedule yet. I fully understand that. But we at least know who the Raiders' opponents are going to be. So I'll just ask it like this. If Kirk Cousins is starting for the Raiders, what do you see that record being? Do you see it being an 8-win team, a 9-win team, a 10-win team? Do you see us winning 5, 6, 7 games? Let me know down below how many games you think we're going to win or what you think our record is going to be. I see Allen's going to go 4 games. So I guess, Allen, how many games do you think we're going to win with Mendoza? Jose's going to go 7-8, 5 from Sizzle, 8 and 9 from David, 5-10 Raiders going to go with a 9, 7 from 5-10 again. I mean, here's what's cool, and again, you guys could 100% be right. I just think that this is a move where you're going to be in that 7, 8, 9 win range. Now, we've seen some crazier things happen in the NFL. We've also seen some, not so crazy things happen with the Raiders bringing in veteran quarterbacks. But Wolverine's going to go 10 and 7. Blizzy's going to go 9. Johnny says 9 wins, 9 and 8 from Devin, 17 and 0 from Brave. If the Raiders went 17 and 0, I actually would be concerned for my own health. I don't know if I would be able to live and make it through a season if we were 17 and 0. I think my body would give out. But I hope that happens. Let's go to Ryan James, throwing it up there. It seems like general consensus is JPJ at right guard, but I would love to see him at left guard between Linderbaum and Miller. so we can recreate that whole Penn, Colecchio Semele, Rodney Hudson left side, which was really the last time we had an elite O-line that you could consider elite. I mean, like, that was car insurance, right? I mean, they had Gabe Jackson. I mean, they had a lot of really good pieces on that O-line. Here's like me playing devil's advocate, because I'll just say this. Wherever they put JPJ, I'm going to have confidence in they could put him at left guard, they could put him at right guard. The reason why, though, I'd make the argument that I'd actually rather keep him at right guard is, are you more concerned about Colton Miller, or are you more concerned about DJ Glazer, Charles Grant? In my personal opinion, I'm more concerned about DJ Glazer, Charles Grant. And then I would go, well, who can I put that's the best offensive lineman next to the area that I'm the most concerned about? That's Jackson Powers Johnson. And then also, I don't know who's going to be the other starting guard here for the Raiders, but, Jordan Meredith, for example. Jordan Meredith was really good at left guard, and he was really good next to Colton Miller. So if they want to go put JPJ at right guard, I could see them going Jordan Meredith at left guard, and I don't want that name to freak people out because I know Meredith struggled last season at center. Go look at what he did in 2024 at left guard. He was a very, very good offensive lineman by a lot of different metrics. Run blocking, pass blocking. The Raiders also signed Spencer Burford, who played 820 snaps at right guard in 2023 with the San Francisco 49ers when Clint Kubiak and Brian Griese were together in San Francisco. I also know that Charles Grant could be an interesting player. DJ Glaze has got a little bit of flexibility to him. I think Caleb Rogers is going to be the offensive lineman that kind of gets left behind here of this group overall, but I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. I think no matter where we put JPJ, him next to Tyler Linderbaum is going to be the best version of JPJ that we've ever seen. Get it ready. Get it ready. It's in my veins. Raider in my veins. Bang! Oh, my goodness. That means right now we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 bangs. Reed told me he would do a boot if we got 8 bangs in the first hour of this show for Kirk Cousins. We are 2.5 bangs away from Reed having to do a boot before 10 a.m. I'll tell you this, I've done it a few times. It's a hell of a way to get your day started. Good morning to the nation. Also, y'all, shout out to Raider in my veins. This guy's been going absolutely bananas on this program over the last few weeks. SpyTech is making calculated moves. Love to see it. Let's have a solid draft. Like, subscribe, hit that noty for the best Raiders content. P.S. You'll be a smarter Raider fan, and it's free. Go to Save a Warrior and tell him that Father Tom sent you. We will see Father Tom probably a little bit later on. He works late. He'll be on tonight. Like, I guarantee you this, Tom's going to wake up in a few hours from now and be like, holy shit, we signed Kirk Cousins. I was talking to Gunny not this morning, last night, maybe technically in the morning for him. But I was talking to him. He's got some stuff going on in his personal life. I'll let him kind of, explain it. But everybody that always shows up for Save a Warrior, I think it's a beautiful thing. I know I always tell y'all to hit that subscribe button. I hope when another Raider fan throws in a bang, this also tells people out there that we are creating an unbelievable community here. But this is the note that I fully agree with. Like, there's that saying, chess to checkers. I think SpyTech making this move is a very chess to checkers type of move. And I think Clint Kubiak and SpyTech just being on the same page is good. But then the other part that they did, and again, I don't know 100% if the Raiders waited for after Fernando Mendoza's pro day to make this Kirk Cousins signing. But what I do know is yesterday after Mendoza's pro day, the Raiders, they had, I was told, 8 people. 8 people were with Fernando Mendoza at his dinner after the pro day. And I was told that the Raiders made it very clear to Fernando what their plans were going to be with Kirk Cousins. That's how a smart organization operates. They're not trying to blindside Kirk. They're not trying to blindside Mendoza. And that this has been going on, these conversations, for a very, very long time based on the information that I received this morning. But, this is a calculated move because they made sure that, hey, Fernando, you're our guy. This is what we're going to do, and we're going to make sure that we get the best version of you, and here's how we think it's going to happen. Fernando, I don't know what he said about it. I would imagine he's on board. He seems like a guy that's like, no matter what, I'm about winning, and I want to be the best version of myself. But I agree with you that this is a calculated move on so many other levels, and If you're a proud Raiders fan, type me down below, and I literally laugh, right? And I think all of us are probably laughing internally because every offseason, the offseason is more entertaining than the regular season. There's no doubt about it. But I am a very proud Raiders fan. And, sometimes you just got to look at it. You got to compare this offseason to 2025, 2024, 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018. I'm still moving to my left, right? But you compare all of those years every single season, and you look at it and you go, this is the best offseason. I'm not saying it's going to be the year that translates to the most wins, but at the end of the day, I want an organization that does things that I think are smart, because where I really get frustrated is when I see an organization just do boneheaded stuff, not understand their roster from top to bottom, and I feel like me as a fan knows more than our coaching staff and the people that are making the decisions out there. I think for the first time in many, many years, I am on board with what the Raiders are selling. We just got to make sure that it works on game day. Motorcycle Profit! Slamming it down! Bang! 2 bangs away! Oh, shit, I didn't even see that. That's lit. Motorcycle Profit throwing it down. Obviously, our front office is working well, and now their strategy is unveiled. Going to be a heck of a year. I expect a heck of a year too, Motorcycle Profit. Also, shout out to Raider Ant. Shout out to Robbie. Shout out to Frank. Shout out to Cornelius Smith. I see you down there below, my man. PG2869. Jose Reyes. Is that the Mets shortstop? And then we got Aristocrat Raider. Let's frickin' get this thing going. Darian Shav. Shout out to all of y'all pulling up here in the building. But I agree. Our front office is working well. They're on the same page. They're aligned. And when you hear John Spytek's presser on Monday, and then you hear Clint Kubiak's presser, I don't know if they talked about what they were going to say, but it really reminded me of, like, I hate to even say this, when you're, like, watching a movie or, like, you're watching, like, a crime show, and, like, Guy A and Guy B, they did something bad, but their stories aligned so perfectly. You're like, they might be innocent. When you hear the way John Spytek and Clint Kubiak talk about a veteran quarterback, I mean, it's the exact same thing with just a few different words here and there. I'm live here on the Raiders Report. My name is Mitchell Renz, and I plan on hanging out here live as long as y'all want me to stay live. If you don't know, hashtag Raiders, or you can super chat to skip the line. If you bang, or if it's red or pink, we're going to get it up here on screen very quickly. Anything else, you're just going to have to wait. Be patient. It's all good. Think of those as like the Disney Fast Pass. But I'm going to say this right now. I got a few other things that I got to do at Chat Sports. My bosses did tell me if we want to stay live all day today, I can stay live all day today. But what we need to happen is questions flowing in. As long as the questions are rolling in, if you guys can get me to 3 hours from now, I'll make you all a deal. If we stay live for 3 more hours, I'll start happy hour then. And then Lopez and I can get out of here a little bit earlier today. We'll get our 3-day weekend started on Easter break. I can get home to my wife, and I can get home to Chuck a little bit earlier. That's going to be my deal to you. If you can keep this thing rocking for 3 more hours, I'll be here all frickin' day. Let's go to EERG SXR. This channel is better than the official Raider channel. I talked to one of the guys that ran the official Raiders channel, and, you know, through the years of me doing this show, I think that you can tell how frustrated I am. You know, I've reached out to the Raiders YouTube guys. I've reached out to a lot of them because, with all due respect, like, I know YouTube. I know what it takes to build a channel. Here at Chat Sports, we're one of the fastest growing companies in the entire world because, we got a lot of guys that work hard, but don't get me wrong, man. I know I can chug beer. I know that I am a bro. My SAT scores you would laugh at. I don't even know how I graduated high school, college. But I've always been the guy, like, I'm a hardworking guy. And when I find something that I love, I dive into it and I dig into it. I've asked the Raiders people, hey, like, can I help you out? They didn't treat me the best, and that's kind of a shitty thing, and it is what it is. But, like, I've talked to Kirk. Kirk and I are really solid. I've talked to a few other people there that have been a part of the Raiders official channel, and, I want to be a Raiders Report guy forever, but I do wish that content creators, I wish a lot of us could work better together. I've been burned by people in the past. It's why I don't do it as much anymore. I think a lot of people know who I used to associate myself with, and I will never associate myself with that person ever again because they did me wrong. But, like, I wish that we as a nation could come together a lot better. And if there's anybody out there that wants to see me on the official Raiders channel, if you have another show that you enjoy, like, I would love to be able to join that show. I would love to be able to interact with those people. There's probably only 2 Raiders shows on the planet, and one of them's not even a Raiders show. There's probably only one Raiders show that a lot of y'all watch that I would never join ever again. But, like, I do really, really wish that we as a nation could come together, man. Like, that was one of my biggest goals this offseason. I appreciate the compliment. I've been trying to catch the Raiders YouTube channel, and I'm going to try to get that done. Let's go to another one. Raider for life. Bang! Let's go! Come on, man. Come on, man. One bang away. Do I tell Reed to get it ready? I think we should tell Reed to get ready to buckle it up, Buttercup. Oh, man, today's MVP, Raider for life, 1967. You know what? I'm going to do something that sometimes when you guys do some crazy and wild shit, yeah, Adam Valdez, you got it. I think sometimes, like, when we do crazy and wild shit, it deserves to be warranted. It deserves to be able to sit up here, have a good time. It deserves to be able to be celebrated. Today's show is already a rockin' and a rollin'. I'll give out a deal here, right? Whoever the MVP on today's show is, if we stay live all day, I will give you my chain. This is the chain that I wore to my bachelor party. This is the most expensive chain I've ever bought in. It's real silver. It's not real diamonds, because if it was real diamonds, it's probably worth... Kirk Cousins would have to pay for this bad boy. But if we're live here all day today, whoever the MVP is, which right now it's you, Raider for life, I will give you this chain. Cast Joey, what's going on, Cast? Solid pickup. Cousins is the best possible bridge quarterback. Does this mean, though, Najee? That would be a great pickup, too. I hope that the signing of Kirk Cousins has absolutely, positively no impact on Najee Harris. And I don't really think that it's gonna, right? Because Najee, in my opinion, probably is going to make like $2 million at the absolute most, right? So if you got to move around some money, moving around enough money for $2 million is an easy thing for that to be able to happen. And I agree with you, dude. Like, I agree with the idea that if we were looking for a true bridge quarterback, a quarterback to start week 1 for the Raiders this season, allow Fernando Mendoza to sit behind him and learn, I do agree with that this is the best bridge option. But like a lot of us here, we're kind of waiting, and we're kind of just trying to sit back and figure out how much that deal's going to be. I mean, I'll ask all y'all right now. Let's say it's a 1-year deal, right? Let's say it's a 1-year deal. How much money do you think that Kirk Cousins deal is going to be? Like, if I had to guess, I'd say $10 million. Because if I looked at over the cap, we were at somewhere around $23 million. Then you got to consider the fact that the Raiders have 10 picks. Those 10 picks is $12.75 million against the cap. I'm not a math guy, but we're going to be somewhere around $10.75, $11 million in my mind of how much money we had left to spend in free agency. Now, I'm not saying that that entire money has to be, salary cap based. I bet you he gets some cash involved and hopefully lowers that salary cap a little bit. But I agree with you. I also like Najee Harris. I did a video earlier in the week, and the video I did earlier in the week was like, I thought that Najee would be a smart signing because he's a good RB2. Right? If you're going to take Ashton Genty off the field, you better be able to put somebody out there that, one's not going to fumble the football, 1,295 touches, only 5 fumbles in his entire career. He's somebody that can catch the football, and he did a very good job his first few years in Pittsburgh. Didn't miss any games from 2021 to 2024. I know he popped his Achilles. He wants to play on the West Coast. He's already running those 6 months after that Achilles pop. But the number one thing that I want in my RB2, especially if you're not going to give me any special teams value, yes, you're replacing Raheem Mostert. I think we still need to draft a guy. Gives us a little bit of draft flexibility. You can still add a running back like RB3 a little bit later in the day. I was talking to Kalen Black yesterday. I think he would be an outstanding player to be able to add to this mix. But the number one thing I want for my RB2, pass protector. Need to be able to pass protect. If you can't pass protect, I don't even want this conversation to happen around my RB2. If you're taking Genty off the field, you better be able to pass protect. Najee's a hell of a pass protector. Somebody might have to protect Reed. Somebody go tell him to fill it up, Buttercup. Raider in my veins! Bang! Somebody go get Reed. Uh-oh, I think he's looking at me. Time to pour it up, Reed. Last one. Give me a bang. Shout out to Mount Raidermore. And salute to all the active duty and fellow vets. R.I.P. to the great tuna. Again, man, you guys, I always say you die twice. You die when you die, and you die the last time somebody speaks your name. I know every time that y'all say R.I.P. to the great tuna, you make a lot of people that have had the opportunity to meet Brandon very, very happy. And I know this, dude. Brandon's up there right now. He's laughing. He's smiling. One of the greatest human beings I've ever had the opportunity to, get to know. Again, I never had the chance to meet him, shake his hand, but had a lot of FaceTime calls with him. Mount Raidermore is an unbelievable group of 15 dudes that have really helped this show grow. I mean, there's a lot of people that have helped this show grow over the years, but Reed's going to go pour up his boot. This could get a little bit crazy. Chugs is looking at me. I might be able to get Chugs in here for a boot later on.
How many? What does 10 bangs get? We're already at 8.
I say we're at 8. I say we're at Kirk. I feel like, how about this? If we get 10 more bangs in the next 3 hours, 3 hours, that's a long time. And maybe I can get Chugs in here before that.
I'm about to say, we'll hit
talk
8
to
bangs
Reed
in 42 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we're already on a freaking tangent right now. When you get done with that, can you ask Chugs? We'll just wait until you come in here. We'll just wait. Yes, the breaking news is true. No, this is not April Fool's. I did a video yesterday saying that the Von Miller thing was April Fool's. I have a few people asking me, is this an April Fool's joke? No, today's April 2nd. How do I know that Von Miller did an April Fool's joke? 1, I didn't get any information on it. 2, nobody reported on it. 3, in 2017, Von Miller posted that he was saying goodbye to the Denver Broncos. In 2018, Von Miller on April Fool's Day said that he was getting traded to the Cleveland Browns. In 2020, Von Miller said that he was being released by the Denver Broncos. And now in 2026, he said he's signing with the Las Vegas Raiders. Him and Max Crosby are very close due to the Sack Summit. Well, it's 10 a.m. You ready? A 10 a.m. boot for America. For the Stars and Stripes. Can I get some USAs down below? Can I get some USAs down below? Shout out to the great tuna. Shout out to Raider in my veins. Shout out to all of y'all that have made this show crazy. Raider for life, Bayou Raider. Unbelievable. That smells like a Happy Dad. It's crazy how Happy Dad smells like work. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, Happy Dads to me, when somebody cracks one open, if I'm not at work, I'm like, bro, I don't know if I can do that.
No, I do not drink Happy
Dads
outside
banana.
of the office.
Unless it's banana, a 10 a.m. boot.
Banana Happy Dad?
It's delicious.
I've never even heard of that.
Delicious. You're getting better. Oh, my God, no. That scared me. Don't ever throw up on screen. I've seen it before. Only Rebel Montana is the only one that's allowed to throw up here on the Raiders Report. Rebel's the only one that's allowed to throw up on me. Shout out to Reed for pulling up here and absolutely throw that down. Mitch, Caleb says, damn, he's tall, because Mitch is like 6'1". I wish I was 6'1". I am
actually 6'9". Don't let him lie to you.
No, if I was 6'9", then Reed should be in the NBA. I would say Reed's probably like 6'2". I'm like 5'10". I'm not a tall guy by any stretch of the imagination. Got the notey while I was sleeping. Woke up, check it, went back to bed. I wanted Joe Flacco, but this move makes sense. I'll do a boot later. Hell yeah, Pokemon Raider Trey. What's your favorite Pokemon? I mean, I did think that Joe Flacco also made the most sense. However, though, we might have a quote from Flacco. It's from a show that we did before. I agreed with you, Pokemon Raider Trey. And then I saw a quote that Joe Flacco said after he signed with the Cincinnati Bengals, and this is what he said. This was on him getting passed on by teams as him as a starter. I think I can get caught up in all of that and say, why not me and all that? and be bitter about it. Listen, maybe part of that does motivate me to still do what I'm doing. I probably do feel that way. I feel like I have unfinished business. That's part of why I'm here, still playing and doing all of those things. Not being one of those guys to go sign somewhere, yeah, it pisses me off a little bit. Now, you got to think about the timing of that quote. The Raiders were linked to Joe Flacco. The reports around the Raiders showing interest in Flacco were true. Do I know the extent of the interest? No. But based on what Kubiak and Spytek said, clearly they were interested in a veteran quarterback. They went out and they signed Kirk Cousins. But hearing that quote from Joe Flacco, does it change your opinion at all? Because that sounds like a quarterback that wants to start, and I'm not saying that Kirk doesn't want to start. But I think the important thing that we need to learn here is Kirk Cousins' number one job is, yes, to win football games. Kirk Cousins' other number one job in my book is to make sure Fernando Mendoza is the best version of himself to be able to get that thing going. Based on that quote by Flacco, I don't know if he was all that interested in mentoring a quarterback. And if he wasn't interested in mentoring a quarterback, and based on how he finishes that quote with "it pisses me off," I don't think that Flacco would have been the right signing based off of that quote. Simple as that. Though, if we get Cousins on a deal very similar to what we got, what Flacco got, 1 year for $6, worth up to $9, I think that's a pretty good deal. The Raider fan, what's going on? The Raider fan. First overall should mean you're ready day one. Don't sit. See, I can make the argument that I agree with you, and I can make the argument that I think that I don't think all things are the exact same, right? I don't think just because you're the number one overall pick, that means that you have to be thrown out there. But I also don't think that the Raiders not starting him week one doesn't mean that he's not ready to play week one right away. Like, I think Patrick Mahomes was probably close enough to be ready for week one, but their plan was, I want to make sure when he goes out there that he is 100% ready to go. And, again, like for me, I didn't play professional baseball. Like, I played Bundesliga. That ain't the same. But, when I played in college, I remember my freshman year, and then I remember all my other 3 years. You go look at my college stats, and I'm not trying to compare it, but, like, my college stats, I bet you I had an ERA my freshman year. Shit, dude, I bet you I was up in, like, the 8s and the 9s because I didn't know how to pitch yet. I was trying to throw hard. I was trying to overpower people, and I didn't throw hard. Like in college when I was a closer, I was throwing high 80s. That's not blowing the doors off of anybody, but I wasn't locating. And I had to learn how to become a good pitcher. And then my final 3 years in college, yeah, I was, I was our ace. I'm proud to say that. It's a small school, but like in my mind, I learned how to become myself. I learned how to become the best version of myself, and I learned how to become a pitcher. And I wonder if Fernando Mendoza, like this could also be a part of Mendoza's plan. Like, we're sitting here going, it's on Spytek, it's on Kubiak, it's on Brady. What if Mendoza also likes this idea? Because he went to Cal, he learned. Then he went to Indiana, he became the best version of himself. I actually do think that Mendoza could start right away. But what if we got a B version of Mendoza in year one? And I kind of want the A version the first time that he goes out there. And maybe this is the way that we get that A version. NVR, past my prime. What up, past my prime? Anyone who says this is a bad pickup doesn't understand ball. See, I'm not going to even go that far, right? Because this will be, in my opinion, this will be a bad pickup if we get a contract detail that I don't like. Like, if this is a 1 year prove-it deal, for the most part, I'm going to be okay with it. If we get some sort of BS where it's like multiple years, then the only reason why the Raiders are doing that is because, yes, it's 1 year, but like I don't want void years. I don't want to have to roll over that contract down the line. Like if Cousins gets a deal, and here's the thing that scares me. Kirk's agent is one of the best in the biz. Cousins has made, I think it's close to like $330 million in his entire career, and he doesn't have too much to show for it. He's been in the league for a long time, but he's been known to get these big, long type of deals. If that deal comes out to be anything longer than, like, again, if it's 2 years, $30 million, or if it's like 2 years, but it's really 1 year guaranteed, I need 1 year. Got to be able to get out after it after 2027. Like, that's my opinion. If we still are on the books for Cousins in 2027, 2028, even if it's a small amount of money, then I will say, like, I don't agree with that move. But I do know that Cousins knows Kubiak offense. Can you show me the list for Cap of Kubiak? not Kubiak, Cousins with Kubiak. It's 2021 to 2019. He's got 3 years of Kubiak experience. So, like, yes, there are some overlaps there. In all 3 of those years, he had a quarterback rating over 100. And I don't anticipate that we're going to see somebody like, 33, 35 touchdowns Cousins. But what it's important is he knows the offense, he knows that he can execute it, and he knows that he can teach Fernando Mendoza. Got not really big news, but Aaron Rodgers is not going to go to the Denver Broncos for a visit. Apparently there was some rumors around it, but not going to happen. So let's go to the next one rolling in here from Caden. Cousins' best years were with Clint, mentor and competition for Mendoza. It's a smart move. And this is kind of the way that you got to look at it, right? I think you got to have hope. You got to believe in what this Raiders organization is doing, because at the end of the day, they've been able to show and prove to us that they are doing the right things. No doubt about it, they're doing the right things. And I hope that it's a smart move. I hope that it ends up working out. But even if Cousins struggles this season, and if the Raiders, let's say we don't have the year that we won in 2026, I know it kind of sucks to say it, but if Mendoza is the guy in 2027, it was worth it in 2026. If Mendoza's the guy in 2027, if Mendoza ends up being the guy in 2028, whenever it happens, if he is the guy, this was a smart move. Like, that's how I'll look at it. The only way that if Mendoza isn't the guy, the only way that I'll look at this move being a smart move is if the Raiders make a deep playoff run and potentially win a Super Bowl. Because we're trying to get Mendoza to win a Super Bowl. What up, Eric? Cousins couldn't help develop Penix. Very different situation, Eric. Very, very different situation. It's like he looked terrible with the Falcons. I actually don't 100% agree with that. 10 touchdowns, 5 interceptions in the 10 games he played last season. I think you also got to consider the offenses, right? The offenses that Atlanta ran with Michael Penix is a completely different offense than what Atlanta ran with Kirk Cousins. So, that can be a little bit difficult when your two quarterbacks are just so clearly different, and they are just two very clearly different quarterbacks. But, Cousins did show at times that he can use the play action, that he can get it going. But you also got to consider the fact that when Cousins signed his 4-year, $160 million deal, he thought he was going to be the guy. Then they brought in Michael Penix, and they blindsided him. If anybody here was blindsided by that, you wouldn't like that situation, right? That's just the cold hard truth. You wouldn't like the situation. So the fact that Mendoza knew it was going to happen, the fact that Cousins knows that his job is to help mentor Fernando, I don't think that you can compare the two, is what I'm trying to say here. I know people will bring it up. It's something that I've brought up in the past, but I've gotten to talk to our Falcons host here. I've talked to some other people around the league, around other people here at Chat Sports that I listen to, and I don't think that they're comparable, but I am happy that you say 100% believe in this staff. Let's go to Daniel Meeker. What's up, Daniel? To the 1,600 people that are here in the building as it stands right now. Friendly reminder, I am live. I will continuously be live. If you haven't already, make sure you get those questions flowing here on the Raiders Report. I said that if we stay live, I have an interview at 1 o'clock. But at the same time, I am allowed to stay live if I need to stay live to be able to just do this show. We'll figure it out, kind of how it goes as the day rolls on. I did plan on doing a Raiders happy hour today starting at 4 p.m. Eastern time. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you guys want me to be here and we're going to be here rocking, we'll keep this thing rocking and rolling. Our round one quarterbacks are set up for success behind a veteran. Quarterback for at least 1 to 2 years, Rodgers, Mahomes, Love, all held a clipboard year one, ceiling 8 wins, floor 5. See, I feel like, honestly, man, I feel like we're a lot better of a team than 5 wins. I think the 5 wins talk is Raiders fans being burnt in the past. And I know, you can look at it on paper, you still got to go out there, you still got to be able to do your thing. But when you look at our defense, when you look at our offense right now, I know we're still missing a wide receiver 1. But if we come out of the draft with a dude like Denzel Boston or something like that, even a KC Concepcion, a Zachariah Branch, Elijah Surratt, Omar Cooper Jr., Jeremy Bernard, I think that we're going to be a lot better of a team than what we get credit for. I think we are I will say floor is probably, it's not that big of a difference. I'll probably say 6, 7 wins, and I think our ceiling is probably a little bit closer to 10. RaiderMan01, but I appreciate the opinion. Mitch, why do you think Brady wasn't at Mendoza's pro day? Just win, baby. It's an excellent question. I don't have the answer to that question. I talked to somebody, like I said, this morning. What's crazy is here at Chat Sports, we have a Slack channel, and I literally put in our Slack channel, hey, this is what I'm working on today, and I was going to do a video this morning on just some of the stuff that I heard from Mendoza's dinner, and one of the things that I heard from Mendoza's dinner was like there were conversations about a veteran quarterback, and Mendoza was on board with the idea of a veteran quarterback. Come to find out then, 2 seconds later, the Raiders end up signing Kirk Cousins. I have asked some people that I usually talk to why Brady wasn't at the pro day. I don't have the best answer for that, but I'll also say that the Raiders communicate with Brady all the flipping time, and you kind of also have to understand Brady is a part owner. And yes, I would have liked Tom to be there, but if Tom Brady's there, does it take some of the other attention, away from Fernando? Does it take some of the attention away maybe from some of these other players? But it's like Brady also trusts Spytek. He trusts Kubiak. He trusts his quarterback coach. He trusts his guys, his front office, and they're hired to do a job. So I think Mark Davis and Tom Brady ultimately just had a lot of trust and confidence in them to go see him. But I also will say, if your opinion on Fernando Mendoza changed based on what you saw at a pro day, you don't know ball. And I hate saying the you don't know ball thing because I felt like I said it a lot last season, and Geno was an absolute shit show. But, pro day should not determine whether or not you want to draft a guy. It should just say, oh, that was really good. Oh, Fernando Mendoza was 53 of 56, showed high levels of accuracy, showed that they were well scripted, and the most impressive thing is the fact that they ran through 56 throws essentially in 20 minutes. Technically 66 throws if you count the 10, warm-up patent throws that he had early to start. Josh Smith, what's going on, my brother? I don't have a ton of money, I will say. Right off the jump, I'm not going to read it. I will read the rest of it, but you never have to apologize for – I honestly feel bad when people say, hey, I can't super chat a lot, I can't do this. And I hope that people understand, my job. This is my job. It's how I put a roof over my head. This is how, I provide for my family. We've created a lot of jobs this way. Think of the Raiders Report as a restaurant. Think of the Raiders Report as a bar. You can show up. You don't have to spend anything. But if you want to spend some money to get some of that attention up here on screen, you can do it. But don't ever, ever, ever apologize, or don't ever feel like that you have to start with something like that, because you watching the show, you being a sub for as long as you have, I don't always get to know everybody that watches this program, but I'm always in the comments. Shout out to the Noti gang. I do go on YouTube Studio a lot, and I look who's commenting out there. And honestly, Josh, the number one thing that you could do for me is get a picture, and I say that because I am a visual guy. I'm the type of dude where you and I could meet, Josh. You could tell me your name, and as soon as I turn around, I go, son of a bitch, what the hell was that guy's name? Right? It's how I am, and I think that there are a lot of people that are like that. I think it's because I'm so focused on me being hi, my name's Mitchell Renz, and introducing myself and making sure I do a good job introducing myself, that I don't do a good job listening. My wife's at home oh, believe me, I know that you're not a great active listener. But when you get a picture, I'm a visual guy, and I see the face and I see that, it helps me remember. I remember when we were in San Jose, I walk up to the table, it's got PG 2869, and he looked at me and he's like, do you remember me? And I was like, bro, first off, how dare you? Second off, of course, I remember faces way more than I remember names. So don't say anything about that. I have dedication because y'all have dedication. I am a Raider inside and out. I believe in commitment to excellence in whatever you do. I appreciate you, Josh, for being a part of this ride as long as you have. But I'm going to give you a homework assignment, Josh. Get a pic. Also, Paul, for the love of God, get a picture, Paul. Mitch, I saw something that Cousins' deal is 1 year, $22.5 million. Is that true? If so, that is too much. I say yes. I will say this. I have not seen anything like that. And I feel like if we got information on the contract, I would say my team would have sent me something, / I feel like I would have saw something. I'm not saying that it's not true, because if you were to ask me how much money do I think Cousins could have potentially got, that would have been a little bit more than what I said he got. One of my contract projections that I gave for Cousins was 2 years, 30 mil, 20 million guaranteed, and that was more just it's a 1-year prove-it deal. Now, since we're at this part of the offseason, I would say I'm thinking around 10 to 12 million. But if it was 1 year, 22.5, I would be a little bit, again, it's hard to say because how much money of that is cash. Like, it would really come down to what does the salary cap look like. If the salary cap's low, I don't care how much money you give him. Mark Davis has got millions, billions of dollars to be able to stack it up. Paul, get a picture. Oh, my goodness. Raider for life! Bang! Josh, take that chain from Mitch. Go Raiders. We are family. You're damn right we're family, man. You know, I believe in family. I think it's the number one thing that I will teach my kids. It's the number one thing that, you know, I believe in as a person is, you know, like my dad used to always tell me, my mom too. Now, my mom's parents, they passed away. I never got to meet my mom's mom and dad. And my dad's side, though, like those were my grandparents. And my dad used to always tell me, like, if grandma and grandpa tell you to do something, it's yes. It's immediately you do it. You know, you respect your elders, my aunts and uncles. My dad, he's the oldest of 6. My mom's the youngest of 9. My aunts and uncles have been, you know, just because my mom is so much younger than all of her, like, brothers and sisters, a lot of my aunts and uncles are very, very much older than me. Like, my Aunt Wanda, she's one of the sweetest women on planet Earth. When that time does come, I will get an angel. I'm saving this spot here for her. She's always been my guardian angel. But, like, man, we are family, and I hope when you guys do this show, you know that I try to teach in whatever way family values, and teach is probably not the right word, but, you know, you show up and show out for each other. You know, you're always there. You have your back. You don't got to be blood to be family, because I got some family members that are blood. I'll tell you this right now. I don't know.
Contracts.
All right, we do have the contract details.
5-year, $172 million deal with the Raiders that in reality is a 1-year, fully guaranteed $20 million deal that also contains a club option for 2 years, $80 million.
All right, we got to get this
We're going to
made.
make that graphic in
All
a
right,
second.
so Adam Schefter has a contract update here for Kirk Cousins, and it is essentially a 1-year, $20 million deal. However, though, it's going to look at as a 5-year, this is going to make people freak the F out, 5-year, $172 million deal with the Raiders, okay? But it's a 1-year, fully guaranteed deal, $20 million, that contains a club option for 2 years at $80 million. The Falcons will pay Cousins $8.7 million this season. The Raiders, another $1.3 million. And Las Vegas has also agreed to a new quarterback, fully guaranteed $10 million roster bonus on the third day of the 2027 new league year. So you're going to see this number, okay? And it's going to scare the hell out of you. It is a little bit more than I was hoping that the Raiders ended up giving Kirk Cousins. But again, like to me, I think about Kirk Cousins' agent. And the contract, which I literally probably just said 5 minutes ago, that my original contract projection for Kirk was 2 years, $30 million, $20 million guaranteed. I literally said it 5 minutes ago. And that's kind of what the Raiders are doing here. They're giving him this 1 year, $20 million deal. The Falcons, though, they are paying Cousins $8.7 million this season. The Raiders, another $1.3 million. Again, I'm trying to figure out how exactly this is going to end up getting broken down. The way that I would honestly look at this for Raider fans, 1 year, $20 million. It's 1 year, $20 million. Somebody said, bro, why so much? He's a starting quarterback in the NFL. Starting QBs typically get a little bit more money, and Kirk Cousins' agent is a absolute magician, and he's showing you yet again that he is an absolute magician in this contract. So now we're starting to get more and more details roll out here. I will say you should look at it as 1 year, $20 million. Though it's going to say 5 year, $172. And I think what happens there, you see 5 for 172, and that's more of just I don't even know. That's I see. Not that I hate when teams do that, but there's no way that Cousins is going to be out. I think the two most important things about the Kirk Cousins deal: 1 year, $20 million fully guaranteed, but then also he gets $10 million if he's on the roster on the third day of the new league year next season. Those are the two most important things from the Kirk Cousins deal. Those are the two things. So the first thing that's the most important is, again, you're going to see 5 years, $172 million. Don't look at it like that. It's not how anybody should look at the contract. Don't look at it as 5 for 172. If you hear somebody say, Mitch, we're paying Kirk Cousins 5 year, 172, don't listen to him. It's a 1 year, $20 million deal, which is more than I really wanted to be able to give Cousins. Maybe they'll figure out a way to lower that salary cap again, because 1 for $20 million fully guaranteed doesn't mean that his salary cap is going to be $20 million. Fully guaranteed is that, hey, man, we're going to give you some money, and I think that there's going to be some cash involved. I'll wonder what his cap hit is. The second most important thing, though, about that deal, $10 million next March if he is on the roster the third day of the new league year. So essentially the Raiders have this opportunity to see Kirk Cousins for 1 year for $20 million, and if they want to bring him back next season, it's kind of like a 2 year, $30 million deal. I'm actually, I think it's kind of interesting. All right, here, let's go to Schefter here. Comp update for Kirk Cousins. Cousins will sign a 5 year, $172 million deal with the Raiders. That is reality, a 1 year, fully guaranteed $20 million deal that also contains the club option for 2 years at $80 million. So essentially that's saying if he's on that roster next season, they're going to give him $10 million, and then it's going to be technically a 2 year, $80 million deal. I think the only way that happens is if they're like, A, Cousins goes on a deep playoff run or they win a Super Bowl. B, Fernando Mendoza is just clearly not the guy that they thought they were. Falcons are going to pay $8.7 million this season. The Raiders another $1.3 million, and Las Vegas also. Where are we at?
Also agreed.
And also agreed to pay its new quarterback a fully guaranteed $10 million roster bonus on the third day of the 2027 new league year. $10 million signing bonus from Big Raz, that's next year. So $10 million roster bonus next year. Now, if they gave him $10 million as a signing bonus for this season, then that would be, in my guess, it's going to be a little bit lower of a salary cap hit. Again, I don't know what his salary cap hit is going to be, but Atlanta is still paying, a bulk of his 2026 salary. So the Raiders, so here's actually how I am understanding it. I am actually understanding it as the Raiders are going to pay him $1.3 million in terms of salary cap. I actually think that his salary cap this season is $1.3 million. If that's the case, we need to calm down a little bit, because I know we're going to see 1 year, $20 million guaranteed. Don't look at it as $20 million. That's the Raiders paying that against salary cap. That's Mark Davis going, how much money you need? Bingo, bango. There's $18.7 million. And then the Raiders on that salary cap, 1.3. Again, I'm learning this in real time with all of y'all. I know that the breaking news of the Raiders signing Kirk Cousins, there's going to be a lot to be able to understand and break down. But I am trying to grasp how exactly that this is going to end up looking, because now I could say the Falcons are paying $10 million of his salary of that $20 million. You could also look at it as then that means that there's $10 million left that the Raiders might have to pay. And that $10 million roster bonus could be next season. So that actually could be we pay him $1.3 million now. That $10 million goes next year because Atlanta's paying $10 million this season. This is confusing. I'm not going to lie. Austin Green says it's not 5 years. You're right. It's technically not 5 year deal. The way that you should look at this contract is 1 year, $20 million, but Atlanta is paying a lot of this deal. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how the exact salary cap's going to be. I'm doing my best here, guys. I don't think it's going to be a $20 million cap hit. I think actually at the most you're going to be looking at a $10 million cap hit this season for the Las Vegas Raiders. It's essentially, though, a one-year prove-it deal for Kirk Cousins. I'm going to, like I said, we're getting all these details. I'm rolling with you, just like all of y'all are rolling with me. It's a very weird language in a contract, and I think what this is saying is Cousins believes in himself, and he wants to sign that big deal. And, I mean, like, let's face the facts, right? If the Raiders win a Super Bowl this year with Kirk Cousins, you're probably going to bring him back. And then he gets paid the big-time money, where if he doesn't win a Super Bowl or if he doesn't make a deep playoff run, then you just move on from him, and then you go with a kind of like a Fernando Mendoza. But I also think Kirk Cousins making this deal, and because he had experience with Kubiak and because he had experience in Minnesota, I wonder if he's giving this argument just so, you know, you look at the Vikings. They moved on from Sam Darnold. They went with J.J. McCarthy. That was a disaster. I think this also kind of is Cousins being like, just so that doesn't happen to all y'all, I'll be here waiting in the wind. Coyote Schultz throwing it up there. Pun intended. Love the Kurt signing. New profile pick. Love keeping Crosby starting to feel like a real organization again. It's been a long 2 decades as a Raiders fan. So Diana Rossini said Kirk Cousins' deal pays him $20 million fully guaranteed for 2026, with $10 million coming next March. So, in that form of a roster bonus. So essentially, the way that I'm looking at this, 1 year, $11.3 million. Can you go back to the Adam Schefter thing for me real quick? So I'm going to walk through this deal because this is actually how I think I understand it now. You're going to see 5 years, $175, okay? 1 year fully guaranteed, $20 million. There is an option for that $80 million. Can you go to the next one for me? This is where it gets important. So because the way that the Raiders set this contract up, fully guaranteed roster bonus, $10 million, that's on the 3rd day of the new league year in 2027. So of that 1 year, $20 million fully guaranteed, $10 million of that fully guaranteed money goes to next season, okay? So if the Raiders want to keep him on that 3rd day of the new league year, that rolls over to next year. The way that I'm looking at this, if the Falcons are paying 8.7 and the Raiders are paying 1.3, that means we have to take on that other $10 million. The way that I'm looking at this deal, do not look at it as 5 years, 172. Look at it as a 1 year, $11.3 million contract with a $10 million option next season. So I'm going to ask all of y'all, Kirk Cousins, 1 year, $11.3 million, grade that deal. A, B, C, D, or F. I just had Tom, our contract guy, basically was like, this is how you should look at it. It's a 1 year, the way that you should look at it is essentially a 1 year, $11.3 million deal for Kirk Cousins. That's how you should look at it. And that's how it is. If the Raiders want to give him that other $10 million guaranteed, that's going to be 3rd day of the new league year next season. In terms of this season, the bridge season for Kirk Cousins, it's a 1 year, $11.3 million deal is how we should look at it. Don't look at it as 5 for 172. There's going to be a lot of other mumbo jumbo. Atlanta's paying 8.7. We're paying 1.3 on top of the $10 million guaranteed. It is essentially a 1 year, $11.3 million deal. Thank you so much for kind of bearing with me through that again. Like, that's kind of why I love doing this show. It's kind of why I love going live. It's I learned things on the fly with a lot of y'all. So I see a C down there from Keith. Stabler for president's going to go with a C. Heidi says F. RV's going to go an A. Ed Robbins is going to go with an A. I see a lot of A's and B's. I mean, 1 year, $11.3 million deal for Kirk Cousins. I'm going to give that a B grade. I mean, it's kind of right on line what I thought he was going to get. My first original projection was 2 for 30 with $20 million guaranteed. I've said that multiple times. He's getting $20 million technically guaranteed, but he's got to be on the team next season. I also said today that I think he would be between $10 and $12 million. 1 year, 11.3 is how Raider fans should look at the Kirk Cousins deal. Interesting, man. I actually think, though, if it's okay with you, I'm going to make it quick short. on the Kirk Cousins deal here real quick. So just bear with me, y'all, because I know there's a lot of overreactions going on with this Kirk Cousins deal. No, you're good. I mean, I got it in my mind. I know how to do it.
I'm just going to make it for a graphic.
Oh, okay. I got you. Bear with me, all of y'all. If you're a Raiders fan that's flipping out a little bit about the Kirk Cousins 5-year, $172 million deal, I'm here to calm you down a little bit. The way that Raider Nation should really look at this contract is 1 year, $11.3 million. That's how you should look at it. If wherever you're watching this video, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you give me a follow on social media. I'm live right now on the Raiders Report celebrating the signing of Kirk Cousins. I do think that this means Fernando Mendoza is going to sit back, but the reason why I wanted to be able to make this video is because with the Atlanta Falcons paying 8.7, the Raiders are paying 1.3. The 1 year, $20 million fully guaranteed. The other $10 million of that contract doesn't become fully guaranteed until the third day of the new league year in 2027. So the way that Raider fans should look at the Kirk Cousins deal, take a breath, 1 year, $11.3 million. That's how you should look at this deal, not 5 for 172. Let me know down below your thoughts on the Cousins deal. All right, I'm going to just send that in. We'll have somebody make that up for us real quick here. And again, y'all, I appreciate you guys bearing with me here a little bit. I am also trying to work through some of the ins and outs of what some of these contract details are because, I don't know everything right from the jump. Cousins contract detail short, please. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. C+, we could have kept Smith from Buck. Buck, that's maybe one of the dumbest things I've heard in a long time. Geno didn't want to be a quarterback on our team. And we would have had to pay Geno Smith a lot more than $11.3 million. So, like, $26 million for Geno Smith, $11.3 for Kirk Cousins. Let's be honest with ourselves here. Josh Smith got a profile pick. Let's freaking go, Josh. NorCal Mendoza said, I'm so confused. I know that there's a lot of confusion here. Some people are going, it's what's the cap hit? The cap hit I actually think is $1.3 million. But the contract that we should look at for Cousins is 1 for $11.3. I believe that's how we should look at it. Yeah, it's 1 year, 11.3 is the contract. That's going to result in $20 million of cash. I mean, I actually think that's pretty damn good. I do. I think that's pretty damn good. So, like, Spotrack, can you show the tweet? Is that the one that you're building?
Over right now.
Okay. Yeah, he's going to, our guy Lopez, he's making something up here real quick. So you guys will be able to see it a little bit more of, like, what happens exactly. But I think it's 1.3 this year, and it's essentially $10 million next season. So it's 11.3 in total, which actually I think I might have explained that wrong now that I'm thinking about it. Hang on. Let me refilm. Popto said, yo, what did I miss? Yeah, so Tom's telling me it's $1.3 million cap hit this season, but it's $11.3 million in dollars and cents. Does that make sense? Yes. Falcons are paying 8.7. So here's our best way to try to, like, break it down for all of y'all. So the Raiders have essentially signed Kirk Cousins to a 1 year, $11.3 million contract that will result in $20 million in cash. For the Raiders, it's $1.3 million guaranteed this season, and then in 2027, that roster bonus of $10 million in 2027. So it sounds like no matter what, he's going to be on the books. So then go to the next one for me. The Falcons 2026, they're paying 8.7 of that $20 million due to an offsetting $10 million roster bonus on their books. Cousins 2027 roster bonus does not contain offset language. All right, so I think that means we still have a lot of cap space. I mean, from my understanding, it's $1.3 million cap hit this season for Kirk Cousins. That's the vet minimum. That sounds like an A-plus job by the Raiders. Again, there's a lot of just crazy language in this. A lot of crazy language in this. Somebody said, Mike, so it's $80 million for 2 years, $60 million more if we keep him next season. I'm trying to figure it out too, dude. You know, I wish that I had all the answers here, but from what I understand is it's 1 year, $20 million of cash, okay? $1.3 million guaranteed this season, and it looks like there's a $10 million roster bonus if he's on the team next year. But if I'm a Raider fan, the way that I'm looking at it is 1 year, $11.3 million contract that's going to result in $20 million of cash. So Cousins made $20 million of cash. So I know some people are going to see the 1 year $20 million, the 5 for 172. Don't even worry about that. The only number that really matters, like to me, is salary cap, because again, Mark's got the money to be able to do it. He's got the money to be able to do it. I kind of like this deal. I mean, now looking at it, I really think that it's a phenomenal deal for the Raiders. Because again, Atlanta's taken on 8.7, 2027 $10 million roster bonus. The Kirk Cousins deal, there's going to be some people overreacting to it, and I don't blame some people overreacting to it a little bit. But I think that that's a really good deal for the Raiders and that contract. I kind of want to remake that short. So does that mean, though, just so I'm under the impression, does that mean that no matter what, he has a $10 million cap hit in 2027? Interesting, man. Very interesting. I'm going to wait to see what Tom says. Cap hit is 1.3 this year and 10 next year. All right, we got some super chats to get to. I'm trying to figure it all out. I want to be able to. I'm trying to figure it all out. Tom's typing me. Tom, our guy Tom, he's literally the contract guru here at Chat Sports. Okay. Sounds good. All right, can you bring up that other one again? So, Mr. Mudd, I'll throw this up here in just a moment. I just want to film something here. Again, I'm literally doing this on the fly. I'm trying to get a better understanding of what this contract is essentially for the Las Vegas Raiders and what is important to Raiders fans. The Las Vegas Raiders signed Kirk Cousins today, and I see a lot of fans freaking out about what this contract is. Today, I'm going to tell you what fans should care about in the Kirk Cousins deal. Don't look at it as 5 years, $172 million. I want you to look at this deal as really it's a 1 year contract worth $11.3 million. The $20 million guaranteed, Atlanta is paying $8.7 million of that. So the two important numbers that I want Raider fans to care about is salary cap. In 2026, Kirk Cousins' salary cap is going to be $1.3 million, the vet min. In 2027, Kirk Cousins' contract is going to be a $10 million cap hit. Now, obviously, it doesn't mean that we have to keep him, but getting Kirk Cousins on a 1 year, 11.3, and essentially getting a quarterback for a bridge that can be your starter at the vet minimum at $1.3 million is another example of a very smart move by this Raiders organization. Okay. It's funny. I got all these people throwing me stuff here. Yep. Okay. That's how it is. How I just explained that is how this one is. It is $1.3 million cap hit this season. Okay. $1.3 million cap hit this season. A $10 million roster bonus guaranteed in 2027. That's how you should look at it. But, like, for me and the Raiders, if you don't want to keep Kirk Cousins, then they're not going to keep him in 2027. Because then if you do, that's when that, like, 2 for 80 kind of kicks in, and, like, you're not going to keep Kirk Cousins for that type of money. So, essentially, I think what this does for Kirk is this kind of is a showcase for Kirk where he gets the opportunity to start. He makes $20 million in cash this season. He's a happy camper. He makes $10 million next season, so that's kind of where I don't mean to like toot my own horn here, but I thought 2 years for $30 million was going to be something that he gets. It's essentially what he's getting. He's getting $20 million in cash this season, $10 million next season in 2027. So the Raiders are going to pay that 2027 $10 million. It's probably just going to be a dead cap hit if I had to guess. But you're getting Kirk Cousins this season at $1.3 million. That's an A job by the Raiders. It is. That's an A-plus job. I don't care what you say about Kirk Cousins. If you would have told me we would get Kirk Cousins at $1.3 million in terms of a cap hit, sign me the F up. I mean, Vegas trick, how do you say F minus? How does that make any sense? $1.3 million. How is that an F? With all due respect, right? Like, if you're going to say stupid shit, I'm going to call you out. Like, I don't know how you don't give it an A for the Kirk Cousins move. Like, you cannot like the idea of signing Cousins, but I also think that this is like, they're going to make Cousins compete. There's still a chance that I think Fernando Mendoza gets out there. Like, $1.3 million cap hit this season, and then a $10 million cap hit next year. $10 million. But he won't be on the team. $10 million. I love it. I think it's a great move, man. I think it's a great move. You get him for $1.3 million this season. And then, yeah, you got to pay him $10 million next season, and I know that kind of stinks, but at the same time, salary cap goes up every year, and it's continuously gone up every year. So $10 million now is not the same as $10 million next season. It's still money, and I get that. But, like, $10 million is I'm not worried about it. This really is just impacting Mark Davis and Mark Davis's pocketbook, which he's $20 million. I mean, that's like me, Lopez, you need $5? Here you go. All right, let's keep this thing rolling. Let's talk about Kirk Cousins. Let's get some of these questions and comments flowing. Here we go. And I see somebody say, I want Mendoza to start. Cousins making $1.3 million. I mean, he still could absolutely start. But I think Kirk's going to believe in himself. I think the Raiders are going to start Kirk Cousins. And it's going to be, Cousins' ability to be like, hey, man, I still got a lot of juice left in the tank. Copycat league. This is literally like the cast of players that mimic the Seahawks rebuild that resurrected Darnold. Looking like a 3-year plan, 9-win season possibly with an 8+ draft. Yeah, I do look at this as a 3-year plan, and it's kind of how a lot of people should look at it. And I think the first time I really started saying, like, it's 3 years, it's 3 years. First off, you got to think about Mendoza, right? Rookie contract for your star quarterback, 3 years. You're going to get him on that. The hope is after that 3rd year, he gets a brand new, gigantic extension, and the bigger, probably the better, because that means he was a hell of a player. But then also look, and I think money talks in the NFL, right? You have the graphic of all the Raiders free agent signings by any chance. Think about, if you don't, it's okay. Eric Stokes, he re-signed 3 years, $30 million. That's one move. Kwity Paye, 3 years, $48 million. You look at Jalen Naylor, 3 years, $35 million. I'm trying to think of all the contracts off the top of my head. Nakobe Dean was 3 years, $36 million. Quay Walker, 3 years for $40 million. Tyler Linderbaum, 3 for $81. So you look at what the Raiders' plan is. The Raiders have this plan, and I do think it's a 3-year plan, so I completely agree with you. Stokes, Linderbaum, Naylor, Kwity Paye, right? Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker. There's a lot, and I mean a lot, like the big-name free agents, 3-year plan to tie all those players in with Fernando Mendoza, and then those guys hit the open market, and then you have the money in the cap space to be able to pay a brand-new quarterback to be your franchise guy in Fernando Mendoza. And if Fernando Mendoza ain't the guy, you're going to be looking for probably a new head coach and a new GM after those 3 years, because that's just the way the cookie crumbles. The ball was thrown up, and it's being slammed down by John Sampo. Bang!
I think the last one was thrown down. I think this one's back up.
Oh, this one's back up?
Yeah, ball is back up.
Ball's back up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Renzi. Nobody's ever called me Renzi. My cousin Anthony, him and I were in the same grade. He was way better at sports than I was. He was probably like one of the greatest high school athletes I've ever been around. I mean, he batted like 500 in baseball. He was a 1,000-point scorer. He was an unbelievable athlete. You're a fans reporter. We like you just the way you are. Keep doing you, and you'll reach the mountaintop. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Again, like to me, I do consider myself the voice of Raider Nation. Sometimes people get upset when I say that, but, I also think that this has been a show that's been able to prove that we get noticed. Like, I know Mark Davis watches this show. I know that players watch this show. I know that we are the number one most watched Raiders show on planet Earth, but it's because of the community and everybody that we have here. But, like, I don't want to be a reporter, Like, when I think of reporting, I think of big J journalism, and I hate to say this, but there's a reason why that style of journalism reporting, it's dying, and it's because people can't get with the times. Like, there's, like, some people that used to work for the Raiders that I had some respect for, but now, like, it's got to be a two-way street. And I think, like, I don't know. I think when I hear the word reporter, I think of a negative thought because I just think of what the Raiders reporters are. I know this show is literally called The Raiders Report, and we came up with that show idea in 2018. But I want people to look at me as an entrepreneur. I want people to look at me as a YouTuber. I want somebody to look at me as just a diehard Raider fan that does whatever it takes to be able to keep the nation up to date. Fans reporter, though, I appreciate it in any way, shape, or form. We're climbing, man, right? I've been able to go to the NFL Combine. I've been able to go to the Super Bowl. I'm going to be at the Raiders Gala this season. I've been able to meet so many amazing people, and we're going to continue to grow. We're going to continue to climb, and I hope that there's one day I can look back because if anybody from the Raiders is watching, I would love to be able to do what I'm doing here right now. Like, let's do it at Allegiant Stadium. Or I've been talking to another very big building in Las Vegas, and just saying, we might be doing some pretty crazy watch parties in a few years out in Vegas. Jeffrey, what's going on, Jeffrey? I see you. This is my Raiders show. Any Raiders news, I'm checking with Mitch. Real one for life. Appreciate you, brother. I know yesterday was a very big April Fool's Day. I saw Derek Carr posted something. I saw Von Miller something. And I don't say this to be like a dick, but I mean, like, if I don't talk about something, it's because it's not happening. And I'm not saying, like, I have all the sources in the world. No, of course not. But, like, if Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport aren't talking about something, and if I'm not talking about something, like, I want Raider fans to know, like, it's probably not worth talking about. I love rumors. I talk a lot of rumors. But I talk about rumors that I think that are important. I know a lot of people get mad. They'll throw out the clickbait term. I don't love that because I don't need to do clickbait to be able to get people that are here that watch this show. But when people say, like, this is my Raiders show, of course I love hearing that. Like, I can remember growing up watching the shows that I used to watch. And when they're on, I would tune in. And the fact that people like hearing me, the amount of women that I've met through the years that are like, believe me, I know your voice better than I know my husband's, right? Like, of course that makes me smile. Jeff, I appreciate you. Suavemente. Let's go, Suave. Are you a little bit nervous? You got a Final Four matchup potentially later on today. I love this signing in order that Cousins could be there while all the new players get together, especially the O-line. I think people should love this signing because it's a one-year, essentially 1 year, $11.3 million deal, but you pay $10 million of that in 2027, and you're paying $1.3 million cap hit this season. Like, you can say whatever you want about Kirk Cousins. You could think Kirk Cousins is horrific. $1.3 million this year. That's cheaper, I think, than what they paid Shegu Alobi. I think it's cheaper than what they're paying Derek Young in terms of cap space, right? Like, Aiden O'Connell, I believe, is twice as expensive cap hit as Kirk Cousins this season. Like, we can say we don't like Kirk. You can say whatever you want. I think Kirk and Fernando, that plan makes sense. I really think so. Raider Fabs, what's going on, man? How many supers do we have? Do we have a lot to get caught up on?
To get through, yeah.
So the way that today's show is going to go is I originally planned on going live at like 4 o'clock Eastern time, 3 o'clock my time. I am able to stay live today if y'all are down to stay live. And I'll just say this. If you want me to stay live all day today, we got to get to 1 o'clock my time. So that's about 2 hours and 10 minutes. If we can get there, I will start happy hour at 1 o'clock. And if we start happy hour at 1 o'clock, I don't know what's going to happen. I have absolutely, positively no idea what could potentially happen. Raider Fabs, you think they had dinner with Mendoza last night and asked him who they preferred as a mentor quarterback? I don't know if they asked him who they prefer. What I was under the impression of, and I tweeted this out, I talked to somebody last night. I technically also talked to somebody this morning, and they told me that Mendoza knew that the Raiders were going to do what they did today. So I kind of respect the idea because, again, like what you don't want to have happen is you don't want to have a situation where it's like Kirk Cousins, you sign him, you bring in Michael Penix, and then there's a blind side. Like, you got to know that the guy that you're bringing in, it makes a lot of sense. Did they have dinner with Fernando Mendoza yesterday? Yes, 100%. But I was also told that they made it clear to Mendoza that they were going to go with the Kirk Cousins route. I understand that Mendoza knew this and that he was okay with it, but the fact that the Raiders made sure that they did that with Fernando, I think is that other element of we got Kirk on board. We need to make sure Mendoza's on board. Everybody's on board. Let's get this deal done first thing tomorrow morning. And again, I got a few people that I talk to. I got a few people that I'll reach out to and give me some scoops here and there. But from what I understand, Mendoza at the dinner last night knew and had an understanding that the Raiders were going to sign Kirk Cousins today. So, like, it wasn't they had a dinner with Mendoza. He wakes up this morning and he's like, holy shit, the Raiders are signing Cousins. That's not how I understand it. I was told that at that dinner last night, the Raiders made it clear to Mendoza that they were going to sign Kirk Cousins today. Just so you know. Hang on, my boss is asking me something. Sure. Let's run it for an hour.
Something tells me we have a say or a deal coming through.
Yeah, my boss, I'm just saying this. Does anybody want Raiders Report gear? If you want Raiders Report gear, spam me down below because I got a feeling we're gonna get some stuff here. I gotta share this video on social media that I just made. So please give me a second. Thank you. Please share on YT. Again, if you're tuning in now, if you saw the news that the Raiders signed Kirk Cousins, you might have saw that it is a 5-year, $172 million deal. Take a breath, okay? That's not actually how the deal is. This is how Raiders fans should look at the Kirk Cousins deal. The way that you should look at it is a $1.3 million cap hit this season, and it will be a $10 million cap hit next season. But you could really look at it as 1 year, 11.3, because I don't see Kirk Cousins being on the roster next season because then of all the other numbers that would come after that. I will look at this as 1 year, 11.3, essentially, though, a $1.3 million cap hit. And I made a quick video on that. I'm just trying to tweet it out, and I am probably one of the worst people on planet Earth at being able to do two things at the same time. At the same damn time. At the same damn time. All right, we got that. Tweeted it out. But yes, I am under the impression, Raider Fabs, that the Raiders made it clear to Mendoza last night at the dinner that they were going to be signing Kirk Cousins and they didn't want to catch him off guard. Now, I don't know what Mendoza said about it, but again, I think Mendoza's a professional. I think if they made it clear to him that, hey, this we think is the best thing for you, then that can happen. Jersey Boy Greaser, what's going on, man? Contract details, 5 for 172, 1 year fully guaranteed for $20 million. Atlanta's going to pay 8.7. We pay 1.3 this season, $10 million next season. So it's essentially a 1 year, $11.3 million contract, but the salary cap hit this year is 1.3. This is how, sorry, I got to tweet it out again. Raiders fans should look at the Kirk Cousins deal. Great job by the Raiders. I mean, honestly, if you would have told me this is how this deal would look, I don't think I would have believed you. I really don't. I really, truly don't think I would have believed that they would have been able to get Kirk Cousins for this type of deal. 1.3 million cap hit in 2026.
I see a couple people asking about their super chat. Be patient with us.
Yeah,
We
got
have
a
lot of super chats to get through.
We got a lot to get through, and I don't mean that, but I think the good part about that is, the more super chats we have, the longer I'm going to stay live. And again, if I'm here for another 2 hours, you guys got me all day. So like in my mind, how can we get 2 more hours here? How can we get 2 more hours here? If you get me here until 1, I'm here all day. Because then from 1 to until I probably can't stand anymore is probably going to be happy hour. And I'll tell you this right now. If Najee Harris signs today and I can't stand, just remember I was here early. We were rocking and rolling. I can talk Raiders, and sometimes I feel like I do my best talking when we get a little bit when the tits get a little bit lit. You know what I mean? Like you kind of let your hair down a little bit. You don't care what you're saying as much. I know the Raiders better than anybody on planet Earth, and I don't mean to be rude when I say that, but I can talk about this team in my sleep. I probably do talk about this team in my sleep. My wife was probably like, bro, you got to shut up. I'll give my wife a lot of credit. The other day, we were out and about at a bar, and we were talking about the Max Crosby trade, and we were talking about the fallout of it. I'm telling you this right now, I was absolutely blown away on what she said and how she was saying it. And, I mean, outside of her saying bang and Raider Nation, what's going on, it sounded like me in a little Mexican form. You know what I mean? Like, it was truly elite. But I know this team well. We'll see what ends up happening here. Shout out to Killa Cali saying, I want a deal. I do, too.
Check James' Slack.
I mean, you guys pick. They got it. They'll figure it out.
I'm about to say, I didn't want to.
I think whatever they want to do, we'll push it. We'll push it. We'll do it. I think I'll say this right now, before anybody buys any Raiders Report gear, because I just saw somebody, Merity Clark, and then David. I'm gonna say this: hold off on buying any Raiders Report gear, because I'm about to drop a sale. So if you've ever wanted to get Raiders Report gear, we are getting ready. We are getting ready. John says way overpay. John, you can't get them actually for any cheaper. You know what I mean? Like that's like you walking into a dollar store and being like, I can't believe I gotta pay $1 here. You're getting Kirk Cousins literally at the vet minimum. Vet minimum 1.3. It's what you're getting. 1.3. 11.3 in total, but I care about cap hit this season. 1.3. Yeah, it's $10 million cap hit next season. We'll get to that one when we get to it. Don't love signing Cousins, okay? I think that this came in, probably before we knew some of the contract details, but we need to be open-minded. I will say it, if he starts to look like Geno 2.0, don't hesitate to go to Fernando. And you're right? Like if Kirk Cousins runs out there in the first preseason game and he starts flipping off random fans, I'm going to be a little bit concerned. I'm not going to lie to you. If he walks out there, though, week 1 and gets a dub, hey, man, like that's awesome. Where I want to see Kirk Cousins show is I want to see that leadership on and off the field. And when it first happened, Stabler, I would say, like, if you would have said, Mitch, grade the signing of Kirk Cousins the moment it happened, I would have said a C grade because I, like you, wanted to see Fernando Mendoza start. Then the contract details came out. Then I was like, I don't even understand what the hell I'm looking at. But seeing that Cousins is at $1.3 million cap hit this season, I actually think that now creates the ability that if Fernando's the best guy, they're going to put Fernando in the game. Like $1.3 million for Kirk does not say like you're going to be the starting guy no matter what. I think what it does say is we're still trying to build and add more talent around us as much as humanly possible, but we're also trying to put a veteran quarterback in the room. But if Kubiak, Brady, and Spytek have all said that they think that the best way that you're going to be able to get the most out of your rookie quarterback is to have him sit and learn behind a veteran and an adult, I'm just getting myself prepared to have him sit for the whole year. And that might just be the way that it is, you know what I mean? But I'll tell you this, if he comes out guns a-blazing in 2027, I think all of us are going to go, thank you so much, Kirk Cousins. Thank you so much, Tom Brady. Thank you so much, John Spytek. Thank you so much, Clint Kubiak. But Fernando better be ready in 2027. What up, Frank? Hate the signing. It makes me start believing the rumors the future quarterback to be C.J. Carr. Yeah, I don't know, Frank. I don't know where you want me to go with this one, Frank. I would say, maybe put some clothes on. Don't go streaking through the quad. Mitchapalooza is a hell of a party, and I know Mitchapalooza can get crazy. But, I know that the Raiders like C.J. Carr. I do, but there's nothing about the Kirk Cousins signing. If the Raiders wanted to get C.J. Carr, you need the number 1 overall pick. I'm not saying that Kirk Cousins is going to take us to the playoffs, but there's no way that Cousins is a quarterback that you bring in if you want the number 1 overall pick. You know what I mean? There's just no way. Because Cousins, he's not bad enough where you'd have the number 1 pick with the team that we have. If the Raiders wanted the number 1 overall pick, I almost make the argument maybe you keep Geno. But it's all good. But I think that, again, some of these are coming in before we got the contract details. What up, Dylan? I'm praying for you and your family, bro. Dylan, I appreciate that, man. My family and I, we are great. My wife and I have, to be honest with you, man, I don't know if my wife and I have ever been better. We're getting ready to celebrate almost 1 year being married on June 6th, which is crazy. And, my wife, she just got this brand new job. She absolutely freaking loves it. I've never seen her happier. And I was making the joke the other day. I was like, I know that my wife's happy because there's been times that she gets up before me. I typically get up at 5:30, 5:45, 6 o'clock. Now, I'm the guy that usually gets up. I'll take out the dog. That's my job. That's my responsibility. But Alex, she's been hustling. And, she's been trying to – we have a wedding. One of her best friends, she's in a wedding, and it's right after the NFL draft. So her and I have been hey, today's probably not going to be the best day for my beach ball with the amount of beers I'm going to drink, but it is what it is. But my wife and I, she's been killing it. She's been waking up, dude. The other day she woke up at 4:30 in the morning. And if that's like Kirk Cousins signing a $1.3 million cap hit. That shit just doesn't happen. What up, Jacob? But thank you, dude. Really, real talk. Jacob, it's a 1 year, $12 million deal for the Raiders, $8 million for the Falcons. Raiders cut him after the season. No more money. No, that's originally how I thought it ended up working out. $1.3 million cap hit this season, $10 million cap hit next season, but they're going to end up cutting him before that third day of the new league year, just so not any more money ends up rolling in on that Cousins deal, because it is technically a 5-year, $172 million deal. Technically a 2-year, $80 million deal. $20 million in cash, $10 million guaranteed. Nobody wants to pay Kirk Cousins, I don't know, $50 million next season. It ain't going to happen. It's a 1-year deal. Stabler, what's going on, man? Mitch, appreciate what you said about those of us who don't have the money to put up the supers. Great take. Love you, buddy. I don't take the word love, I don't take that lightly. And I know that there's a lot of people that have my back. And just throughout the years of meeting Raiders fans that have never met me, the first time I went out to Oakland, shout out to my guy Cino. And there's this, I follow him on IG. I stay, close tabs with him. But first time I went out to Oakland, I had, a random Raider fan. They hit me up. And it's technically maybe not the first. I think this is the second time I went out to Oakland. The first time I went out to Oakland, I stayed with another Raiders organization. You guys know who they are. I'm not going to mention them because we don't see eye to eye. That's on them. But then week 9, I went out there for the Detroit Lions game, and I was just going out there. I was like, let's go to the game. And his name's Cino, and him and his buddies, they got an Airbnb. And it was a dope Airbnb. And they let me stay, and they had this another side room. You would go out in the backyard, and then there was this outhouse. I'll say I got the nicest room out of everybody there, and they put me in that room because they were like, oh, well, we all know each other. You don't have to deal with all these crazy guys. And I'm not going to say everybody was happy about it. I don't know. And I probably at the time, I probably only had 16, 20,000, YouTube subscribers, which is still a lot. There's a lot of people that have that amount, and you should be very happy with that amount. I'm just saying more from to me, that's obviously a very long time ago. And I'm at this Airbnb with all these Raiders fans. And what was so funny is there was a few of the guys that I knew weren't crazy about the idea of me being there, because he was like, dude, no, you're good. We're family. You stay for free. It's all good. And I go to Oakland, and we go out there. And the amount of people that gave me, we'll call them 420 Yankee candles, the amount of 420 Yankee candles that I got, and I, didn't do it, and I had so many of them, and I remember giving them to all these guys, and by the end of the trip, they were like, dude, you could stay with us anytime that you want, man. I don't even know how many 420 Yankee candles I got, but so many, and like the whole night, like for 2 days, they were living large. They got this like giant Mercedes like Sprinter van that fit like all their dudes in it. I just, people could say like I wasn't born a Raiders fan, and you're not wrong. Like it's 100% true. But I think for anybody that's ever been out to Oakland, for anybody that's ever like really truly like been a part of like what Raider Nation is, I do bleed silver and black. And when people send me messages like this, it's like the same thing, like if I told you I didn't have money, I don't think that y'all would look at me different. Like right now, bro, I live paycheck to paycheck. I just paid off my wedding. I'm trying to save up for a home, and I'm many years away from being able to do that. But like when I got money, I try to help out in any way that I can. And I think when people watch this show, it's the exact same thing, right? Like if you go out with your buddies, you don't need to be the one buying all the shots. But if you want to do it one time in a few months, shit, like the other night when we went out, I bought pitchers for drinks for the guys. Why? Because that was my night to be able to do it. I don't do that every night. I don't go out as often anymore. Fedtrack! Mel Raider more! Let's get it going. Got our quarterback. Now we trade that number 1 pick for an absolute haul. I kid. Yep. Yeah, dude. You want me to have an absolute mental breakdown on April? If you want me to have an absolute breakdown in 3 weeks from now, here you go. And I mean full-on breakdown. Like, I would say the last time that I had a full-on breakdown, like, to that level, it's probably when the Raiders hired Josh McDaniels. I was just, like, in pure disbelief. It's going to be Mendoza, right? They had dinner with him. They know the plan. We know the plan. I know you're kidding. I know. Jersey boy, what's going on, man? So a 1-year deal with a lot of hypotheticals. Yeah. So it's a 1-year deal, 11.3, $10 million next year, 1.3 cap hit this season. James, go to the Spotrack tweet. I got you. Again, man, I love this deal for the Raiders. Truly, it makes all the sense in the world. 1 year, $11 million, $20 million in cash. Don't worry about cash. That's just money out of Mark Davis's pocket, and it's also money out of the Atlanta Falcons' pocket. The way that you should look at it is that 1.3 guaranteed this year, $10 million next season because Atlanta is paying $8.7 million of that. Bill Taylor, love the shirt, my guy. 1 year, $11.3 million, but 10 is on next year cap. That's an A+. Bill, completely agree with you. Torian, what happens if Cousins gets in? Could that force us to pick up additional years? From my knowledge, I don't believe that there is an injury clause in this. I really think that it's very straightforward, and I think it's very straightforward because of the $20 million in cash that Cousins is getting. When you hear $20 million cash, that's like right in your bank account. Like, imagine waking up and being like, wow, I just got $20 million in my bank account. Shit, man, if I woke up with $20,000 in my bank account, shit, if $2,000, that dropped in my bank account today, I'd be like,
I feel pretty good.
I'm like, let's freaking go, man. I'm like, let's go out and get some more pitchers, dude. Angel Molina, just seen the signing of Kirk Cousins. I ain't even mad. Cousins and Clint reunite. Mendoza could learn under Kirk. This is what I call heading in the right direction. And I think that this is a very mature way to look at it, and that's maybe not even the right way to say it. I think the instant reaction, and, type me down below if you felt this exact same way. You saw the news of the Raiders signing Kirk Cousins, and it's like, wow, okay, let me digest that for a second. And then you're kind of going, all right, well, what's the reason behind this? But to find out that they talked to Mendoza about it yesterday at the dinner, that's an important thing to me. And then you're wondering, well, how much money is it? How much money is it? Like, now learning that it's $1.3 million cap hit with all the other ties that he has with Kubiak, I do think it makes a lot of sense. And again, this is coming from somebody where I'm like, I want Mendoza to start week 1. Like, I do. Like, if Fernando Mendoza is out there starting week 1, that means he's doing shit that even the Raiders didn't even think is possible. But I also understand what the plan is. And the plan is, we're looking down long term. We're looking in the next 3 years. And if the plan is for Kurt to start in 2026, that gives Mendoza that year to start in 2027. We better be Super Bowl ready by 2028. That's what all the free agency signings say to me. That's what everything says to me. Because the other really important part about it, the Tyler Linderbaum deal, the 3-year, $81 million, also in that contract, there is a no-tag clause. So because Linderbaum put a no-tag clause in that, it's like, hey, you want me to be back for another year? You want me to get a brand new contract? Because he'll be right around like 29 years old. I think that's also a big proof of it's 3 years. 3-year window. Let's go get it done. O'Neal Seward. What's going on, O'Neal? Appreciate you pulling up here on the Raiders Report. Once we get to 1,000 likes, you guys want to do a duck race? Would you guys be down to do a duck race today? Give away a little bit of money. If you're in, let me know. If you're not, hey, we don't got to do it. Would you guys want to do a duck race today? Give away a little bit of money, 50-50 raffle. James says how much? I would do $20 Venmo if you guys are down to get down. If you guys are down to get down, merch is better. Oh, we're still going to do a merch deal. The merch deal is going to happen, I think, no matter what. But I also think, like, we could do a duck race if you guys are trying to do a duck race. It's up to y'all. I'll let you think about it. I'll let you think about it. Elliot says definitely a duck race. All right, how about this? $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. If I get 5 people to join this duck race in the next 5 minutes, we'll run one. Okay? If I don't, then I'm just going to send the money back. $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. If you're trying to get in the duck race. Soldier Man, you in. Soldier Man, you in that. Oh, call Gordon Ramsay. Dude, I wish I had Gordon Ramsay's number. Though, I'll be real, he's not my favorite chef on planet Earth. If there was one person that I would want to meet, and I don't know if he watches, but I know their family watches. Guy Fieri. If I could get Guy Fieri on this show, if I could meet probably one person, I'd probably be Guy Fieri. Diehard Raiders fan, but I know his son Ryder. I talk to Ryder from time to time. He watches this show a lot. He's in college right now. But like, dude, I guess the only reason, like, Gordon Ramsay's crazy. Crazy dude. I've eaten at some of his restaurants. Unbelievable. I would love to meet Gordon Ramsay. I'm a big foodie myself. But my number one guy has always got to be Guy. Spytech on Master Chef. He's cooking up a Michelin star off-season for us this year. I mean, Spytech he's cooking up a lot of Michelin stars. And probably if Gordon Ramsay were to look at Brennan Carroll, he'd be like, you're an idiot sandwich. Let's go to Brendan. What up, Brendan? 28 total turnovers. The 28 touchdown guy has been a turnover machine during his time in Atlanta. He's had a lot of turnovers. Now, he had that one stretch where he clearly wasn't healthy. And that's kind of how, there was a stretch in 2024, I believe. They got off to a hot start, and then it was 1 touchdown to 10 interceptions. Brendan, I would say this. Watch the quarterback documentary on Netflix. Because how much truth of it, I don't know. But in that documentary, Cousins talks about a shoulder injury. And he talks about him, really injuring his shoulder. And when he talks about him injuring the shoulder, it's kind of when he goes on that run of a lot of bad turnovers. But I just want you to look at last season. And the reason why I'm going to give Cousins the benefit of the doubt, you got to think about the offense. Think about the offense Michael Penix Jr. ran. Think about the offense Kirk Cousins runs. Totally different. Cousins, under center quarterback. Penix literally can't go under center. Shotgun QB. So I think from an OC head coach and just a personnel standpoint, it's probably really difficult to be able to know and understand 2 totally different offenses out there. Yes, Cousins has put the ball in harm's way, but at the exact same time, I think that he knows this offense a lot better than any offense that he's known in Atlanta, and that's why I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And you can show the numbers. I hear you loud and clear, but this offseason, I got to be able to say that John Spytek, Clint Kubiak, they've shown me that they know what they're doing and that they have a great plan. And you can there's going to be moves that probably happen this offseason that I don't agree with, right? There's going to be some that probably end up happening down the road. And if they do happen, I'm just going to go, let's figure out the reason why, try to understand it. And if we can understand it, maybe then we can understand which way and what direction this organization's going. And Sincere Evans, what's going on, man, to the 1,800 people here in the building right now. If you haven't already, hit that like button. We're 25 likes away from 1,000. Kirk Cousins is a perfect veteran for Mendoza. I give the signing an A. Let's go, Raider Nation. I'm in too, man. I mean, $1.3 million cap. I don't know how you don't give it an A grade. Like, again, like we're talking about a starting caliber quarterback, and he's a bottom level starting caliber quarterback. I'll 100% say that. Like, he's probably in that 20 to 30 range. That's probably fair to say. But, like, it's not so much I need Kirk Cousins to be Kirk Cousins. I need Fernando Mendoza to have the ability to be able to sit and learn and then be the guy in 2027. And it's this is one of those moves where after losing for 23 years, I know fans right away want to be good again. I want to be good. Y'all want to be good. But maybe if we do it a little bit of a different way. And I think the little bit of this different way is learning from our past mistakes. Not, overpaying a veteran quarterback. Not throwing a rookie out there right away when maybe they're not ready. Like, look at the development and how guys get better and better. I mean, look at a dude like Derek Carr. Think about DC from 2014 to what he looked like in 2015. Like, that second-year jump can be real. Drake May, second-year jump. Caleb Williams, second-year jump. Patrick Mahomes, right? And technically he's sad, but, like, there's been examples of when you slow it down and you let guys use this and they can understand, they're just a lot more adapted to be able to go out there and be successful right away. What up, RVP? I see you, RVP. Thank you so much for sending in a Superman. Greatly appreciate it. We still got, I'd say probably 10-plus Super Chats to go through, and I will continue to go through them. I'm going to refresh my phone after I get done reading this next Super. If we don't have 5 ducks in that duck race, I ain't doing a duck race. Papa, Raider Renz, any wide receivers that we have the most chance of signing that are good? If you're the Raiders, I would say the first name that pops into my mind is going to be Deebo Samuel. And Deebo Samuel has experience with Clint Kubiak. And when Kubiak spoke on Tuesday, he really talked about one of the years that was the most important for him developing as a coach. That year was 2023 when he was the pass game coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. So I looked at that year very closely with Deebo Samuel. The Raiders also signed Spencer Burford, who was also a part of that team. So clearly, I think Kubiak values that year. He said he valued it, signed a player from that year, and now Brian Griese is mentoring Fernando Mendoza, who was the quarterback coach for the San Francisco 49ers. So, to me, could Deebo Samuel be a guy that they decide to bring in to be that veteran that can help you out in that regard? That's one name. Another name that I'll throw out there is Keenan Allen. And I think Keenan Allen's had 5 straight years over 700 receiving yards. I need a safety blanket. And if you have a good safety blanket option for Mendoza, a really crisp route runner, and you can say what you want about Keenan, he is a very crisp route runner. He's continuously been a crisp route runner. He grew up a Raiders fan. But let's say you sign a guy like Keenan Allen, right? He's not going to be out on the field blocking. So you got Trey Tucker, you got Jalen Naylor, and then maybe in these more blocking situations, if you want to go 3 wide, maybe you take Keenan Allen off the field, maybe you bring in a guy like Jack Besh. But I would say those are probably your top 2 receivers. Though then again, Juwan Jennings, right? Juwan Jennings, he's got some ties with Clint Kubiak as well. He's been the 49ers' go-to receiver over the past 2 seasons. If we were to sign a veteran, those would be the 3 options that I would say could be our wide receiver 1. Because if you're going to sign a veteran receiver, I think that they got to be in that type of caliber. But Jalen Naylor, Trey Tucker, Jack Besh is a good young 3. And then if that's your young 3 going into the draft, I expect the Raiders to draft a wide receiver in the first 3 rounds of this year's draft. Let's go to RVP again. Now we got Kirk. Is drafting a wide receiver at 36 a priority? It's definitely a priority and a need. Doesn't mean that it's 100% going to happen. I mean, the Raiders have clearly done their homework on a lot of these outside receivers. For them to have a top 30 visit with Denzel Boston. If Denzel Boston's there at 36, man, oh man, am I going to be excited. Casey Concepcion, Elijah Surratt, Zachariah Branch. Those are some other players, that you could potentially look at and figure out. Jeremy Bernard is a guy that I like a lot. But, like, to me, Bernard, Zachariah Branch, Elijah Surratt, those are reaches at 36. But if the Raiders ended up taking them, I really don't think I'd be all that mad. The receivers I want at 36, Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion. I don't know if any of, I don't think Tyson or any of those guys are going to honestly end up sliding down. I feel like I'm forgetting a name, though. KC, Denzel Boston, Omar Cooper Jr. I was going to say, but I don't even know if Omar Cooper Jr. falls to 36. Is it a priority, though? Yeah. I would say the biggest need that we truly have, we need a free safety. Now, I still want another defensive lineman, but, like, truly we need a starting free safety, and I think we need a starting wide receiver one. But we also might be able to say, you know what, I'll take a receiver at 67. Maybe I can get an Elijah Surratt at 67 because I got Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer, the two best young tight end duo in the National Football League, and we're going to run a lot of 12 personnel. What up, Damon? My Raiders prize picks is going to be huge this year, massive. Is that what you mean, your prize picks? Though, Damon, I love the shirt that you got on, and if you're not talking about prize picks, I don't know what else you could be talking about. But
I think it's right there. It's Raiders PP is going to be huge next year.
Yep. Let's go with that. I'll say this: I had one of the roommates that I had down here in Dallas. Please, nobody again. I hope when I do this show, I can say everything in a most honest and truthful way. I love all people. I hope that people know that. My old roommate, shout out to Dexter. He was like this, 6'2", big, black dude. Super nice guy, right? Well, what's crazy is when I first moved down here to Dallas, my old roommate here also worked at Chat Sports. Then he ended up leaving Chat Sports, and he found Dexter on Facebook Marketplace. So I found out I was getting a brand new roommate because I was like, I can't pay for this rent. We had a 2-bed, 2-bath, and I couldn't pay for it on my own. So I was like, if you're leaving and you're breaking our lease, I need you to be able to find me another roommate. So I got to meet Dexter. If anybody wants to see what Dexter looks like, there is a photo. I did a Spartan race with him probably 6 or 7 years ago down here in Dallas. But Dexter used to always look at me, and he'd be like, bro, what do you do for your legs? He's like, I got chicken legs. I go to the gym. What do you do for your legs? What do you do for your legs? And I used to always look at Dexter, and I'd be like, bro, I just think I was gifted with, naturally, good-looking legs, strong legs. It'd be like me looking at you being like, what do you do for your dick? You know what I mean? I think sometimes
what do you do for your Raiders PP?
What do you do for your Raiders PP? I think it's just some things are genetic. Obviously, some things can be helped. If that's what you're talking about and not prize picks, congratulations to you and your significant other. Let's go to Same the Raider fan. Let's get it going. Did you see how much Cousins signed for? I did, and I loved it. I think it's an absolutely phenomenal deal. I told myself that I would look. To see if anybody got in our duck race. I refreshed my phone, and we are loading, and it looks like we are doing a duck race here on the Raiders Report. Sam, it's $1.3 million cap hit, and if anybody's telling you anything else, I hope that you send them my way. So we got Soldier Man in, Timmy Jones, you in, Ruben Ortiz. Can you put up the Venmo QR code for me, homie? Ruben Ortiz, you in. I got Papo Cologne, you in. Philip Bogart, you in there, Philip. Jaime Portillo, in. We got Bayou Raider, in twice. Though Bayou won last night. Dude messaged me. What time was it by? I don't know if he's clearly here. Bayou messaged me. I think it was this morning. Was it this morning or was it last night? I don't even remember. It's already been a whirlwind today. He's like, dude, I don't even know I won. You just wake up, and I don't even remember how much it was. I think it was $340 or something like that.
It was something.
Yeah, you're like, oh shit, I want $340. Bayou got you in. Crystal Marie Mendoza in. Renzo. Dude, Renzo, I've never seen this name before, but if that's your first name is Renzo, yeah, what if I name my first kid that? Renzo Renz? That might go hard. I don't know. Renzo, you in. I'm just going to put you as Renzo, though. I might get that jersey. Felix Gonzalez, I got you in. Dungeon, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Fabiola Val, you in. David Shenny, You in. Rudy Mendez getting it in. Ruben Caron in. And then we got Luis Restrepo also getting it in. $20 Venmo if you want to get in my 50-50 raffle. 20 to win right now, $170. I'll say this right now. If I'm here all day today, I think we're going to give away over $500.
Oh, definitely.
If we're here all day today, buckle it up.
Speaking of giving stuff away, we're basically giving stuff away on the Raiders Report Shop for the next, or until 12:30 Central Time.
Talk to me.
All Raiders Report merch is 25% off, and it is live right now.
Anything is 25% off.
That is my understanding.
All right, so here's how this is going to go. The moment you buy, I actually get a notification what you buy. I also know what size you get. And Raider Nation is a big fan base.
If you buy a small or a medium, you get an extra special shout-out.
I'll tell you that. I might do a cartwheel if somebody buys a small or a medium here. So here's the deal. Go to chatsports.com/RRshop. Because Kirk Cousins signed, everything is going to be 25% off. So just fix that L3 for me. Everything 25% off. If you want a Mendoza shirt, we got it for you. If you want a Raiders Report shirt, we got it for you. You want the Ashton Genty, the #1 seller that I've ever put out, we got it for you. 25% off. If you think that the Ravens did Max Crosby dirty, I know this. This is I had a few members of the Crosby family say that they love that one. I'm not going to tell you whether or not they bought it because I was told not to say, but they might have this one. If you want to get your hands on it, chatsports.com/RRshop. Could you hold down the fort for like 60 seconds? I just got to go run and grab my charger. Yes. I just got to go grab it. Shout out to Philip Y. And shout out to David and Meredith for getting some Raiders Report merch.
Hey, first one of the day.
First one of the day. Let's get it going. I just got to go grab my computer charger here just because, I obviously don't want it to turn off while I'm doing this. And I keep saying this, man. If I'm here until 1 o'clock today, that's about another 90 minutes. If I'm here 90 minutes from now, you got me all day.
I'm about to say, we're going to be cutting it close because we still got a bunch of Super Chats to get through.
We got a bunch of
90
Super
minutes,
Chats.
we'll be cutting it close. A couple more Super Chats probably.
We could try to rip a mailbag. You want to try to rip a mailbag? I mean, that might help us stay alive a little bit more.
Up to you.
I have a mailbag.
I know
technically,
it's scripted, yeah.
There's a mailbag in there. If it's ready, I mean, I could see out there if they could get it, and then we could do a mailbag. Would you guys be down to do a mailbag today? I mean, here's the thing. I got a 3-day weekend coming up. Obviously, if any Raiders news happens, I'll cover it. I'm actually really happy this is happening now and not during, Easter break. Maybe this is wrong for me to say. Not that my family wasn't big like Easter, but, my family, I would consider us, Creasters. Christmas and Easter, we would go to church. I believe in a greater power. I'm probably going to corner myself here into something that I don't want to say. Alex's family is way more religious. Easter for them is very important. So when Easter weekend happens, this time of the year, I always get nervous that something happens. It's Chuck's favorite place on planet Earth. Alex's dad and their mom, they own 9 acres of land. And Chuck, this weekend, it's supposed to rain a lot, but I don't really care. Chuck and he's gonna be running around like a madman. It's one of my favorite places for me to just kind of be at peace, just take a breath a little bit. This off season has been crazy for the Raiders. It's been crazy for me too. But I'm happy that this news happened today. And if you guys are down to get a little bit wild today, we can get a little bit wild. Shout out to Keith. Shout out to Angelo. Shout out to Alan. Shout out to Miles.
I will say, if we do a mailbag, I don't think we can fit every Super Chat in there.
No,
it would be the longest mailbag in
It
Chat
probably
Sports
wouldn't
history.
be. I think once we get, if we're here until 1 o'clock, we'll try to run one. I think we're going to try to run a mailbag. I got to go get my charger, though. My computer is literally going to die. All right, so Lopez is going to be here hanging out with all of y'all. I'll be right back. Please don't go anywhere. Make sure you show nothing but love to Nick. He literally sprinted into work today. And I get it, man.
It was a morning. A morning was had.
Yeah, the morning. I didn't even really need all that much coffee because I felt like when breaking news happens, like I just instantly wake up. All right, I will be right the back.
A couple quick reminders while Mitch is gone. We are running a 50-50 duck race. Send $20 to at Mitchell Renz 365 on Venmo or scan the QR code that's on your screen, and we can get you in the duck race. Also, Raiders Report merch is 25% off right now until 12:30 Central Time, 1:30 Eastern Time. If you use the code, or if you just go to chatsports.com/rrshop, you can get all of the Raiders Report merch that we have up for sale. And again, if you buy a small or a medium, Mitch said he would do a cartwheel or attempt a cartwheel. I see a couple of you saying that I should buy a small or a medium. Just see the cartwheel. Please do. That would be hilarious. It would make my Thursday/Friday. Optics. What team does Lopez love? I'm just a big sports guy. If you were here yesterday, we talked about I'm a big Reds fan, big Cincinnati Reds fan in baseball. Shout out to them, even though we just got our ass kicked to the Pirates. But you know what? We'll bounce back tomorrow. We can catch up with a couple of super chats while Mitch is gone too, or at least pop them up on screen. Sam the Raider fan, did you see how much Cousins got signed for? Yes, we ran through that contract. We can go through that one more time, or probably go through a couple more times. We can run through it again. Here's the breakdown through Spotrac. Raiders have essentially signed Kirk Cousins to a one-year, $11.3 million contract that will result in $20 million cash. That is coming out of Mark Rader's pocket. That is not going to hit the Raiders cap hit. The $20 million, Mark Davis is writing a check. The Raiders are paying that $1.3 million guaranteed. And if Kirk Cousins on the roster next year, he gets another $10 million. Now, for the Falcons side, they are responsible for $8.7 million. By restructuring the deal, the Falcons will still be on the hook for the $8.7 million due to an offsetting $10 million roster bonus on the books. And Cousins' 2027 roster bonus does not contain offset language. So basically, for this season, the Raiders got Kirk Cousins for $1.3 million. That is what he will be on the Raiders cap hit, and that is it. Nothing else. So the Raiders still have a bunch of cap room in the NFL offseason. Chris Reed, shout out to you for the $5 super chat. Confused at first when it said 5-year deal, then it said essentially a 1-year deal. Brady and Mahomes didn't start their rookie years either. I will say, when the Adam Schefter notification popped on my phone and I saw 5-year 172, I almost lost my shit too. I was like, what is going on? And then it read everything else. Adam Schefter got me. He clickbaited everybody. He clickbaited Raider Nation. He made me click on his tweet. Job well done, Adam. Brady and Mahomes didn't start their rookie years either. 100%, you're right. I think starting Mendoza, I know Raiders fans are going to want to see that sooner rather than later. But with a guy like Kirk Cousins now in the locker room, he can be that veteran leader that Mendoza gets to learn from. I don't think it would be the worst idea if he starts 6 or 7 or 8 games before Mendoza does take that step under center for the Raiders in the 2026 NFL season. We got another one. Did Cousins play with Naylor? We can Google that real quick. See what they were on that Minnesota team. Hold up. Did Kirk Cousins play with... Make sure I spelled that right. No, there was no carryover. Ooh, Kyle Duggar to the Bengals. Some NFL news. Oh, wait, no. Kirk Cousins did play with Jalen Naylor in Minnesota. They were teammates with a notable moment being a 47-yard touchdown pass from Cousins to Naylor in their time in Minnesota. So, yes, there is some... They know each other. That's it. Roland with the $2 super chat saying, let's effing go, bro. Hell yeah. $1.3 million for Kirk Cousins. Can't ask for much more. It's basically a veteran minimum. Overlap. Thank you, Big Raz. It was not getting in my brain. Sir Shy with the $2 super chat saying, looks like AOC era is over. Welcome, Kirk. Yeah, AOC is definitely the number 3 quarterback in Vegas now. It's not looking good for him. He might draw some trade interest if a team is like willing to take a flyer on it. I can compare that situation to like the Saints and Spencer Rattler. If a team is in need of a quarterback and is willing to take a flyer, send a 5th or a 6th rounder. but that's about it. I don't think AOC has much time left.
I mean,
In
I'll
Vegas.
say this. I mean, no matter what, this is Aiden's final year on his contract. Like, no matter what, it's the final year on Aiden O'Connell's contract, and the AOC era, calling it an era is tough. I mean, he does have a lot of playing experience, considering, like, what he was, fourth-round pick. I believe it was 135 overall. If a trade were to happen, I actually think the number one team that would make a trade for him would be the New England Patriots, simply because of Josh McDaniels. He was a really big fan of Aiden O'Connell. But I actually think that the reason why you keep AOC is because if you bring in Cousins, right, and if Cousins does end up getting hurt, if the plan is truly, and I mean truly, like Mendoza's going to learn, right? If that's their plan, if the plan is like, no matter what, Mendoza's going to learn, then if Cousins goes down, AOC can step in. And again, it's not going to be amazing, but we also know that Aiden, I think, can execute an offense. And I do think the Kubiak offense is probably the best offense. Not probably. It's probably the best head coach, OC. It's probably the best offense fit for Aiden O'Connell outside of the Josh McDaniels type of system. But, like, I think keeping Aiden as your quarterback 3, it's actually kind of important, right? Like, if the Raiders put out a depth chart, I wouldn't be shocked if Aiden was listed as QB2 and Mendoza's listed as QB3, just from the fact of they want Fernando to learn. They want him to sit and learn. But, like, if you're the Raiders and you know for a fact that a team's willing to trade, give you draft picks for Aiden O'Connell, then you do it. If no team's willing to trade for AOC, then I think that you just keep him on your roster. You let him play out the final year of his deal, and then he's going to hit the open market. And you can mark my words, Aiden O'Connell's going to be in the league for a long time. Like, he's not somebody that you really want to start, but he's somebody that you want to have as a backup because he is a smart quarterback. Again, and that's I honestly think that he's a smart quarterback. Nick Sanchez, what's going on, my guy? Nick, always in the building. I don't know if y'all heard this. I said it like under my breath before I popped in here, that the Raiders, former Steelers free agent safety Kyle Duggar is signing with the Cincinnati Bengals. Just so you know. Also, with the deal that Kirk Cousins got today, he has now officially passed Tom Brady in earnings as a quarterback.
Kirk Cousins, generational bag getter. That is about it. Put him in the Hall of Fame for getting the bag.
You can't deny it. He has now made more money throughout his career than Tom Brady. Kirk is like 7 inches, slightly above, and will get the job done, but not always sought out after. If you know, you know. Perfect mentor for Mendoza, though.
When has 7 inches not been enough? I'm sorry. When has someone been like, that's not enough?
I mean, I don't know, Nick might be in the same situation as my old roommate Dexter. I don't know. I'll say this. Personally, I think my wife would love Kirk Cousins. I think my wife would be very happy
if I can bring
Cousins.
My wife, Kirk Cousins, she would have a great time.
She might even call me Kirk O'Bangs. You know what I mean? Nick, shout out to you, dude. That's absolutely hilarious. Oh, boy. Sir Chai, going back to you. Mitch, I'm kind of glad the Aiden O'Connell era is over. Similar to Derek Carr, the lack of winning didn't match the Colt following. Trade AOC to Chicago. I mean, they don't need him, right? I mean, they got Tyson Bagent. They got Case Keenum. If I were to look honestly at some teams here, I will look. Just give me 1 second. Like, actually, one team that I thought could have made a deal, I don't really see it happening now. I was wondering if Arizona could have been one of those teams, simply just because of Jacoby Brissett. But, like, Buffalo doesn't make any sense. Miami's not really trying to win anything now. I mean, Cam Miller's there, Quinn Ewers. I don't think that they need it. Like, New England Patriots is the team I would look at. They got Drake May. They got Tommy DeVito. They don't have another quarterback on that roster. So, to me, AOC is better than Tommy DeVito. He's got that connection. McDaniels ended up drafting him. So, that's a team I would say watch out for. Baltimore, though, I don't see the Raiders making any deals with the Baltimore Ravens. Now, if the Ravens were like, hey, I'll give you a 5th-round pick for AOC, go ahead, pop off. But I don't see that one happening. The Steelers, they only have Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, but I think a lot of us believe that Aaron Rodgers is going to end up going to that team. If Rodgers doesn't, then maybe there's a little bit of a conversation there. I was going to say Tennessee, but they don't need anyone. I mean, they got Dave Ziegler right now down there in Tennessee. But between Cam Ward, Mitch Trubisky, Will Levis, and Hendon Hooker, I almost wonder if Will Levis ends up getting dealt. That's going to be pretty damn interesting. Looking through else, the New York Giants, but they got Jackson Dart, Jameis Winston. I'm trying to look through here. The Bears. No. What about the Lions? The Lions, they got Jared Goff, Teddy Bridgewater. I think Aiden O'Connell being a backup to Jared Goff, that could make some interesting sense out of there from Detroit. From Atlanta's got Penix and Tua, so I don't think that makes sense. Carolina, they got Kenny Pickett, Bryce Young. That's all that they got to show for it right now. The Rams, Stafford, and Stetson. I don't see that one. Again, how many teams are going to go out and truly look for a quarterback like Aiden O'Connell? Probably not too many. But it's not that I mind. I think Raider fans forget and forgot what a good quarterback looked like. So, like, when you just saw, like, little glimmers of hope, yeah, I think, like, you buy into those little glimmers of hope. And, like, AOC is a great guy to root for. You know what I mean? Like, he's one of those players where you should root for him. Against all odds, I'll always root for players like that. Like, if you like rooting for a Cinderella in March Madness, I don't know how the hell you don't root for Aiden O'Connell. Richard Black, what's going on, man? Blows my mind when people in the chat say trade the number 1 pick for a haul because we got Cousins. Those say that don't know ball. I don't think that you trade the number 1 pick no matter what, truthfully. I don't think that makes any sense. Even if the Raiders would have signed Aaron Rodgers, I would have been like, I'm taking Fernando Mendoza. I think he's the guy that you want, and I just think that he's such a good fit for like what we currently have on our roster from a coaching, front office, and a player standpoint. But I can also understand, like, if you're going to do a rebuild, can you get a haul? But I think, like, what's a haul? If there's going to be people out there that want to talk about trading the number 1 overall pick, the New York Jets better be willing to give me 4 to 5 first-round picks. And even that's a little bit low for me. And it's such a high price tag, but I think the Jets are that perfect example of you could have all the first-round picks you want. 3 next year, 2 this year. They got Geno Smith right now. Like, I don't envy the situation the New York Jets are in at all. At all. I think you have the opportunity to go get your quarterback. Like, let's go get our freaking quarterback, man. Cueto, in 2014, the Raiders signed Matt Schaub with the intention of him starting, but Carr beat him out in training camp. Maybe history repeats itself. And that's another great way to, I think, to look at this. Like, I think bringing in a vet, like, if Mendoza's already learning this offense and he's already learning from Brian Griese, that's what you love to see, right? So he's already learning it. And then you're going to have May, June, July. And for Cousins, he wants to get that big contract. Obviously, like, he signs that deal. Like, Cousins, probably the way he is, like, he's probably like, I have a shot to make that type of money. I got to go win almost probably a late playoff games and some Super Bowls. But, oh, shit, man, if you think that you got yourself a chance, I think that you keep on grinding it out until you literally can't do it anymore. But having somebody like Kirk will make Mendoza better. Having somebody like AOC also, I think, is going to make Fernando Mendoza better. Shout out to Cueto. Daniel, love the Cousins signing. We need to go get Pregnon or Lomu. See, it's not that I don't like Emmanuel Pregnon, offensive lineman from Oregon, and it's not like I don't like the offensive lineman from Utah either, right? Like, there's a lot of linemen that I like in this year's draft. But, like, I also think that the Raiders are just a lot more confident in their offensive line than what the national media and what people think. Like, I also know that Clint Kubiak has the utmost respect for Rick Dennison. Like, I don't know if y'all saw the Kubiak presser that he did on Tuesday. I made a video, like, my biggest reactions on it. But one of the things that he said there, like, jokingly, but I wonder if he was serious, he was like, I told Rick Dennison, our offensive line coach, hey, Rick, if you don't come along with me to Las Vegas, I'm not going to go to Vegas. Rick Dennison was an offensive coordinator, which I wonder if Rick actually has any ties with Kirk Cousins. Because Rick Dennison was the offensive coordinator in Minnesota. Yeah, I mean, Rick Dennison, okay, our offensive line coach, was the offensive line coach and run game coordinator when Kirk Cousins was the Minnesota Vikings quarterback in 2019 and 2020, and then also was the senior offensive advisor for the Vikings in 2021. So that's somebody that, Kubiak has been with him. I think Kubiak even had, Dennison was the Broncos offensive coordinator in 2015, 2016. Then Kubiak had some ties because he was on that Denver staff. Then he's got some ties in Minnesota. And then Rick Dennison followed Kubiak to New Orleans, followed Kubiak to Seattle, and now he's following him to Las Vegas. I bring this up because if you bring in another offensive lineman at 36, Miller's going to make this roster. Meredith's going to make the roster. Linderbaum's going to make the roster. JPJ's going to make the roster. DJ Glaze going to make the roster. Spencer Burford going to make the roster. Caleb Rogers going to make the roster. Charles Grant going to make the roster. And then they're also probably going to keep Laki Tassi, the International Pathway Program player, because that doesn't count against your team. I mean, with all due respect, I think that's already 8 offensive linemen that the Raiders are a lot more confident in. And I know that the offensive line was so bad last season. I know it. I get it. I fully understand what y'all are saying. But then also, I think DJ Glaze is kind of that perfect example of, look at DJ when he was a rookie. Look at DJ as a sophomore. Very different. Look at Jordan Meredith in 2024 compared to Meredith in 2025. Hell, look at JPJ as a rookie compared to 2025. Our offensive line struggled because of a lot of factors in it. And I do really think that the Raiders are a lot more confident in their O-line. I don't see us going offensive line. And, for Kubiak and John Spytek to both say that they were very confident in their tackle positions, I understand that you're talking about 2 offensive guards, but, I think one of my takes that I don't think is a hot take that people think if I said it would be a hot take, if the Raiders came out of this draft taking only 1 offensive lineman and it's on day 3, I could see that absolutely happening because in my mind, I don't think it's smart for the Raiders with some of these other needs that they have to go offensive linemen at 36. I know that some of these players are great. I get it. But that tells me then that you're going to have to move on from one of those third-rounders because we have 3 third-round picks, DJ Glaze, Caleb Rogers, and then also Charles Grant that we need to be able to figure out a way to get working with. But I appreciate this statement, but I think the idea of going offensive line is a very, very overblown one. Appreciate you, though, Daniel. If you don't know the Raiders Report deal that we got going on, everything at chatsports.com/RRshop. And if you don't know where you can find that link, it's going to be down in the comments. It's going to be down in the description of today's program. And everything on the store is 25% off. I love being able to, talk to y'all about Kirk Cousins. I love being able to answer all y'all's questions. But yesterday, shout out to Marshall Green. Marshall sent me a photo of a Knicks fan, and he had a New York Knicks Now shirt on at the beach. And apparently, the fan sent Marshall a photo, and in that photo, the guy goes, just want to give a shout out to you. I met a Raiders Report watcher at the beach today, and that Raiders Report watcher went up to Marshall and was basically like, they were talking chat sports. Now, obviously, there was a Raiders guy. Marshall was, he runs our Knicks show. You guys obviously know Marshall very well. I'm not going to show the entire message, but that's kind of what the photo was. I mean, you can see it. It's like, the reason why I guess I want people to get Raiders Report gear is because, again, man, if you saw some random guy on the beach, you probably wouldn't say hi to him. But you're like, oh, shit, like, that's a chat sports guy. Right? Like, go up, introduce yourself. I think in today's day and age, and don't get me wrong, the world's crazy right now. I think my cop-out is very much so like I'm not a political guy, this and that. And that's, it's probably a cop-out on my end. But, like, in today's day and age, man, I hope that you go up, you introduce yourself. I remember just growing up in a small town, everybody said hi, you waved, and maybe that's just too much of a pipe dream for me now that I live in a city. But, like, I want people to buy Raiders Sport gear because I think that if I was a Raiders fan and I saw somebody rocking that, I'd go up and I'd introduce myself. And maybe I'm naive for thinking that, but I don't know. I would. Martin Neal got a shirt. Dan Ander, I probably shouldn't say last names. Rex, Travis, Oscar, Quentin, David. We got Ricardo.
Are we close to that cartwheel?
Ray, Mark, Victor. What's the cartwheel?
You said if anyone got a small or a medium, you're hitting a cartwheel. And there was people that are plotting in the chat. They were like, what if we just got a small or a medium?
I technically do owe a cartwheel.
How many extra smalls were bought?
One person, shout out to Ricardo, got 6 extra smalls. All right, is Ricardo here? Ricardo, if you're here down in the chat, you let me know. I got a beer bong for Ricardo. 6 extra smalls. I don't know if I could do a cartwheel.
That's amazing.
Wait.
Yeah.
If I break my hip, Carlos, I'm sorry. Are you still here, though? Ricardo. Bro got... Did you mean to get 6 extra smalls? Was that an accident? Oh, Robert says 2 boots. Believe me, man, I know. Believe me, I know that I owe 2 boots. But the 2 boots, I got to get down in the first 15 minutes of happy hour. Somebody said Sanjeet's giving you a lot of love right now. I mean, you know, there's a lot of really good content creators in this game. Sanjeet's always been one of my guys. And actually, the first time I interacted with Sanjeet, I felt bad. Like, I did him dirty.
Put it close to your mouth.
Oh, you still can't hear him? Sanjeet's my guy. Sanjeet, you know, you're one of my dudes. There's not many people that have been making, you know, Raiders content longer than I have. And he was definitely one of those dudes to be able to do it. And I felt bad because the first time I ever saw Sanjeet, he was, like, making videos out of his car. And I kind of, like, busted his balls for it a little bit. But throughout the years, you know, like, Sanjeet's one of those guys that I know's got my back. And, you know, the content creator game, it's kind of a sad one at times. But Sanjeet, Samoan Raider, you know, those guys have had my back for a long time. And it's why anytime that those guys need anything, you know, I'd be more than happy to help them out. So whoever pointed that out, thank you very much. Ricardo, where are you at, man? Ricardo, are you here in the building?
Is it J.I. Rebick? He says, I'm Ricardo. I wanted to order 6 shirts, but only 1 extra small.
Okay, so Ricardo, what you're going to have to – I was going to say there's no way you meant to order 6 extra smalls. And if you did, then somebody needs to go check out his basement because I'm a little bit worried of what's going on in Ricardo's basement. 6 extra smalls. Yeah, not good. But I'll probably owe you guys a cartwheel here. I'm going to try to give you one. I'm going to try to give you one to the best of my ability. I'll tell you that right now. Ricardo, what you should do, though, I'll go tell one of our guys that you meant to get other sizes. If you don't mind, Ricardo, you could tell me what other sizes you were looking for, and I'll just tell our team. But 6 extra smalls, dude. If anybody orders 6 extra smalls again, I'm sending probably child services to your house.
Well, no, what they're going to do is they're going to sew them together and make an extra large.
Just going to put them all together, get one just cape. Just get them all together there and get a cape. Oh, man.
Albert, it's not a discount code. If you just go to chatsports.com/rrshop, everything is 20% off or 25% off. You don't have to worry about a discount code. Just add to your cart and take it from there.
All right, I said I would do my best to give you guys a cartwheel if anybody bought an extra small. Ricardo bought 6. So, Ricardo, we're going to get you don't worry, man. We're going to get you 1 extra small. We'll get you 5 normal sizes. I can either tell my team or if you email them and you do it like right now, we'll be able to do it. Well, our guy who always does it, he'll figure it out. Najee is supposedly meeting with the Raiders today, so we're still kind of waiting on seeing what happens there. All right, I owe you all a cartwheel. I can't do a cartwheel, by the way, so I have no idea how this is going to go.
Hold up. Let me go in the top right just in case this goes bad and you get a facial reaction from me. Just in case. It wasn't bad.
That's as good as it's going to get. It's probably, I'll tell you this, I'm not going to be in the Olympics anytime soon. I also don't have a lot of room back here to do a cartwheel. But I am a man of my word. I didn't think anybody was going to get an extra small. I'll tell you that right now. I didn't think. Somebody said, bro. I'll tell you this. If I have to do another cartwheel, we're a few boots away from doing a cartwheel.
We're 6 more extra smalls away from a cartwheel.
6 more extra smalls away from a cartwheel. Oh, God. Not bad from bad. Not bad. can I show you guys an extra small? I don't have an extra small shirt. Like we actually have like it's not a company, but there's like they print them, and we have like a machine. I don't know how big the extra smalls are. I'll tell you this, probably a little bit smaller than what I have on right now.
I bet you they're extra small.
I agree. Daniel, it's got to be O-line at 36 unless McDonald is there. Yeah, I'm just going to disagree, man. We're going to agree to disagree. I love the idea of Caden McDonald there, but I think taking an offensive lineman at 36, I'm going to believe in Rick Dennison. I'm going to believe in some of these guys that we already have on the roster. But if they did go offensive line at 36, I think we might actually have an extra small. Arnold's running in here.
Wait, we have an extra small.
You have an extra small? It's okay. All right, so this is actually our Saints shirt.
That's extra small?
That's extra small. Or, if you want,
we've sold more of these.
4XLs. You can see the difference. There you go. Can you see the difference? Raider fan? Saint fan.
I don't know. I've seen the big Saints fans.
Yeah, true.
There's a reason that one is in the studio. Those have not been purchased.
Thank you. Also, I'll just say this, man. I saw a comment down there. I'm going to delete it. I don't need to do any of that. Let's not do that. If you got political stuff, that's fine. I don't need it. Nick B, what's going on, Nick B? What's going on, Nick? When you said Cousins going out and flipping off fans, I would probably be a bit more concerned. I'm a Raider fan just like all of y'all, man. You know, when you follow a team as closely as I do, and I want fans to watch this show and go through it with me, right? It's not a reality TV show, but you guys get to know me. I get to know you, and I like being able to hang out with people, and I say it's exactly what's on my mind, and I think when you bring in a quarterback and they're expected to be that leader, you got to lead on and off the field. Obviously, Geno Smith did not happen the way that we were hoping that it was going to happen, but it is what it is. Everyone at work is confused about why I just went a knee slapping. Anyways, A+ signing. Love my fam here. Raider Nation from life. Nick, I don't know how often you watch this show. Again, I'm a picture guy. Nick B, I'm sure maybe you've super chatted before, but the fact that you thought it was funny, that means a lot to me. The fact that you expressed it to me, that's awesome. And the amount of people right now spamming Raider Nation from life is awesome. People at work are trying to figure this out. Believe me, when I hear people that watch this show at work, sometimes I can remember when I used to do a lot of lawnscaping. I did a lot of different types of work. I worked on roofs. That's really where I thought I was going to go. I was definitely not. College was not built for me in terms of school. I've always worked manual labor, but that's what my dad did. I think it really truly taught me what hard work is. But during those times, I would listen to podcasts all the time. When I started, when I lived in Germany, I'd listen to podcasts all the time. So I'm a big believer if you can make people laugh and you can laugh at yourself, that's really how friendships are started. If we go out and we hang out and we're not kind of ragging on each other a little bit, if nobody laughs probably in that first 10 minutes, that's a bigger concern to me. The cartwheel just happened. It's not a good cartwheel. My
6
legs,
more extra smalls and 1 boot, and I guarantee you we can do 1 more cartwheel.
maybe.
But the 6 extra smalls cannot be a mistake. It has to be you actually purchased 6 extra smalls.
Yeah, somebody just bought a 5XL. 2 people just bought a 5XL. Though, somebody did just buy a medium.
Hey.
There we go. Shout out to Jonathan, Jim, Aldelbert. Hope I pronounced that right. Omar, Daniel, Meredith, Ramon. I see Alonzo as well. Shout out to y'all for getting the Raiders Report gear. And we're doing a merch sale. 25% off for the next 28 minutes here on the show. And, I promise y'all this. If y'all keep me here for one more hour, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. And I will say this, the live show will end probably when I can't do it anymore. It'll probably end when I don't have the ability to do it anymore. And if Najee Harris signs tonight, then God, oh God, oh God, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting show. I'll tell you that. If the Raiders sign Najee later on tonight, just bear with me a little bit. Bear with me here a little bit. If you don't know what the deals are, you can click on that link that my guy Lopez is spamming right now down there in the chatsports.com/RR shop is how you're going to be able to get it. Any shirt that you want for the next 27 minutes is going to be 25% off. I'm really happy that our team has been able to cook up some really cool shirt ideas. If I saw, if I saw y'all in the hoodie or the T-shirt that just says Raiders Report, that to me is a whole nother level of real one. Because it's not that it's not a cool shirt. Like, it's cool to me because it's the show that I run. It's the show that we run here. But that, you buy that tells me you're a fan of me. You're a fan of my guys here. You're a fan of what we represent. Because it's a walking advertisement. I know that. And if you're going to wear that, you're kind of associate yourself with me. So I don't take that lightly. And I hope that you guys know that. Always pull a Zahn from Rebel. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Daniel, hope we get Surratt or Malachi Fields in the third round. I would rather Elijah Surratt. Malachi Fields is a good player, 6'4", probably 220. Guy from Notre Dame. He was in my top 10 receivers to target video that I did. I want to say he was probably at 9. He didn't have the best combine, but he had a very good senior day. Good blocker, can kind of go up and get the football. Not the most separation type of speed. I just like Elijah Surratt more, but I think Malachi for me would be closer to 102 than pick 67. I'd rather that value. Bill Taylor, by the way, with all the 3-year talk, that third year was announced Vegas will host the Super Bowl. Just saying. Oh, I know. And that's the thing. Some people will be like, well, no, it's 2029. 2029 Super Bowl. That year starts in 2028. So I agree with you, Bill. To me, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine winning the playoff game. We're talking Super Bowl here. I can't even imagine winning the playoff game, let alone going to the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. I'll be there. I'll promise you that. I'll be at the parade, too, if we frickin' win it. Las Vegas, being able to cover that Super Bowl there a few years ago was awesome. San Francisco was probably the worst destination to ever put a Super Bowl party, but that's more on the city. They just weren't prepared at all, and it's just an absolute cluster. Vegas was awesome, and then our other guy, he's been to 3 or 4 of them. They said the best city so far has been New Orleans.
Oh, New Orleans is great. We know how to host down there. We have a bunch of big events that are always coming down. It's a very walkable city.
Yeah.
Bunch of hotels.
Yep.
They know how to do it in New Orleans. I'll give them that.
Agreed. Mr. Mudd, Raiders make the playoffs. Does Cousins earn year 2? No. And the reason why Cousins doesn't earn year 2 is because in my mind, if the Raiders go, Cousins helped us get to the playoffs, that means Mendoza should be able to get us to the playoffs. I don't look at, I just don't see Kirk Cousins going out there doing 30-something touchdowns, 12 interceptions. If the Raiders make the playoffs, I see Cousins being 24 touchdowns, let's say 8 interceptions. Genty's running the football. Our defense plays a lot better. It's more to just let Mendoza get ready, because I think Mendoza in 2027, their mind is going to be better than what Kirk Cousins, right? Kirk Cousins got us to the playoffs. Maybe Mendoza can help us win a Super Bowl. And it's also the extra money that would be rolled in, because the only way the Kirk Cousins deal makes any sense is if it's 1 year, 1.3 this season, they got him for $10 million next season. You just eat that $10 million because either you eat that $10 million or I don't know the exact layout of that contract, but I think it's a very, very hefty price tag that I wouldn't be willing to pay for Kirk. If you win the Super Bowl, I think that's when this question gets brought up. But even then, I don't know. Ben, what's going on, Ben? Recently got my Raiders Report hat and Genty Michael Myers t-shirt and love it. First time in a long time I feel the Raiders are doing the right things. Ben, thank you so much for getting the hat and the Genty shirt. First off, get a picture if you could. And then, to truly feel like that we're moving in the right direction is a nice feeling. I feel like every offseason you got to be hopeful as a fan or else you're just going to go crazy. Like you are. Like you're just going to go crazy. And I've been there before, and when you go through a year like we did this year, when you go through a year like we did in 2024, hell, 2020, they've all been just like, oh my God. I look forward to the offseason because, I want to be a happy guy. Like I sometimes hate when people during the regular season are like, Mitch, you're always miserable. Yeah, I'm miserable because I wake up every day and I got to talk about the freaking Las Vegas Raiders who can't win a football game to save their life. And, I want to talk about good things. I want to talk about happiness. But I'm always going to be honest. I'll never sit up here and I'll never lie to y'all. And there hasn't been a lot to celebrate from the Raiders the last few seasons. But I agree with you, man. I think we're moving in the right direction. And I don't think that you're the only one that feels like that. Shit, we got 1,500 people watching this show right now. Do you feel like the Raiders, and I know, but do you feel like the Raiders are moving in the right direction? If that's you, give me a me down below. Type Raiders down below. Because, I do know that there's a lot of people. I've met so many fans throughout the course of the years of me doing this, and I'm sorry that I don't remember everyone, but, this year, I would say the last time that fans were this hopeful is probably 2022, when we brought in McDaniels, we had Derek Carr, you made the trade for Devontae Adams, and there was a little oh, man, we might have a little bit of action here. We might have a little bit of juice. I remember that offseason and how just excited some fans were. I remember I did an event out in California, and I remember I met Dinah. Dinah super chats from time to time on the show, and maybe he's here right now. But, talking to him, I remember, that conversation, he was just over the moon excited. Bunch of Raider fans at that event were over the moon excited. And today, this year, this offseason, I feel like it's the exact same thing. A few weeks ago, I went to Obie's restaurant down here in Deep Ellum, and we got some Cajun seafood. It was awesome. Had a Raider fan and his significant other. They ended up pulling up, got some food and drinks with us. That was such a cool experience. But even them, they were like, this year feels different. It does. It already feels different. Bambina Lokes. What's up, Bambina Lokes? Also, I see DeAndre Mallory, King Jokes, Raider Prime, Care, Carpe, you read mine wrong. Well, I don't know. How do I say it then, Carpe? I probably just pronounced you Carpe. It would be crazy if Najee signs today as well. It would be insane, man. It would be craziness because I already think that today's show is going to be a wild one. It's already been a wild, wild program, no doubt about it. But I also thought that, happy hour for me in my mind, I thought happy hour was going to start at 4 p.m. Eastern time. I have a feeling happy hour might be starting here in about 50 minutes. Again, I said this. If I'm still here by 1 o'clock, let's get happy hour going. I don't know what's going to happen after that. Anything is freaking possible on the Raiders Report. And I know you guys like to get crazy and wild. I know that. I do see somebody right now getting in the duck race here. And somebody asked me, what are we up to? Jimmy Hall, you're in. Wayne Medea, in. And then Irvy Smith, you're in. $20 Venmo right now for a shot to win $220 here on the Raiders Report. Mark Call! Bang! Come on, Mark Call. Good morning. Good morning from the 808. So West Coast guy. Shout out to Raider Nation. Mark's at the 808. So that's one of the beer spots is that Santa Maria? Because there's a brewery. Is there not an 808 beer, 808 brewery?
I don't know. Not familiar with West Coast beer.
I'm pretty sure there's an 808 brewery. Because there's a Raiders bar here in Dallas that I've gone to. It's called Ron's Place. And I feel like that they have an 808 beer. Is that right? 808 is Hawaii? Maybe maybe that's 805. I think 805 is the beer I'm thinking of. I mean, this makes actually a little bit more sense, Mark. But then also, I've been trying to find the other guy that lives in Hawaii, Yoda. Do you and Mark live close to each other? Because Yoda said 808 is Hawaii, and I know Yoda lives in Hawaii. 805 is that the beer I'm thinking of? 805. I think that's the one. This also makes more sense, Mark, why you're just waking up.
I'm not saying Cali. It's 10 o'clock.
I mean, waking up 10 o'clock again. I know people work different shifts and stuff like that. I'm not trying to. In Hawaii, though, what time is it in Hawaii right now, bro?
I think they're like 2 hours behind them, so either 8 or 9, maybe 7.
Yeah.
I think
it's about 6 hours behind.
Mark, what time is it by you?
All right, I see 8:05 Oxnard from Dennis. Beer is 8:05 from Greg. Shout out to y'all. Aristocat Raider says he's from 420. I don't know if that's true. 8:14 from Stabler from President. 8:05 Ventura County. Let's freaking go. A lot of 8:05s. I saw a 562 up there from Kevin. Where are you guys at? 530 from Swoo. 316. Is that real, Kip? I feel like a 316 area code is legit. Just a little 316 action. 925, the Yay area. I grew up in the 570. 908, New Jersey, from New Jersey Raider fan. New Jersey Raider fan, how close are you to Centenary College? Now Centenary University. 661 from Sean. What was your hometown?
Destrehan, Louisiana, 504.
504. I see a 541, Orange County, 714. Oh, shit, I think I just saw a 570. DJ, 570, East Stroudsburg. I've partied at East Stroudsburg University. When I was a freshman, me and my buddy Joe, his other best man at his wedding, he was a freshman at East Stroudsburg. And that was one of the worst nights of sleep I've ever had. My buddy's buddy laid out 2 pillows, 2 blankets. My buddy Joe was so trashed. He used the one blanket to lay on and the other blanket to cover himself up and both pillows for his head. So when I went into the room, he was sleeps like a log. I don't know if any of y'all ever have a friend that when they fall asleep, good luck. You're not waking them up, right? You're not waking them up. So I walk in there, and I'm trying to get Joe awake, and I'm also, super banged up. We're all, super banged up again. We're, probably shouldn't say it, freshmen in college. And we go to East Stroudsburg. We're having a hell of a time. And so I'm going, what the hell am I going to sleep with? And I saw a skit the other day. Eric Stroup, I believe is his name. It's on Netflix. It's one of the most hilarious Netflix comedy specials I've ever seen because he's like, kids this generation don't understand the feeling of being at a party, being stranded because your DD got too drunk to be able to drive you home, and now you're just laying on a cold floor waiting for the sun to come up. And I literally had to use a carpet as a blanket, and I used my shoe as a pillow. That's that night of sleep I had in East Stroudsburg. And I remember I don't even know if I fell asleep. I just remember being like, all right, finally. Projected number 1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza, is scheduled to visit Tuesday in Las Vegas with the Raiders. So it's already been known that the Raiders have a top 30 visit with Fernando. Obviously, they had dinner with him last night. But the news just came in from Adam Schefter that Fernando Mendoza is going to be meeting with the Las Vegas Raiders on Tuesday. So he's going to be there in Vegas on Tuesday. And I think really what it should be is hey, Fernando, here's where you can go get groceries. Hey, here's a nice little area that you can take your dog for a walk.
Here's where your locker's going to be.
Here's where your locker's going to be. Here's where the gym's going to be. You get him acclimated to Vegas, to Henderson. You show him where to go. You show him where you don't want him to go. That's how that top 30 visit should go. Fernando Mendoza visiting the Las Vegas Raiders on Tuesday. just so all y'all know. Visiting the Silver and Black on Tuesday on that top 30 visit. Mark Call! Let's freaking go, man. Jacob Gannon. What's up, Jacob? Hot take. I think Tonka Hemingway is a dark horse candidate to be an above-average player in the new scheme. He had 4 sacks last year as a rookie in limited time. Tweeners are usually good as 3-4 defensive ends. I actually talked to somebody probably, I don't know, let's just say a few weeks ago, and they told me that they disagreed with my take of like that the Raiders need more defensive line help. The person that I talked to, I value their opinion a lot. And I also had a conversation with somebody at the NFL Combine, and they were like very tied into like a lot of NFL draft prospects. And they told me that they thought Tonka Hemingway and J.J. Pegues were actually going to be really, really good fits. And then I made the argument, well, what about Tyree Wilson? Because I think Tyree kind of fits that better as like being a 3 technique in that 3-4 system a little bit more. But I'm essentially the more and more people that I talk to that I do think like understand also the Raiders team, and some of the people that I talk to like from the Raiders, they are also really hyping up some of these other defensive linemen that we have on our team. So like if there's one area that I wonder if I'm going to be wrong on, because like I do want us to add more depth to our trenches. I do want another big nose to be able to put there in the middle. I think it would help us out a lot. But then at the exact same time, I'm like, I think Tonka Hemingway, J.J. Pegues, and Tyree Wilson really weren't used in the right way. But Tonka's motor is pretty freaking impressive coming from SEC school, South Carolina. But the other guy that I think could really surprise some people is Tyree Wilson. And I feel like I say that every single year, but he's got to do it this year. He's got to do it this year. There's no more ifs, ands, or buts about it. John Olalu is going to be a big boy in the interior, Adam Butler. But it could also really come down to how do they want to use Max? Because I still think you put Max's hand in the dirt, but also let him be that outside linebacker. Jacob, I agree with this thing. I do wonder if me overthinking that defensive line is a bigger need than what it is. Like it's been a conversation that I've had with some people that I do trust. Renzo, let's go. Put a name to it. Bro, I'll tell you this right now. Renzo, you kind of look like if Tony Gonzalez was a lawyer, based on this picture that I'm looking at right now. I can't see it super crystal clear, but from what my eyes are telling me, you kind of look like a Tony Gonzalez if he was a lawyer. If Cousins kills it this season, his contract is set up a way that we can trade him for some picks after the season. Win-win. If so, also, it's Renzo. Yeah, I don't know if we have the exact, contract details in terms of what it would cost the Raiders if he ends up getting, if they do try to trade him. I'll try to figure it out, though. I still don't see it on Over the Cap or Spotrac yet. But if you have the ability to trade him, great. I don't think another team would take on Cousins' deal. I think it'd be very similar to, I don't want to say the Geno Smith situation because we did end up trading him. But, I think because of the money that would have to go to that other team, I don't think. I think it's going to be they end up cutting him and he probably goes somewhere else. K-Rock, what up, K-Rock? Worst case, Mendoza starts day 1. We find out he's not ready, and we have a Red Rocket Bryce Young situation. Najee is next. I feel it in my bones. I actually kind of agree with this, K-Rock. I do think the worst case scenario that you could do is you put a guy out there and maybe he's not ready to go, and then you have to end up benching him, and that kind of ruins his confidence a little bit. And we've seen that happen with a lot of young rookie quarterbacks, not even just rookies, just young quarterbacks in general. And I think Sam Darnold's another really good example of that, of he had his confidence zapped. Baker Mayfield had his confidence zapped. But when you're put in the right situation and, you get a little bit of time to learn, I think that you feel really good. Though I could make the argument, worst case scenario is he's still not ready to go in 2027. I don't see that happening. I think he's ready to rock and roll right now. Raider Prime, what up, Raider Prime? Dano disapproves what big games has Kirk played. And what's cool is even if Kirk Cousins never played in any big games, $1.3 million for another veteran. If we were to just look at it as another quarterback on our roster. If you told me Kirk Cousins he's never played a game in his life, $1.3 million cap hit this season. I don't really know what else more you want from this deal from Las Vegas. they're doing really, really smart things. And you have to be able to say, you know what, this team is doing a lot of really smart things. Sailor Rodriguez, just curious, what would it take for a keg stand? Boy, I don't have a keg.
7 extra small shirt purchases.
No. See, I don't have a keg. I honestly think the best thing that I could possibly try to give you in this regard is I would have to get somebody else to hold my legs, and we'd have to go get like a beer bong, and I'd have to just try to do a beer bong stand. Because, like, I don't know, like, yeah, I'd say,
Dude,
like,
I thought you were going to say butt chug when you started bringing up the beer bongs. And I was like, I don't know about that one.
There's no chance I'm doing a butt chug. There's just no chance.
If we hit 2,000 likes on today's video.
If we get 2,000 likes on today's video, Lopez will think about doing. No. I'd say probably the best thing that I can give you is a standing beer bong. But here's the thing. I owe 2 boots to start happy hour. And if I'm going to do 2 boots to start happy hour, I'm worried that if I tip upside down,
gravity is not your friend.
Yeah, you know, you're going to hear the little teapot, short and stout. Here's my handle. Here's my spout. I'm going to be singing. I'll tell you that right now. I'm going to be singing. We got 7 minutes left of our merch deal here. How close are we to be all caught up? We're getting closer.
We're getting close.
We're getting closer.
I see the end.
We're getting closer to being all caught up. Once we get through all the super chats here on the program, I do want to be able to do a mailbag. I think that would be kind of a fun thing to be able to do. Is the food here yet?
Not that I know.
Okay. Because my only concern with getting this happy hour started is
no food in
I have not eaten yet. And I'll tell you this right now. If I did 2 boots, it'd already be in a lot of trouble. So once my lunch gets here, I got some extra food today just to be able to.
Just got the text.
Oh wait, really?
Like dead ass that you got the text that it's here.
Oh,
so someone's gonna go down and get it soon.
Fantastic. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm still gonna be here. We're gonna answer some questions. Once the food gets here, I'm gonna get some food in my system, and then if you need to just like get some food in your system.
Yeah, I don't want to do a loco on an empty stomach.
Well, no, I don't want you to do that either. Maybe like call Reed in here, and maybe he can help me do that mailbag, since he's kind of built it. And then once that's done, then we'll just keep this shit show going. I'll say this, y'all. We're probably gonna be here live. I don't see a world where I'm getting out of here in the next 37 minutes. So, yep, we're good. Rebel said order food for us as well. So that's the Jeremy question. Jeremy is literally CFO, Chief Food Officer. That's actually one of his titles here. Now it's getting more difficult and difficult. We use one app. It's not his only title, but literally, like if he wanted to, he could put CFO, Chief Food Officer on his.
I think he has.
He probably has. Shit, I would.
Probably on his business card.
Yeah. What's your like specific title, I guess, at Chat Sports?
Me? I am producer / vibes guy / DEI. That is me.
Oh God. Oh, that's hilarious. Like, what have you done for Chat Sports? Well, I was our DEI hire. No, that's not true at all.
Also have an unofficial official sponsorship with Four Loko.
Maybe
Yeah.
someday we could.
Yeah, get that going.
Yeah, like I don't even like I'm definitely the Raiders board host, but it's technically like not even my job title. I don't really care about job titles, I guess. Maybe that's a weird thing to say, but I don't know. I don't really care. No, DEI Chat Sports. That's something.
I'm the longest tenured DEI guy here. Just wanted to be known. Unless we count Arnold. But like all the other DEI guys, I have been here longer than them.
I don't know. All right.
Back to the question.
Yeah, boxing and kickboxing. This is Ricardo. Okay, do you think here, I'm just going to send a screenshot to this. All right, hang on. Hang on, Ricardo. Hang on, y'all. I'm going to send this to our guy. This is the guy who ordered 6 extra smalls. All right, Ricardo. I just sent it to our guy. So you want one extra small, one large, 2XL, 2XXL. I got you. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Also, Sean Irish Bang for the great tuna. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I can't wait for the year to start. This is Sean Irish. This is I won some duck money the other day. I don't remember.
This is him.
Sean, I don't remember how much he won. Thank you though for pulling up and showing out today. I will say this.
Stick around.
About 30 minutes from now, we're gonna have some deals going. Did you have time to build any? Probably not, right?
I have built nothing today. I came in and sat in this chair.
Yep.
What needed to be built?
I think just the only thing that probably is needed, I'm going to highlight it, is this. That is probably it.
Okay. Yeah, I can build that at some point.
Yeah, you're good. That is probably it. We will see. Sean frickin' Irish, man. Oh, my goodness. What a legend. I mean, you guys today have been balls to the flipping wall. And, again, if you want to see a shit show happen, it's going to be happening here soon. I'll tell you that. But this is your final 2 minutes. As soon as this clock runs to 0, I'm probably just going to hop off here real quick. I'm going to go just grab a quick little bite to eat. And then let me grab my bite to eat. Then Lopez probably going to hop off, grab his lunch as well. I'll probably sub in one of our other guys here. And then what will end up happening here is we'll get ready to keep this thing rocking and rolling, man. We're going to do our best to keep rocking and rolling. I don't have an update on Najee Harris. No, I don't have anything. I wish I did, but I do not have anything yet. Appreciate Sean frickin' Irish, man, pulling up today. Love the hoodie. Love everything about it, dude. I think that's a jersey now that I'm looking at it. James K. Sign Najee today, then draft Black or Hemby day 3. You know, I was actually I was talking to Kalen Black a few days ago. He got engaged, and the source that I talked to is very close to Kalen. That's how I got the scoop that he had a top 30 visit with the Raiders. He also, unfortunately, is flying to Denver today. He's got a top 30 visit with the Broncos tomorrow, and then he's got a top 30 visit with the Carolina Panthers on Monday. But I know Kalen, he had himself a hell of a pro day yesterday for Indiana. But I kind of also agree with you, James. Like, I like the idea of signing Najee. He's not going to offer you really anything in terms of special teams value. So in my mind, we got to be able to replace Raheem, and we got to be able to replace Zeus. And one of those guys has to be able to, be a special teams guy, be a potential kick returner, because you're seeing a lot of these players, a lot of running backs kind of play that special teams role. And I don't want it to be Chris Collier. I don't want it to be Dylan Laube. So if you sign a Najee Harris to a 1-year prove-it deal, then that gives you some of that flexibility, because both Kalen Black and Roman Hemby are great RB2, RB3 options. And then you let Najee get the 1-year prove-it deal. Najee's hasta la vista, baby, next season. Then you let Black or Hemby able to step in, and then you probably just got to add, another running back into the mix. All right, final chance to get the Raiders Report merch deal. 25% off. It's ending Joseph, Robert, Jonathan, Home, Karen, Alberto, Tommy, Benjamin, Jeff, Marcus, Gregory, Ray, Malachi, Oscar, Andre. Oh, this one person's got a last name of Carroll. Hopefully we're okay. Alonzo, Ramon, Meredith. Appreciate all of y'all for getting the Raiders Report merch. All right, so here's what's going to happen, y'all. Happy hour. Can you give me a countdown clock for 30 minutes? Yeah. Happy hour is going to begin in 30 minutes. And we'll give you a happy hour deals. I hope you guys are ready to get this thing going, because today's show is about to get crazy. I'm actually even a little bit nervous about what's going to transpire. Yep. Black Lion Supreme. Mitch, did you hear what Kubiak said about Tucker? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And, no, I'm not going to say that. I'll just say this, Black Lion Supreme. I'm just going to do that. You'll understand. In a few days from now, Black Lion Supreme, you're going to be like,
It'll all make sense.
all right. I'm going to go grab some lunch. I got to get ready for happy hour. It begins in 29 minutes. Go get your drinking pants. Go get ready to rock and roll. I'm just going to go grab my lunch here. I got to just try to stock up a little bit.
I got a couple more super chats I can get through while you're gone.
No, I don't know if you need to. I like answering the supers. I think that it's kind of the way that I wanted to do it. So you can put up any question you want. Anything. It could be drinking related. It could be food related. It could be whatever y'all want to talk about. Interact with them down in the chat. I think that's the way to do it. I can answer the supers. Now, if you guys want to ask like Lopez questions, he covers the Saints here. He helps out a lot. Does a lot of LSU, some college football stuff for a big Lakers fan. If we got any Lakers people here in the building, I'll say this. Like, I personally want to answer y'all super chats. I want to be able to do that. Like, I don't want people who send it in to, I want to be able to answer them. So I will be right back. I got to go get lunch because the only way happy hour is going to be longer than an hour is if I eat some food. So literally, we're going to play a game called Ask Lopez Anything.
Lopez is an open book. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
Lopez will answer 99% of questions.
Yikes!
There's not many that Lopez wouldn't answer.
So I'm gonna go grab some lunch. When I get back, we're gonna get probably a mailbag. Getting ready to get that one going because I got to try to do that mailbag before I do two booths. I got to try to do it. I just got to try.
Would it be crazy? We've run this deal once on Saints and we kind of regretted it after. If someone bangs during the mailbag, you boot during mailbag. Like,
we'll see.
Mid-video, you just stop everything, bang, boot, back to bag.
Oh, boy. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I got to do 2 in 15 minutes. That's the part that one boot doesn't scare me. 2 in 15 minutes scares me. That's tough.
I think 2 isn't bad. I think it's the 15 minutes that's the scariest.
Sure. Well, yeah, 2 in 15 minutes.
Like 2, I think, and I don't know how long this happy hour is going to be. I think that's doable.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Yep. JJ, does my super chat still get answered? Yeah, it will. I mean, if we haven't gotten to it yet, the answer is yes. If you sent one in, I think we've done a good job getting every single one. I'm trying to look to see where JJ Rivera is. I don't even see it on here. JJ, I'm looking.
I've been working down the line in these super chats.
No, I know, but I don't see it anywhere recent. That's where I'm looking.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you said this is like way long ago. So go to 10:04 because I actually don't think that we did it. Because I would have remembered this one. JJ.
Ooh, I think I figured out the problem. Live stream only has like 100 cells, so after that, they kind of start cutting them off. So I don't.
So I think because I remember this is my Raiders show. Any Raiders news, I'm checking with Mitch, and then somebody banged. So what we do is then we have to like skip to the front. So it's at 10:04.
Yeah, I do not have that in the database. Right. It is simply just got pushed out by the other ones.
All right, here. I'm going to send this to you, and then we'll build it. Cool. JJ, I got you, bro. We're gonna build it. When I get back, we'll get it up here on screen. I got you. I think it's a cool one. Also sent one, haven't seen it, from Ricky. Again, there's still a lot that we haven't got to. So like there are some that I know people have sent in that we just haven't got to. Like Ricky, you're fine.
I'm looking at yours right now.
Yeah, Ricky, you're good.
Like
you're
30
good.
minutes ago.
Yeah, Ricky, you're good. Yep. JJ's is we can only hold 100 at a time. So think of it as like water. Once it starts filling, then some of them just go over top. And if that ever happens, just let us know like that. I actually really appreciate the way that was handled. So let me go grab some lunch. When I get back, we'll get it going. Maybe we can put Ricky's in the mailbag. We could do that. Or not Ricky. JJ. All right, we'll put it in the mailbag. Is that cool? that work?
Yeah, your call.
All right. All right, I'll be right back here. Lopez going to be hanging out with y'all. The breaking news is true. Kirk Cousins signed with the Raiders, and happy hour begins in 25 minutes.
Okay, well, I'm building that real fast. Oh, no, I got it. I got to read only it, so it's no big deal. Yep, I'm going to build that real fast. Y'all drop your Kirk Cousins signing grades in the chat. I did see one question that was asking about how far do I think the Lakers are getting in the playoffs. I think floor is second round. I think they will be tested against either the Thunder or the Spurs. Obviously, that's who's given them the most trouble this year. But I think first round matchup, they'll be looking to get either Rockets or Timberwolves. I think they beat both of them pretty easily. If I'm the Lakers, I do want to avoid the Nuggets in the first round because that's just a nightmare. It's happened years before. I don't want to see it again. Jokic has scarred me. I don't want it. Let them go play the Timberwolves, the Rockets. Doesn't matter. Just not the Lakers in the first round. Other than that, I think that is Lakers' floor. Ceiling, if Luka plays like he's been playing, he can carry this team to the NBA Finals. Will they win? Don't know. Can he get there? If he's averaging 35, 40 points, anything is possible. Anything is possible, and I really hope that Luka does that because that would be amazing for me. Also, if you are Lakers fans, go subscribe to our Lakers Today channel on Chat Sports, run by my man Coop, because we are talking about doing some live watch parties for the playoffs once the Lakers start that. So be sure to subscribe over there. I'm going to read the chat in a second. Coop had a video. He did have a video go out today. He was talking about the NBA is screwing Luka over, and it's because he is not getting MVP love, even though he should. I'm not saying he needs to win it because Wemby, Shea, they all have better records, and I know that's like one of the biggest things in the NBA MVP race. But Luka's averaging damn near 35 points. He is the Lakers right now. When he is off the court, the Lakers are not as good of a team. It is the most valuable player award. Luka has proven he is the most valuable player. DeAndre, I'm getting that channel link for you right now. Give me 1 second. I'm getting that for you. I will drop it in the chat. If you want to go subscribe and show Coop some love, go do that. Hold up. Basketball blows. I will say the NBA as a product is not good for all 82 games. This time of the year, though, when it starts getting around the playoff time and you start seeing good hoops again, it's fun. Like NBA playoffs, it's a good time. It is a great time. DeAndre saying, nah, I'm a diehard, but Wemby is having an MVP season. Definitely, I 100% agree. Wemby is having an MVP year. But if you go look at your Vegas odds, Luka should not be as much as a underdog as they have him. And people are saying, oh, he doesn't play defense. James Harden won the award in 2018 pretty easily over LeBron. And guess what? James Harden didn't play defense and had worse stats than Luka this year. Just saying. Yeah, drop the channel link in the chat for you. Misguided. People were asking for the channel link for the Lakers channel. We have some Lakers fans over here. I'm sorry. All-time Legends NBA is unwatchable. It takes some dedication to watch. I won't lie. There's been some nights where I'm like, I'm just not doing this. There has been some nights. Get your basketball BS out of here. Fuck you. Literally, they asked for the channel. Don't care. Jokic MVP. I think you're a Nuggets fan. Where's Mitch? He is eating lunch because our happy hour starts in 21 minutes, and we don't want to put alcohol in stomachs that have not eaten because Mitch owes 2 boots. I'm probably gonna have a 4 Loko today, but that's just for fun. I just love the sport. Thunder up. Okay, yeah, Thunder. Fuck you. I'm kidding. The Thunder are a good team, but god damn it, I hate you now. I'm also trying to build this graphic, so give me 1 second. We can get some more. Aren't they trying to lower the amount of NBA games? I've heard that they're talking about it. I've heard 72 be thrown out there. I don't know. That would be very interesting if that were the case. We've got a couple Warriors fans. If you're an NBA fan, drop your team in the comments. I can give a couple shout-outs while I'm building these graphics. C is a Warriors fan. Jason's asking, will the Spurs take over the Thunder as a 1 seed? last I saw was like 2.5 games out. If I'm a Spurs fan, I would be rooting for a big Lakers win tonight against the Thunder. Lopez, who's live tonight for the NBA? I don't know who's going live tonight. I don't think Coop is live. Let me look up the NBA schedule. If the Knicks are playing, Marsh is definitely going to be live. If Heat are playing, Rolly might be live. Warriors, Cavs are playing. Smitty might be live on Warriors. I don't know his schedule, but he might be live on Warriors. When did the Rangers channel become about basketball? When the chat was asking about it. Four Loko, what's your favorite? They came out with a new flavor, jackpot flavor. It's in the refrigerator right now, and Four Loko, it's not bad. Like, they got some nasty ass Four Loko flavors out there. Jackpot is the best one that I've had in a while. It has been very nice. Let's see. No Knicks. They played yesterday. Okay, so then Marsh will not be live for Knicks today. Marsh is not live. Got it. Hold up. Still building these graphics. Give me 1 second. Dude, what the fuck? I hate this software. Celtics go green. No, fuck the Celtics. Kip, you like sour beer? No, I don't. I like Four Locos. And if I had to pick a beer, I'm a Pacifico guy. I like a good Hispanic beer. I like my beers like I like my women. Hispanic. If the Lakers go Nuggets, yeah. Randy is a big Nuggets fan. Kip gets it. He said feels that. Hey, I imagine me and all the Raiders fans can get along. We like beer. We like Hispanic women. On ice. Alaskan gets it. Best. Utah Jazz. What the fuck? No, Marcus Smart's out today. They released. He's like the only guy that's missing today. No one talk about the Spurs. I don't think we have any Spurs fans in here. That's why. If we had some Spurs fans, we could talk about the Spurs. Got a couple Warriors fans. What is the Vegas NBA team called? Have they picked a name? No, they have not. I don't think they've fully confirmed they're going there, but it's like everyone knows they're going there and they're going to Seattle. Ottawa Senators? Oh. I'm not going to lie. Not a hockey guy. Growing up in Louisiana, we did not have hockey. So, did not get the hockey gene. Dude, what the fuck? Kings? Oh, God. Bronny James for bench MVP. Bronny is passing out waters like it's nobody's business. It's, here you go, LeBron. Here you go, Reeves. Here you go, Luka. Jake LaRavia. You're tired and need water? Come here. He squirts it right in his mouth with a little bottle and shit. Hell yeah. Bronny is the bench MVP of the league. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Hey, Lopez, can we get a Raiders? Okay. If we can get a little Raiders chant in the chat going, I'll give my best Raiders. But we got to get the chat going. Spam some Raiders in the chat, and I will give my best Raiders. That is it. Oh, I see Alaskan dropping his Raiders. So what's that mean for Mendoza? Is he getting benched for a couple of seasons? No, Mendoza will play next year. Okay, I see a couple Raiders going. Okay, I think I got it. Raiders! Was that good? Was that good? Be honest with me. That was one of my first Raiders. Was it good? Did we do it? Did I Raider? Did I Chugs? Did I Raider well? Thank you. Oh, you wanna hop on stream? Fuck yeah, we're talking basketball. Tell us about the Rockets.
Oh, dude, I'm actually doing my Rocket show right now. They might have their point guard in Cocaine Curry.
Ooh, who the fuck is that?
Reed Shepherd, baby.
Oh, Cocaine Curry. Okay.
How we doing? How we doing? Were they grading your Raiders?
They asked me for my Raiders, and I gave them my Raiders.
We heard it out there. It wasn't that bad.
Thank you. I usually perform better with an alcoholic beverage or two in me. That's when the Raiders really start flowing in me.
That's when you really feel the power of the Raiders.
That's when the silver and black just takes over my body.
Kind of like that scene in Venom. It's like just like takes over.
I just ooze silver and black now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do we like the Cousins signing? Graded A, B, C, D, or F. How do we feel about it? Hey, Javier Cedino, how we doing? We still got 1,000 people in the chat. Got A's.
Dude, we got a bunch of people.
A's. I know it was very confusing in the very beginning with all the contract details.
Oh my God.
You
have no idea.
we heard Mitch kind of going through it on live trying to figure out, because I can't lie, whenever I first got the Schefter noti and it said 5 years, 178, I was going, what the for a second I was like, are the Raiders trading out of the number 1 pick? Like for a half millisecond. Because you see those numbers and you're like,
wait.
Also, bad on Schefter and bad on those people.
No, he definitely clickbaited the fuck out of us.
Yeah, because when you put that out and you don't put in the context, oh, well, also the Falcons are paying a majority of this salary in this year, it really F's with you.
He clickbaited the fuck out of us.
Yeah, it was tough. But then once you get the details in and learn, okay, well, the Falcons are paying most of the salary based on the guarantees from last year, and really it's a 1 year.
Yeah, Raiders are only paying but the Raiders only pay like 1.3 mil. The rest is coming out of like Mark Davis's pockets or the Falcons.
Yeah,
like they're not paying much.
Alex, I don't think so. Mendoza is starting Kirk as backup and mentor. Mitch put out a short from whenever he was talking to SpyTech at the Combine, and honestly, if you listen to what SpyTech had to say, and if they had it their way, I think Kirk is starting this season. I think they want Mendoza. I mean, obviously, if Mendoza comes in, absolutely balls out in training camp and is leaps and bounds better than Kirk Cousins, yeah, he'll start. But if it's somewhat equal, I think they'll let Kirk Cousins start the season. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to start the entire year. They might start him for 8 or 9 games.
I was thinking 6 or 7. I think that's the sweet spot.
But if I had to put my money on it, I think week 1, the starter for the Las Vegas Raiders is going to be Kirk Cousins. And now I will say, with that being the case, I think these preseason games for the Raiders are going to be absolutely electric. And Zeke, I think that's a tough narrative because, with the Kirk Cousins situation with the Falcons, it was much different because he was signed to Atlanta and they said, Kirk, we're going to build around you. We're going to build a championship team. And with the first pick that they had after they signed Cousins, they signed his replacement, or they drafted his replacement. So I think it's a much different situation. He's signing with the Raiders knowing Mendoza's the guy. He's signing with the Raiders knowing that he's a bridge-style quarterback. So it's a much different vibe, him signing with the Raiders, knowing that, having that in mind that, yes, I'm going to be coming into this organization as a mentor, which with the Falcons, I don't think he knew he was good. It's like if you're dating a girl and you propose to her and she tells you, hey, sorry, secretly I have a 3-year-old. And you didn't know that you were going to be a stepdad.
Been there before.
Oh, okay, wow. It's like dating a girl and she doesn't tell you that she has a kid until you propose. And then you're like, okay, well, I mean, I wasn't prepared to be a stepfather. Where in this situation, she was up front. She told you on the first date, hey, I got little Johnny on the side. And so you're mentally going, okay, before I can commit to this, I know whether or not I'm going to be a dad. And I think that's a huge difference going from the Falcons to the Raiders with him being a quote-unquote mentor as a quarterback and a bridge quarterback. If that makes any sense at all. Did that make any sense, chat? Let me know down below in the comment section if that analogy made any sense. But I do think he's a Fox and Hound. Shout out to little Johnny. I do think that is a much different situation with this team rather than with the Atlanta Falcons. If that makes any sense, like I said.
I think it does make sense.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I think it does. But I also do think, Miguel, shout out to you. Real ones know. I do think, like I said, Kirk Cousins could start week 1 for the Raiders.
Yeah, he'll be the dad that stepped up.
Yeah, he's not the stepfather. He's the dad that stepped up for young little Fernandy.
for young little Nando.
Happy hour begins. Y'all getting wet and wild today?
Dude, you still owe how many boots?
I owe 2 boots. I did one to start the show yesterday. After I film some of my videos, I will come in and do my other 2 boots that I owe. I will do the other 2 boots by the end of the day. I guarantee I'll finish my my boots by the end of the day, because these boots, they're made for walking.
And that's just what they'll do.
Or I guess these boots are made for drinking.
And that's just
And
what we'll do.
That's just what we'll do. And one of these days, these boots, they're gonna drink all over you. That doesn't make any sense.
Sounds weird.
That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, if you missed the breaking news this morning, Raiders are signing Kirk Cousins. Mitch was kind of on it a couple weeks ago around the Raiders bringing in a mentor quarterback. As I mentioned, Spytech, he spoke to Mitch at the NFL Combine and basically said, in a perfect world, a rookie quarterback doesn't start. And I know Raider fans, a lot of y'all are OG Raider fans. Y'all are fans from the 80s, 90s. It's kind of a new era thought process of throwing your rookie into the fire and having him start week 1 of his rookie season. I think if you go back, this is before your time, Lopez. I know you were born in what, like 05, 06?
No, 02.
02.
Fuck you.
Oh, my bad.
There's a big difference.
Post 9/11 baby here
Yeah,
with Lopez.
I can joke about 9/11. People don't care.
I don't think that's the case. But 80s, 90s football, you rarely saw a rookie quarterback start. Rarely, right? Like, if you go back and see, like, Brett Favre, he was drafted by the Falcons, was not a starter. Steve Young, one of the best quarterbacks in NFL history, did not start his first couple seasons. He sat behind Joe Montana. So the idea of a rookie quarterback starting, that's very new era, new world thinking with the NFL. But John Spytek kind of going back into the old line of thinking, saying, hey, why do we have to start a rookie quarterback? And I know the new thought process around starting a rookie quarterback is you want to know if he's good so you can maximize his rookie deal and say, hey, we have him for 4 years. Let's spend a ton of money, which the Raiders have already done. They've, signed Tyler Linderbaum to a record-setting deal for a center. I think, with the new era of thinking, oh, yes, you want to maximize this guy. But if you truly believe in Fernando Mendoza and want him to be the long-term quarterback moving forward, you want to set him up for success for, years down the road. Not just this season, not just in 2027, but thinking 4 years down the road, 5 years down the road, 6 years down the road with your plan for Fernando Mendoza. If you really want him to be the franchise cornerstone of your organization. And I believe that's what the Raiders are trying to do now with bringing in a veteran, a good player in Kirk Cousins who can win you games, who can still set that foundation of, a winning organization. Obviously has some ties with Kubiak in the past. I believe he was the quarterback coach for Kirk Cousins whenever he was with the Minnesota Vikings. I believe
they did overlay in Minnesota. We showed their stats earlier. We can pop those up again.
I believe, they did cross paths in Minnesota. But, Miguel, can you give my dispensary a shout-out? We're located in San Jose. It's called Off the Charts. We just opened. Hey, shout out to Off the Charts.
Now you have to send us free samples. Sorry.
Yeah, free samples.
You now owe us. You're in debt.
Yeah, whenever we go to San Jose for the shout out, we need some pre-rolls or something. What do I walk in? I believe we also have a super chat from Foxhound Knight. Buzzball.
Shout out to Chugs for holding it down. Shout out to Lopez for holding it down. So I got a few announcements that I have to make. First announcement is, I am not going to lie to y'all. I might have lied and said happy hour begins in 5 minutes and 22 seconds. I want to do this mailbag before the happy hour starts only because and I hope what I'm about to say you guys understand. I want people that see my videos for the very first time be like, this guy's not just an absolute shit show. So, happy hour will begin as soon as the mailbag ends. As soon as the mailbag ends, excuse me, we're going to put 15 minutes on the clock, and I got to put down 2 boots in those 15 minutes, just so all of y'all know out there. We are live today for the breaking news of the Raiders signing Kirk Cousins, and if you saw the deal, the 5 years, $172 million, I think the Kirk Cousins deal might be one of the dumbest contracts in terms of verbiage that I've ever seen, because for Schefter to put it out, and I heard Chuck saying it, and I completely agreed with it, for him to say 5 years, 172, like when I first saw that, I was like, oh my God, what is happening? I about had a mental breakdown. And then you kind of read in everything else, and it's a 1 year, technically $11.3 million deal, $10 million next year, $1.3 million cap hit this season. That's a hell of a job by John Spytek and this organization to be able to get it done. I think that is a hell of a job by the Raiders to be able to get it done. So what I want to do is I would like to be able to get into a mailbag here soon. What's going to happen is Lopez is going to hop on out of here. He's actually going to go grab his lunch. Thank you to everybody that allowed me to inhale my food. I got 2 sandwiches in me. Shout out to Schlotsky's for hooking it up here at the Chat Sports Studios. And then once Reed gets in here, he's actually going to record the mailbag with me. And then once Lopez gets back, then after the mailbag, we will start the happy hour. Sound good?
Got that super chat, though.
Did you build the menu?
I just did, and I can move it over while y'all are doing that.
Okay. I think the only thing I'm going to change from that menu is I think I'm going to change the hang on here a second. I'm going to change this to this. Can you just change that number to that number? Just because I need to be able to, like, write them all down. I need to be able to write them all down, or else it's just going to be too much of them. So, just so you know. Just so you know. So you know. All right, guys. So what's going to happen here again? Lopez is about to hop out. Reed is about to hop in here. So once Reed gets settled in, we'll kind of tell him everything that we got to do. We're going to film a mailbag. So the mailbag that you put together, we're going to film that mailbag, and then after that mailbag, then it's going to be happy hour. But happy hour won't begin until Lopez gets back. So that's how we're going to do it. I'm going to answer this super chat here. And if you guys have never been a part of a Raiders Report mailbag before, essentially what it's going to be is it's going to be a bunch of questions that are coming in from Raider Nation, and it's going to be me answering those questions. That's how I'm going to end up doing it here on the program. Just so you guys know. JJ, thank you, man, for being patient. And again, JJ, thank you for, kind of just being nice about us accidentally skipping over your super chat. We don't do it on purpose, but, we're humans too, and accidents do happen. Love the signing. Another A-grade move. Could you do me a favor? My 5-year-old daughter, Olivia, loves the Raiders. Can you give her a shout-out and a Raiders? So here's the thing, JJ. I'm going to need everybody's help here in the building. Let's get some Raiders going down below. JJ, I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1. If you are okay with it, I would love to be able to see your daughter screaming Raiders with us. If you can, awesome. If not, believe me, it's all good. I've been getting some cool photos, some cool videos of some dads with their kids and, just watching the show together. And for me, it really, truly means a lot. So, Olivia, am I pronouncing it right? Olivia? I hope that's right. Loves the Raiders, starting them young. You ready? You ready? 3, 2, 1. Raiders! Shout out to Olivia and JJ Raider for pulling up here on the Raiders Report. Just so everyone knows, we still have a lot of super chats to get to. But I promise you, if you haven't seen your Super Chat yet, we haven't skipped it. It's just we haven't gotten to it yet. We still have a lot more other ones. JJ's where it ended up happening was there was a $100 Super Chat. We went to the front, and when that one went to the front, JJ's got bumped down out of the top 100, so we just didn't see it in there anymore. But if you haven't seen it yet, I'm following it along, and just be patient with us. I promise you, I promise you. I know that the clock says 0 for happy hour beginning. I lied. Don't get mad at me. It will begin soon. It will begin soon. I got to get through this mailbag, and I just say that in more regards to, again, man, I want people to watch this show know that I put a lot of time, a lot of effort, and I don't want people to think that it's just craziness. Some people are spamming Yoda. Is it Yoda? Is it your birthday today and you didn't tell me? Shout out to Raiders and Costco. Yoda, is it your birthday? If you're about to tell me it's Yoda Jenkins' birthday today, then oh my God, I need an extra gut. Yola from Carpe. All right, let's go to, how many more do we have? I'm looking down there. I'm looking to see. So, JJ, what's the next one? Do they have it? I don't know where they were at. All right. I think that was very close to where I was. So, Daniel, we got that. Okay. So, what's the next one then? Because we already answered that one. Already answered that one. Already answered that one. Already answered that one. All right, so I think you're really far back. I would say no. No, keep going. All right, actually go back to that Troy one. Yes, I think that's where we are. Troy, love the channel. I MC and DJ at the Dave & Buster's in Orange, California. If y'all are ever out this way, need a SoCal venue to have a watch party, we lit. I'll say this. I actually tried to reach out to one of our people at Dave & Buster's when I was in San Jose, and unfortunately, they would not they didn't allow me because they were a little bit worried we'd bring too many people in the building. But I'll tell you this right now, I would love to be able to throw a Raiders report party in Orange, California. I think that would be sick. I would love the opportunity to be able to do it. So let's stay close, man. Again, I'm always trying to figure out, I don't know how close that is to Raider Ron, but Ron's been asking me for a while to do something out there, and I am going to, if Ron wants something, I'm going to try to do it. I promise you that. So, Troy, let's stay in contact because that's really good to know for me. I would love to be able to do that. Oscar, good signing, but not a fan of the deal. I don't know how you can say good signing, but not a fan of the deal. To me, that just doesn't make any sense. That's like you saying, I love lemons, but I hate lemonade. I don't get it. It's a $1.3 million deal for a cap hit for this season. How do you not like it? I don't know. Bam! It would be crazy if Najee signs today as well. It would be insanity. It would be balls to the walls. It would be the Las Vegas Raiders. And if it ends up happening, hey, we're going to be here. We're going to be rocking. Jacob, hot take. I think Tonka, we did that one. Yep, we did that one. Renzo got that one. Maybe I already answered those other ones. K-Rock got that one because I remember the hair. Raider Prime, yep, keep going. We already got that one. Got that one. See, I think now we're... Oh, it's because of the Mark Call bang. Okay, that makes sense. Got that one. We did that. All right, I don't remember that one. Jason Hafler, I think we got you here. Thank you so much for tuning in. If there's a question that you want, please let us know. R.I.P. to Uncle Larry Foster. R.I.P.'s down below. A diehard Raider fan since cousin Dan Connors played in the 60s. Larry often rocked the silver and black and was a real one. I think it's always really cool when you guys say, stuff like this. I think at the end of the day, like, however you need to vent, however you need to be able to get somebody's legacy out there. I'm always very humbled when we get messages like this. So it's hard to say, my condolences, my thoughts and prayers, because truly, like, I will give you my thoughts and my prayers tonight before I go to bed. I hope that you know that. And I hope everybody here, take 5 seconds, 10 seconds out of your day. And I think that's what family's about. But, dude, whatever you need, I hope that you're here to have a good time. And I'm really sorry that you and your family are going through that. It's never easy. Ricky, check out the pick, Mitch. My son at a game. Hell freaking yeah, man. Ricky. Oh, dude, that's an elite one. I've been wanting to get one of those bricks for a while. I've thought about getting like a Raiders Report brick. Getting a Raiders Report brick, putting it out there in front of Allegiant. Shout out to the 702. Ricky, love the pick. Nick B, here's my Raiders Report subscription credentials since you asked, and a new profile pick for you. Been a daily listener for 2 years, done like 7 or 8 super chats. Raider Nation for life. And I hope that you don't get upset about me maybe not remembering every person on here. And I genuinely, honestly, I always feel bad when something like that does end up happening. But when you get a picture, it does really, really, truly help me remember who you are, what you're about, because I'm a big facial person.
I was gonna say,
Facial, giggity.
It's like putting a face to a name.
Yeah,
you get to see who you are, and instead of it becomes instead of just a person behind the screen, you're on the screen.
Well, I always say, like, if I meet somebody. Right? If I meet somebody, I'll like turn around. I'll be like, shit, what was their name?
What's up, Jacob?
But if I saw you, I would remember you. Nick, appreciate you, dog. All right, we're going to keep going here. Yeah, Raider Rob, welcome Captain Kirk. When he gets hot, he's good. And again, I need Kirk to be the best version of himself to help Mendoza be the best version of himself. Like, that's kind of the way that this whole thing has to end up going. Fat Bearded Dad. Bayou. Yeah, I know. It was bad on me. What's up, brother? This move reminds me of when we brought in Schaub and drafted Derek Carr. You're not the first person to mention this one, FBD. Gives us a vet to fall back on if Mendoza isn't ready and doesn't win quarterback 1 in the preseason. I'm not mad at the move at all. And I kind of agree with you, Fat Bearded Dad. Like, if people watch the first video that I put out this morning where I'm like, I think Kirk Cousins is going to be the starting quarterback. That's why they're doing this route. When you see the money and now how it's really broken down, I think that it's much more like this. Now, I think if Cousins and Mendoza, let's say, are neck and neck, I think they will give tied to Kirk Cousins. I think like that's the route that they will go. If Mendoza is better than Kirk and it's like clear as night and day, then I do think that this will be an organization that puts out Fernando Mendoza. But in a perfect world, like Tom Brady, like Kubiak, like Spytek said, perfect world, they're going to let him learn for a year. I didn't mean you have to do it today. All right. Yep, we did that one. Sailor was talking about keg stand. I just don't have a keg here. So I was like, I could do a handstand. Somebody could hold my feet, and I would do a beer bong, but not on a 2-boot day. Not on a 2-boot and 15-minute day, I'll tell you that. From the 570 Honesdale, PA. Oh, my God. If my dad was watching right now, what's funny is my dad's going to be like, I didn't realize you were going live so early today. Like, when I was walking to work today, I told him, I was like, I'll be live 4 p.m. Eastern time. And the way like my dad operates, like he works a lot, but like he doesn't check his phone. He'll check his phone at 4 p.m. Eastern. He'll see like I'm probably live, or maybe by that point, I don't know if I'm going to be live. It's just Honesdale though. He knows Honesdale very, very well. He does a lot of work in that area. So if you ever see my dad, MMM Pops 365 down in the chat, make sure you tell me from Honesdale. He'd probably literally the way that he would say it, he'd be like, Honesdale? Oh man, that's quote is exactly how he would say it. Jeff, I want us to trade back into the first and get a wide receiver. I guess, Jeff, if you're okay with this, then are you okay giving up pick 36, 67, and then let's say like a third-round pick in next year's draft? Because I think the idea of trading up from 36, getting to round 1, it's a nice idea. But, like, how far are you willing to go up, right? Like, if you want to go into, like, the 20s, like the early 20s, I think that's pick number 2. That might be your second-round pick next season on top of that, and maybe even a little bit more to get it going. But, like, I know that people want wide receivers, and I want a wide receiver too. However, I think that you're going to be able to get a talented receiver at 36 instead of having to, jump up the board and go get somebody. Now, if there's a run, there's a run. But, like, there will be talented receivers at pick 36. I think it really comes down to you want a Denzel Boston, you want an Omar Cooper Jr. Blinky, shout out to you. Essentially 1 year, $11.3 million. Not bad, honestly. It's not bad. It's really 1.3 this year. Yeah, we got to pay probably $10 million cap hit next season, but salary cap goes up every single year. $10 million now is not going to be what $10 million is next season. That's just the truth. If the NFL salary cap doesn't go up next year, I'll be shocked. You know why I'll be shocked? Because the NFL, look at the salary cap. Derek Carr was the highest paid player in the NFL, 5 years, $125 million deal. Not too long ago, 10 years ago, really. That's how much the salary cap has gone up. It's gone up I think at that time, it was probably right around 200. Now we're in way above 300. And then there's going to be a new TV deal in 2028, 2029. Wait until you see what guys are making then. It's going to be NBA type of money. How far do you see the Lakers going in the playoffs for Lopez? I'll say I hope the Lakers play the Rockets. For Lopez, for Chugs, I think that would be a really, really fun battle overall. Jersey boy, on a side note, Cousins did play with Naylor in Minnesota, correct. I believe that there was 1 year of overlap there. I know we were talking about it earlier, but I don't remember exactly how many years of overlap there. So Naylor was there in 2022. I believe Kirk Cousins was there in Minnesota. I think that would have been his final year in Minnesota as well. No, so he's got 2 years with Jalen Naylor. So 2 years of Jalen Naylor. It doesn't need to be highlight, cut it out. The weekend. Yeah, I'll be fine. So Jalen Naylor, the 2 seasons that he had with Kirk Cousins, 9 catches in 2022, 3 catches in 2023. But, yes, there is some overlap there. Last one, and then we're going to get into the mailbag. Foxhound Night. On my lunch, we're getting there. We're getting there. On my lunch, so I have to start happy hour early, chugging a buzz ball for the nation. Raiders report, shout out to Mitch, Lopez, and Chugs. Shout out to Reed as well. If I chugged a buzz ball, I'd probably scream. So the picture is definitely fitting here. I remember the first time I had a buzz ball, I was like, all right, this isn't too bad. And then I had, it was the mudslide one. And I like mudslides. I don't know if it was the milk, I don't know what was in it. Buzzball dairy, and you're probably right. That's like going to Taco Bell and being like, God, I'm mad that I'm shitting my pants. What you're signing up for. That's probably on me. I liked some buzzballs, but I don't know if I've had a buzzball since that one. That one was a mudslide one. It was a mudslide. All right, let's get into a mailbag here on the Raiders Report. Reed's going to hop on out. Give me some reads down below, R-E-I-D. And if you can't read that, then that's probably on you. We got Lopez. He's going to be subbing in. We're doing another Raiders Report line change here in just a moment. But we also have a Raiders Report mailbag. If you want to be a part of our mailbag, there's 2 ways that you can do it. Hashtag Raiders, or you can super chat. I do want to be clear. I am all caught up on all the super chats here. We have gone through, so if you're like, I didn't see mine, I don't know, yell at me or hold your peace. I don't know. Let me know, because in my calculations, we are all caught up. We are all caught up. What do we need to move over? Everything. Well, then, yes. All right, so they're getting some stuff set up on the back end here for our mailbag, and as soon as the mailbag is done, happy hour begins, okay? Soon as the mailbag's done, happy hour begins. I know I'm a little bit late. We're getting there, though. In terms of the duck race, I just saw Norman Hernandez in. I also see David Vergara. You're getting it in as well. $20 Venmo for a shot to win. As it stands right now, $240 here on the Raiders Report. So again, y'all, here's going to be the mailbag, okay? The next live show that I'm going to do is going to be on Tuesday April 7th. I did plan on doing at least some March Madness races today. We'll kind of see how today's show ends up going. No matter what, our race for the winner to win $1,600, that's going to be next Friday. So because today's already been kind of a wild and crazy day, maybe I'll do the Final Four races on Tuesday. Though, if you wanted to do the 2 Final Four races today and then the championship game next Friday, we could do it, or we could always just hold off until next week. Up to y'all. Up to y'all. Did you say JP is into the duck race? Yes, because you are literally just J and a P. So I got you. You were the 18th duck to get it in. The 18th duck to get it in. So I got you. So here we go. We're going to do a mailbag, okay? I need some questions. I need some questions flowing in. Hashtag Raiders, or you can super chat. Shav said, Mitch, are you going to put me in the mailbag? I think what you have is a good question there. I don't get to pick, though. I don't get to pick. Hashtag Raiders, super chat to get those questions, comments in. And then I already got them locked and loaded. So I'm trying to let them not be so damn cold because we didn't have any in the – when I typically do a boot, I usually do them not having them, like, be ice cold. They were, unfortunately, in the fridge. Good for sipping, not great for chugging. But they're sitting there. They're ready to rock and roll. They're sitting there, and they're ready to go. So I'll say this. Do you think that we could still just rip one here, even if you got to find some old questions? Or yeah, I think hashtag Raiders. If you see hashtag Raiders, throw it in there. If we need to use some old supers, throw it in there. If you send in a super chat, you're guaranteed to get on. I'll tell you that right now.
If you send in a super chat while we are doing the mailbag, you are guaranteed to go in.
Cool.
If not, then it'll just be
the hashtag
taken
Raiders
during the live show.
Cool. Sounds good. Sounds good. We'll probably answer questions for about 12 to 15 minutes. I know we've been doing a lot. I like to do these mailbags because it also allows me, put out a video over the weekend. I'm a normal dude. I like to have days off as well. I'm really excited for this weekend. I got a 3-day weekend, which, not going to lie, I can't wait for. We get to go out to Alex's parents' house. It's Chuck's favorite place on planet Earth, and it's literally just rest and relaxation. We watch movies. We eat amazing food. It is supposed to rain, I believe, all weekend, but when we're out there, Chuck's got a lot of land to be able to run around. We get in the pond. I don't get in the pond. Chuck gets in the pond. But just be able to, run around, see him be just a dog running around in the mud, dude, it's freaking awesome. So if you want to see a lot of Chuck this weekend, give me a follow on Instagram at Mitchell Renz 365. You ready, Lopo? Lopo Lopez. The Loco and the Lopez hasn't even hit me yet. It's going to hit, though. I'm, actually nervous about these two boots. Oh, God. Oh, I feel like $1 million now. When I saw, we were about 3 hours into this show, and I'm like, dude, I'm hungry. I'm getting lightheaded. I'm like, I need some substance. I got 2 sandwiches in me. I'm ready to go. I got 2 sandwiches in me. I'm ready to rock and roll. Now, I might have to take a little pit stop here along the way, but if we do, it is what it is. It is what it is. You guys ready? A little bit of mailbag time. If you're ready to get this mailbag going, give me some Raiders down below. Use hashtag Raiders or super chat. Get those questions, comments on the show. I'm going to be answering these, and then bring your drinking pans because it's going to be one crazy happy hour. Let's do it. Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz, your host of the Raiders Report, and what you're watching right now is a Raiders Report mailbag. All of these questions were submitted during our live show, which we had on Thursday during the Kirk Cousins signing. And if you want to be a future member on a mailbag, you got to subscribe to the Raiders Report. And I just want to let y'all know, the next time I will be live is Tuesday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. this upcoming week. Let's go to my man Alfredo Robles, which I love the shirt, my guy. I'm a big believer in Jack Bech. Don't think he'll ever be a true number one, but what do you think he could do this year and for the future? I also am a believer in Bech. I think he's a good receiver. The problem is he's the wide receiver 3 right now. And I would say if you were to ask most Raider fans out there, do you want to add another receiver? Most people would say yes to that. So if that ends up happening, I think Bech just gets knocked down to that wide receiver 4 spot. And I say that because when Clint Kubiak was asked at the NFL owners meetings about like who's been a pleasant surprise, first name that he brought up was Trey Tucker. So he knows that Trey Tucker is going to be in that mix. They signed Jalen Nailor to a 3-year, $35 million deal. He's going to be your field stretcher. Let's say you add that other wide receiver into the mix. You still got 2 tight ends, Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers. It's not that I don't think Jack Bech is a good player, but I do wonder, like, this has got to be a big year for him. He's got to be able to show that he can block really well. And I wonder if the plan for the Raiders is Trey Tucker now, and then Bech is almost going to be like the Nailor's the Trey Tucker replacement. Bech is going to be able to step into that other role the upcoming season. But he's a good blocker. He's got to be able to show that he has more yards after the catch. I think he's good, but 400 yards this year, 400 would be the more or less. And I don't know if it's going to be more. Let's go to Jeff Kearns. What up, man? I was wanting to get Cooper. I think it's worth it. Cooper who? Am I Omar Cooper? Omar Cooper Jr., the receiver from Indiana? I mean, I actually had a little bit of PTSD from, like, Amari Cooper. I'm like, we already tried to do that song and dance. I mean, if you're talking about Omar Cooper Jr., I like him a lot. I just think he's going to be a round 1 guy. I do not see him falling to pick number 36. And again, as much as I like Omar Cooper Jr., I don't think it's smart for the Raiders to trade up from 36 and to go into the mid-20s. If the guy that you want at receiver is sitting there looking at you at pick 32, well, then that's a little bit of a different conversation. I just don't want to give up too much future draft capital and other picks this year's draft to go up and get Omar Cooper Jr. Like Elijah Surratt in the 3rd round, Omar Cooper Jr. at 36. I'd make the argument Elijah Surratt might be the better value there. DJ Silky, what up, man? Will Kirk Cousins start over Mendoza? What's kind of funny about this is when the deal officially happened, the short that I made, I said, yeah, Kirk Cousins is going to be the starting quarterback over Fernando Mendoza based on what John Spytek, Clint Kubiak said of, in a perfect world, Mendoza has that ability to sit behind a veteran, to sit behind an adult. Now when you see the contract details come out on Kirk, and it's essentially a 1-year, $11.3 million deal, $10 million next season, a $1.3 million cap hit this upcoming year. We've had a few Raider fans bring this up, and I think it's accurate. Back in 2024, the Raiders signed Matt Schaub, and they also had Derek Carr. Derek Carr ended up winning that job because he ended up being just clearly the better guy. I will say if Ty happens, then Ty will go to Kirko Chains. But how about this? Let's answer this question right now. This is going to be the pinned comment on today's program. You have to make a guess. I know it's early. It's April 2nd when I'm recording this video. Who's going to be the Raiders' Week 1 starting quarterback? Is it going to be Kirk Cousins? Or is it going to be Fernando Mendoza? My answer is going to be coming up here right after this YouTube ad break. My heart is telling me Mendoza, but my mind is telling me Kirk, only because of what Spytek and Kubiak said, but then also of what Tom Brady has said in the past, that he just believes and he values a quarterback being able to sit back and learn. Tom Brady learned behind Brian Griese at Michigan. Brian Griese right now is working with Fernando Mendoza. Tom Brady learned behind Drew Bledsoe when he got into the NFL. You've seen a lot of teams kind of go with this succession plan, and what I almost respect about it is they know what the plan is. They know what their window is. They're not trying to rush into it. They're trying to let Mendoza marinate a little bit. Now, if Cousins is a complete disaster, then that might end up changing the course of action. But I do think that because Cousins knows this system, has got 3 years working with Clint Kubiak, I don't expect Kirko to go out there and sling for 30 touchdowns. I expect a quarterback to take care of the football, to try to not turn it over too damn much, but to be a really good guy in terms of West Coast style Clint Kubiak offense, really leaning on this offense and that defense. But yeah, I'm going to go with Kirk. Let's go with Paul Diamond at pick 36. If defensive tackle Caden McDonald from Ohio State and wide receiver from Washington, Denzel Boston, are still available, who should we take? at this point, I think the more and more I lean, the more and more I kind of want to go with Denzel Boston. But with that being said, now that Kirk is on this team, I almost want to say Caden McDonald because it's just so much more valuable from a trench perspective. Now, do I think Denzel could be a guy like a Teteroa McMillan? It could be a really successful receiver in year one. Maybe he doesn't have all these unbelievable athletic abilities, but like he's just an outstanding type of receiver. Need tells me Boston. Player might be Caden McDonald, but either way, I'd be very happy. I'll say this, like, I want to say Denzel Boston, but it kind of goes against me believing in the trenches a little bit. Let's go to Shab. What up, Shab? Will the Raiders draft another quarterback like Drew Aller? I really hope that they don't draft Drew Aller. Being a Penn State guy, I don't see it. He's got the size, and there's got to be a coach out there that goes, oh, if Josh Allen was as raw and as just unclean as what he was, can I turn Drew Aller into the exact same thing? Just being around Happy Valley, he looks the part. But that's the thing. He looks the part. And I just think he's so far away from being a great quarterback. And you know, I know some people that have a lot of ties to Penn State. I know some people that honestly are some of the biggest donors with the Nittany Lions. I know some people that are literally paying for people's full scholarships to go to Penn State. Drew Aller, from what I've heard, he's a good kid, but I've heard he's very much a kid. And that's the other part that scares me a little bit, where Aller, wherever he ends up going. But with Kirk Cousins, Aiden O'Connell, Fernando Mendoza, it would be a wasted pick to go with somebody like Drew. Honestly, you want me to tell you a quarterback I'd be interested in drafting? Taylor Green from Arkansas. Giving him on round 7, very late. Dude ran a 4.37 40-yard dash. He's an absolute athlete. And if he doesn't end up being a quarterback, when you have that type of size at 6'6" and can run like that, I don't know, shit, man. We can line him up a wide receiver, a little Terrell Pryor action. Big Raz, what up, Big Raz? Do you think that Cousins will start the whole season? If so, what do you think our record will be? I think the Raiders' hope is that Cousins starts the whole year, right? Because you're doing this bridge to let Mendoza learn. If Cousins doesn't start the whole season, we're a bad team. Like, record-wise, we have a bad record. If Cousins starts the whole year, you also got to think, like, again, Cousins, I don't think starts the whole year and we win 4 games. Even 5 games, I'm like, I don't know if that's going to happen. If Cousins starts the whole year, let's go 9 games. Every single game Kirk Cousins starts, we go 9-8, maybe 8-9. But I think that that's an okay area, honestly, to be in. If you're a real one like my guy, Ron Raspberry, who's one of the best mods on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. The term that we like to say here is a real one. A real one shows up no matter what, no matter when, no matter how. And it doesn't, and I don't literally mean literally here every single time I go live, but I think a real one is, you know, like, imagine somebody gives you a phone call, right? My mom and my dad sometimes, they laugh a little bit, but I go, Mom, I promise you, if you call me, I'm going to call you back. Dad, if you call me, I'm going to call you back. If I don't get that call, I promise you, I will answer that call. If you have that mindset when you see somebody that calls you and you already call them back, that's a real one to me. Like, you already know without saying anything that that person has your back. Let's go to some more questions here on the Raiders Report. Again, hashtag Raiders Super Chat in order to get up here on the show. I see Papa. What up, Papa? If Mendoza starts this season, how many touchdown passes do you expect from him? If Mendoza were to start, and again, I got to look at this in the entire season. If I'm going to say 24 for Kirk, I'm going to say 24 for Mendoza. And because I don't think that the offense changes at all. I don't think the plan changes at all. Like, you know, if you play Mendoza, you're trying to hide him with a great running game, with a great offensive line, with a great defense. And, you know, you're just asking him to execute the offense. That's what a rookie should do when you're taking number 1 overall with Clint Kubiak. You know, you don't want to put too much on his plate. With Cousins, it's kind of the exact same thing. Like, I don't think the offense changes at all, whether it's Mendoza or whether it's Kirk Cousins, in my personal opinion. I don't think so. So let's go 24 touchdowns here. But you guys can give me a shout out right now. How many touchdown passes for Mendoza in year 1? Which is interesting with this show today. And I only say that because, you know, we're talking Kirk today. Obviously, the Raiders signed Kirk Cousins. There's a lot of people out there talking about, you know, Mendoza. A lot of different styles of opinions out there. I'm going to go with 24 touchdowns. Let me know down below. If you guys don't know, we are doing a special deal, and we've been doing some deals today. If you want to get your hands on a Raiders Report shirt, go to chatsports.com/RR shop is how you're going to be able to get your hands on it, whether it's one of these shirts, whether it's a Genty shirt, whether it's we're Kubiak shirt, anything that you're thinking about. If you want some Raiders Report merch, I actually got a really cool message yesterday from Marshall, and he said one of the guys who watches his Knicks show had a Knicks shirt on. He was walking at the beach, and a Raiders fan was like, hey, I'll watch that Raiders Report show with Chat Sports. They got to know each other, and it was kind of a really cool text message to receive last night. I bring that up because I do believe in my heart of heart that if somebody's rocking a Raiders Report shirt, go up, introduce yourself. It's going to continue to grow this family. Giovanni Tejada, any thoughts on Cal, DB, Brent Austin, day 3 guy? I have not done any homework on Brent Austin. I mean, to me, if you're going to be a defensive back for the Raiders on day 3, can you play in the nickel? Can you offer me some special teams ability? Do you have at least maybe a little bit of extra versatility all around? Again, I'm not ever going to sit up here and act like I don't. I'm not going to lie to all of y'all. I love that picture, by the way. That was probably one of the coolest days I've ever had. But I need a day 3 guy that's going to play corner DB for this team, offers me a lot of versatility, and I need somebody that can really, truly help me out on special teams probably the most. Josh McDaniels, God, do I not miss you. If he would win the job this year, what would Kirk have to do realistically to continue his legacy with the Raiders next year over Mendoza, win a Super Bowl? When you look at the contract, and again, I don't know the full contract details out yet, but it's being reported that it's a 5-year, $172 million deal, okay? $1.3 million cap hit this season. $10 million guaranteed no matter what. And I believe it's like there's some rollover, some different things on the 3rd day of the new league year in 2027. Not good at math, but I'm just because I also saw it was like technically you could look at it as a 2-year, $80 million deal if they bring Kirk Cousins back next season. I don't know how the cash is going to be laid out. I don't know all the ins and outs of that deal. But in my guess, let's just say at the bare minimum, that's Kirk Cousins at $30 million next season. The only way you're bringing back Kirk Cousins at $30 million next season is if you win a Super Bowl with him. Because I think the hope is if Kirk got us to the playoffs, Mendoza can get us over the hump. That's how I would look at it. Because, again, I don't see any different. I think Mendoza and Kirk, it's going to be a hell of a battle. It's going to be a hell of a battle. I'm excited to talk about it all offseason, man. Raiders. Oh, a little 3-1-6 here. Did we really sign Von Miller? No, we did not sign Von Miller. I had so many people reach out to me yesterday that I decided to, shout out to you for making that. Because people were like, oh, well, Tom Brady commented on it. I'll say this like I did in the video that I did yesterday. If something big Raiders news happens, I will talk about it. There's no way that Von Miller's signing with the Raiders that I don't know about it. There's also no way that Schefter's not talking about it, Rappaport, right? Like, that's the big-time deal. Also, from my years of covering this show, there are certain guys that do this type of thing every year. Now, Miller is the lead of a lot of his past ones, but in 2017, Von Miller made a post about him basically saying goodbye to the Denver Broncos on April 1st. April Fools. In 2018, his post was that he was being traded to the Cleveland Browns. April Fools. In 2020, he made a post that he was being released by the Denver Broncos. April Fools. And now in 2026, he did one with him signing with the Las Vegas Raiders. And I think the two big reasons why that happened is, one, he knows his audience. He knows he's got a lot of Broncos fans, and he knows how Raider Nation is, and we're a loyal bunch. The other side of that coin is he's really good friends with Max Crosby because they do the Sack Summit together. I'm not saying like Max knew about it. I'm just trying to connect the dots of why Miller decided to pick the Raiders, and that to me is the best reason why he decided to go that route. But no, if I don't do a video on it, I promise you it didn't happen. I'm not saying like there are times where stuff happens and I'm gone for like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, right? Like sometimes that happens. If it's been like 6, 7, 8+ hours, and there's a story, like if Von Miller were to actually sign with the Raiders and you guys don't see me for 8 hours, honestly, call 911 because something happened to me. Like it just wouldn't happen, you know? Like figure out a way, be like, where's Mitchell Renz? Something happened to him. No, Von Miller did not sign. Kendall, what's up, Kendall? Though I did make a video on social media, so give me a follow, Mitchell Renz 365. Kendall, we have to have the maturest quarterback room in the league. Depends what you consider mature. I mean, Kirk Cousins is full-on dad mode. Mendoza is young, but he's basically got the mentality of a veteran. And then you got Aiden O'Connell. I mean, this is a very good quarterback room. It's the best quarterback room that we've had, I'll tell you that, since I've been here with this team, though it's not maybe saying a lot. But I think we have a lot of quarterbacks that work well with each other. Like, like those Russian dolls, they're kind of like that, where you got your guy who's got a lot of experience in Kirk Cousins. You got Mendoza, who's the guy that you wanted him to be great. But then the other thing that Aiden O'Connell is going to do is he's going to add that competition every single day. I mean, AOC is a competitor, and if you believe that extra competition is going to help you be the best version of yourself, then I think that's when teams get to be that next level. That's when quarterbacks get to be that next level. Christian, who are we looking at safety in the draft? I don't know the exact names of guys that we're looking at. The one name I'll throw out there is Genesis Smith, but that's only because that the Raiders met with him at the Combine, and he is a true center fielder prospect. Like, he's a guy that's going to be able to go catch a fly ball, but I don't know if you really want him to tackle all that well. I did do a video, Christian, where I ranked my top 10 safety prospects for the Las Vegas Raiders in the draft. I like A.J. Halsey a lot. I think another guy who's like really, truly becoming one of my guys. Like, when I did my wide receiver breakdown, I was surprised after I watched the tape how much more I love Chris Brazzell than I did when I first started doing my homework. The other guy from the safety, Bud Clark. Safety from TCU. He's got 6 years of playing experience. He's got, I want to say, man, he's 15 interceptions in his career. He's been a phenomenal ball hawk type of guy. Really, really good safety prospect. Bud Clark, A.J. Halsey, and then I'll go Genesis Smith or some names to just keep an eye out there. If you want to go day 3, Bishop Fitzgerald from USC. I do want to give a shout-out to the Noti Gang, and if you guys don't know what the Noti Gang is, I know I always say hit that subscribe button. I know I always say turn on those notifications, but the people that comment first on a video, it's important to me for multiple reasons, but the biggest reason is when you comment on a video, you got to think about me. I hit publish on the YouTube video. So then when I hit refresh, the first names that I see are Big Raz, Raider Sancho, Daniel, William, Golf Ball, right? Like, there's a lot of guys that, like Jeff Garcia, he's got a Georgia logo. I see Jeff Garcia probably more than I see just about anybody down there. Big Raz, right? Always there. There's just, it's just another way for me to see names and see pictures, recognize those people, and that's why I want people to join the Noti Gang. Also, when you comment on a video, of course it helps, right? It does. I'm not ever going to lie to you. Of course it helps. But for me, it's more of so I can see your name, so I can see your comment, because, when you look at 100 comments, it's a lot harder to pick people out. When I click refresh and there's the first 10 in there, I see those people. It's easier for me to get to know all of y'all. So we are live right now here on the Raiders Report. We got actually over 1,000 people in the building, and this is just another reminder. When breaking news happens, I hope that you guys pull up here to the show. I hope that you are ready to go live with us. I love being able to talk about this team. I love being able to have a good time with people that watch this program. But overall, Friday was a wild day with Kirk Cousins, and if anybody has any more questions for me, again, you can always hit me up on IG, Twitter, at Mitchell Renz 365, but I will say it is Easter weekend. My wife's family takes Easter weekend extremely, and I mean extremely serious, and I'm going to have a nice little family weekend, so be patient with me if any other Raiders news ends up going down. How many touchdown passes from Mendoza in year 1 if he's the quarterback? Let me know down below, and before you push that, just let me, give me a sec. Oh, I know. Is it about boot 30 yet? It's about boot 40.
Yeah, it's about boot 45.
It's about boot 45. Boot 45 and 2 zigzag. Baby, that's all we need. We can go to the park after dark and chug these happy dads. Oh, my God. I'm nervous. So our MVP yesterday wanted 2 boots today in under 15. Richard, are you here today, man? Is Richard Black here in the building? I don't know if Richard Black's here in the building. If you guys want happy hour to start, I need some HHs down below.
Yeah, I'm not hitting that start until we get some HH going.
Let's get some HHs going. I will say this: our happy hour deals. Let's quick show the happy hour deals real quick.
Buying time, I like it.
Yep, we're buying we're buying time is right. So here's gonna be my happy hour deals from here on out. Okay. I had a message from Mount Raidermore the other day, and shout out to Raider Ron, David Zahn, all of Mount Raidermore. LA Crash Dog is our newest member of Mount Raidermore, and they told me LA needs a boot. So I said, okay, fair enough. So I know I showed you guys the other day our Raiders Report boot. I'm not going to drink out of it because I want to be able to send it to him. Unless, Gunny, if you want me to, I'll spit in it. You just let me know.
He might want you to rim it up a little bit.
Nice little rim job there for a Gunny boot. But like I'm gonna give this boot here to LA Crash Dog, and I'm gonna Gunny. I got something for you. Also, we'll talk about it after the show. But essentially, if anybody wants to get on LA Crash Dog's boot, send in a $10 super chat. But also, please, please, please tie a question to it. It helps Happy Hour really just stay live a little bit longer. And you know, when I was with Zahn the other day, I was with Ira Jackson, I believe, was there. John Scheffler was there. They had their boots. And one of the things that I like to put on the boots is decals. And I have a bunch of these Chat Sports. They're helmet decals, right? I have a bunch of them. And what I do is I'll write your name, and just that way when that person has that boot, they can be like, oh, shit, like Big Raz had my back. Richard Black, had my back. Crystal Marie had my back. And, we're going to probably add a lot of people on it. The 100-like deal is essentially every time we get to 100 likes, I'm going to ask y'all, hey, who wants to get on LA Crash Dog's boot? And then I'm going to pick some random people from that, and then that'll be the other way. The objective today, though, is to fill this boot, and I promise you we will fill this boot, whether it's $10 people getting on to assure yourself you're getting on, or it's going to be by people just commenting down below after we get some likes. Every $20 Venmo, you're going to be able to get in our duck race. If you don't know where our duck race is as it stands right now, the last time that I checked, $20 ended up getting you $240, and now I am looking. Richard Black.
Now. Give me past 300.
Richard Black, you're in. Nolan Schuler, you're in. I see Adrian Rod, you in. Greg Vac, you're in. Bronson Ketchum, you in. 20 to win, $290. The final real deal that I have during happy hour is this. Every time you hear bang, a beer's got to go down. I don't know if you got any beers in you today.
I got a couple in me.
I was going to say, I don't know if he's got any beers in him today. How about this? I'll give you care what flavor?
Nah. I think they all taste kind of ass, not going to lie.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree with that. I will give you these three to start. And then...
What are we doing for the Loco deal? There has to be a Loco deal.
There has to be a Loco deal?
There's one in the fridge. It's calling my name, and I can only drink them at work now. I can't just go home and rip Locos anymore.
I mean, ripping a Loco is just, it's the craziest thing.
Well, I can't do it at home anymore. Yeah, I used to, maybe on Saturday night, turn on the game, sip a Loco. But
College, yeah. I mean, now, no way. We'll think of a Loco deal. I think the Loco deal will be made. What time is it now? It's 1:44 our time. I plan on leaving today since I've been live literally like all day. We'll probably be live here for like 2 hours and 15 minutes unless there is a need for me to stay longer, which probably was when like Raider Ron or somebody will get off of work is typically when some of that stuff happens.
So we're going to be here till 10 p.m. basically is what he's saying.
I can't be here until 10 p.m. I think when we know, we know. Because I got two
when it
boots
feels
here.
like car keys shouldn't be in our hand.
Well, I mean, no matter what, we're gonna Uber, so we'll be good there.
Right.
Because I got 2 beers here up here, you got 3 over there. We'll think of a Loco deal. If somebody wants the Loco to go down, I'm telling you, that's more. I can't drink any Loco today.
This is one of those good ones. It's the jackpot one again.
There's no good Locos.
There is bad Locos though.
There's no good Locos.
But there are bad Locos, and this one's not one of them.
Watermelon's probably my least favorite, only because there was one time in college, and I hate to even admit this, I tried to drink 2, and we tried to drink 2, me and my buddy, very quickly, and it was a disaster.
Those were the OG Locos too, I imagine. Not to age you,
those
but those were
those actually were not. that day, but we could get the OG locos.
Okay.
Because what would happen? They were. I don't remember if
I knew it had to be
was.
close.
Well, because where I went to college, I was right on the border of PA and New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And I think New Jersey, you could get the real old school loco, but in Pennsylvania, you couldn't. I think that's what it was. So sometimes, yeah, that's what it was. I would stop and I'd get locos, and then when I'd go home for like the weekends, like with my buddies in PA, they were like, "Dude."
You were the plug.
Honestly, yeah, I was the plug, man. It was Puke City. Puke City.
Puke City. From
So
Carp.
anytime you guys hear a bang, so if you send in a $100 Venmo super chat, bang, beer goes down. If somebody throws up a 50, that means somebody else has to throw that 50 down. That's what I like to call an alley-oop. Every time you hear bang, a beer's got to go down. So are y'all ready to get this happy hour started or what?
Yeah, you got to let me know when you want this clock to start. Because once it's ticking, I ain't stopping it.
I know, I'm so scared.
You got 15 minutes and 2 boots.
15 minutes and 2 boots is going to be something. Do a Steel Reserve pineapple boot. That actually doesn't sound that bad.
What's Steel Reserve?
Steel Reserve's awful beer. It's a terrible
Never heard
beer.
of it.
But I don't think that they do Steel Reserve pineapple. I don't think so.
I've never heard of it.
Help me understand the Kirk contract versus Tuna and Firstler. Oh, boy.
Good question to have now and not 2 boots in.
So, essentially, the reason why Tua and Kyler ended up getting the $1.3 million vet min is because the amount of dead money that's on their deal. So do you remember like a few years ago with Russell Wilson, he also signed a $1.3 million contract? It's essentially like you can make the money from that other team with that dead money. Like Kyler, it's like 37 mil. Tua's was like 67 or it might even be 99 million. It was something crazy. So like you can make that money and have that contract essentially and then get another contract if you're willing to sign for the vet minimum. But you can't, like, if a team were to be like, hey, Kyler, I'll pay you $35 million, Kyler then can't get that other $37 million from the Arizona Cardinals. So by him kind of accepting the fact that he's going to get cut and all that contract's going to be broken down, Kyler can sign with the 1.3 because then he's still going to get that other 37. So typically guys do that when they don't think that the other team is going to be able to beat the contract that they're already eating. Because you can't have, not that you can't have 2 contracts from the same team, but there's a lot of legalities in it, and I don't know if I answered your question to the perfect ability, but it's also a lot of contract structure. I would say if you want to look up between Tua, Kyler, and Russell Wilson from the exact verbiage, but it has to do with the amount of money that they're being cut for, and then if a team's not willing to like match essentially that type of deal, then you can sign for 1.3. So those guys do that to get the extra 1.3 million. That's essentially what they're doing because nobody's going to pay them the other amount. Okay.
It's time.
I don't think I can Joseph stall this anymore. 3, 2, 1. Happy hour is officially underway. Soon as that clock starts, shout out to Richard Black. He was our MVP on the show yesterday, and I asked Richard, how many boots do I have to do? And I still owe 2 of them. And I will say this: if we get any new audience members here, if anybody comes across this show, I hope that you guys have my back. We've been live for I don't even know how many hours.
4.5.
We've been live for 4.5 hours today, and I plan on riding the wave until we get on out of here. So let's make the last few hours of the show a lot of fun. I got a 3-day weekend. We do happy hour because it is always a great, great time to be able to sit back, hang out, have a beer, talk a little bit of football with our friends and our buddies. But the way that happy hour has to go is it's really on all of y'all. I need questions. Questions are the number one way to keep happy hour going. Like, I don't think we have any questions right now. Like, I don't think we have
We
any.
just went over the one that came in.
Like, we don't have
no new
any
one.
questions right now. I need some questions flowing in to make sure happy hour ends up a rocking and a rolling. All right.
I'm about to say, that clock is really ticking.
That clock that's like the sand. It's just
It's moving.
All right, first one. Shout out to all y'all for always showing up, showing out, having a good time.
There you go. Very minimal leakage. I'll give you that. Or spillage, I should say. Very good. Oh, Big Raz. Raiders, are you going... Wait. Are you going to waiting until 1 minute left to drink? LOL. I think best game plan here is down this around the 13-minute mark. Then start the next one probably around like 4.5 minute mark. I think that's the game plan.
See, what's hard about the game plan is if somebody bangs. That's where it gets tricky.
I'll do you a favor. I got the first bang. If someone bangs, I'll take the first one.
I'm not going to lie. That smells absolutely terrible. That smells like the lunch I ate 30 minutes ago. That's freaking brutal, man. That's freaking brutal, man. Mitch, did you see that I ordered an Ashton Genty shirt?
Hey.
I'll say this. I see Carl's just got one. Is your real name possibly and last name a father? I see one from David. I see one from Kenneth. Cool. Michael, Cameron, Robert, Joseph, Jonathan. There's somebody's name that's apparently Home. And I don't think that that's your real name. I could be wrong. I actually had a professor is a strong word, a teacher in high school. His first name was Greg. His middle name was Greg. And his last name, you sitting down, Gregory. So close. Gregory.
Well, LA Crash Dog, I should let you know that I said I got the first bang, which is just a normal beer bong. But I will.
Yeah, I mean, Gregory. I don't remember what class he taught. I actually never had him as a teacher. I just know he was, like, at my high school. But, yep, Mr. Gregory. Gregory. Oh, wow.
That's a horrible name.
I actually feel bad for that.
Like, who would do that to their child?
Nicholas.
Like, that's horrible.
Mitchell. Mitchell. Nicholas. Luis A. Mitch, are we doing the final 4 races waiting till Tuesday? We could probably do the 2 final 4 races today. Is that all right with y'all? Or is that all right with you?
Should be good. I think everything is
I
either
think everything
saved.
should be set
Worst comes
up.
to worst, took a picture of the bracket before I left the other day, so I can retype 4 names.
Because technically we have 3 more races to do, but we're going to do – we could probably do the 2 final 4 races today. Lewis is one of the guys that's in it, and I don't blame him. Right? I'd be like, am I one step closer to winning $1,600? I don't blame Lewis even in the slightest there. So,
But if Lewis wins, I want to hold $1. Give me $1, Lewis.
Lewis?
Yeah, if we run races today and you win the whole thing, I want you to Venmo me $1 as like thanks for running that race.
If anybody wants to get on LA Crash Dog's boot, I saw one guy that's about to get on. I saw one guy. And obviously, if you guys bang here on the show, you know what? I'm going to create a deal on the fly. Why the hell not? I want all of y'all to spam 91. Whoever spams 91 the most, I'm putting you on LA Crash Dog's boot because Raider in my veins. Bang! The first one going down. I see Kumo, Shav, OC, Paul, Brian, Big Raz. All spamming those 91s. Ooh. Big Raz for being a mod. I got you.
I will say that first one went down nicey.
Do we have any other mods here in the chat? If you're a mod, I'll put you on LA Crash Dog's boot. I just need to know.
I've only seen Raz in here.
Yeah, I was say I've only seen Raz though. It's a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
We started today.
You got time.
Plenty of time. Raz, I got you on. I got you on. Appreciate you, dog. OC, W8, Carpe. Give me 3 names out of that, Lopez. Every time somebody bangs, I'm putting 3 people on LA Crash Dog's boot.
Okay.
Give me 3 names. What do you got?
First one I see is Chav.
Shav. All right.
Shav is one of the first I see.
All right, hang on. Shav. I'm just gonna put you in as Shav. Gotcha.
Then I see Ezekiel.
All right. Where's the Ezekiel one? Can you spell it for me?
Ezequiel.
Yeah, you're gonna have to really slow down.
Ezequiel.
Gotcha.
You want the full thing or?
Nope, that's
okay,
perfect.
Perfect. and then let it keep going. It's rolling.
I need one more.
I'm getting one for you. I'm getting one. I see Oculus 6?
I think I see which one you got.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it. All right, every time somebody bangs, we're going to put more people on, though we are about, it looks like 68, that's actually a lie, 57 likes away from getting some more people on L.A. Crash Dogs Boot. And if you haven't seen it, this is a little gift that Mount Raidermore wanted me to give to L.A. Crash Dog, the newest member of Mount Raidermore. And I did say this, whoever's the MVP of today's show, I'm going to give you my chain.
Take your chain.
You can take the chain.
Michael Crabtree style. Snatch your shit.
Aqib Talib. I got to not meet Aqib Talib, but I did see Aqib Talib in the airport, and I had all my Raider stuff on. He looked at me. Now, again, I had shorts on. If I go to the airport, I typically wear shorts, and I have a Raiders tattoo. So when he looked at me up and down, and I was like, I think he knew that I knew who he was. He didn't know who I was, but clearly I was a Raiders fan, and I think there was a split second where he was like, shit. What's going to happen here with this freaking guy? Raider in my veins, shout out to you. I'm looking right now at who's the MVP of today's show. Raiders for life. He's got 5 bangs today. Born a Raiders got 3 bangs. Bayou's got 1. Mark Call's got 1. Sean Irish has got 1. Whoever's the MVP, you're getting my Kirko chain. I promise you this. This is it's literally the most expensive chain I ever wore. This is the chain that I took to my bachelor party. So
it is in fact real diamonds. Just if someone comes up to you with one of those diamond testers and a phone to record you for TikTok, run the other way.
Actually, it'll actually do a lot better than what you would expect. If there's one thing I've learned about diamonds, it's like, again, when I think of diamonds, I think of the diamond that I bought my wife for the engagement ring. I think it would do a lot better. I don't know if it would show up like real, but this is a high-quality chain. I'm not going to lie to you.
Dude, I got bad news for you.
You got bad news for me?
Yeah. Remember how I did the last bang?
Yeah?
Yeah. You might have one coming soon.
Oh, boy. All right, fair enough.
And your boot. You only got less than 6 minutes.
I know. I'm hurting right now. Bridget, what's going on, Bridget? Mitch, so with the bag that Kirk got today, how much spending money do we have to add to other players? Bridget, thank you for the question. So, again, if I'm doing the math the way that I think that the math works, I was under the impression that the Raiders were right around like $23 million today. So, according to Over the Cap, they're at $23.4 million. Kirk Cousins is at a $1.3 million cap hit. Let's just do math easier here. Let's say it's $22 million, okay? That means we have $22 million in cap space. The Raiders have to pay their 10 draft picks $12.75 million. Now, the total value, I believe, of all those contracts is like 21, but I really only look at cap hit. Cap hit is the way that you should look at it. So 12.75. So let's say, again, we're at 22. Let's just make math easier, 13. So we got about $9 million to spend. If the Raiders want to restructure contracts, the two that I instantly look at, Max Crosby, Colton Miller. Those would be the 2 contracts that I would look at. And honestly, if they were to restructure one or the other, I actually think the idea of restructuring Colton's contract might be a little bit more likely than Max Crosby's right away. I still wonder if Max ends up restructuring at all. We will see. We shall see. Is that a new one?
That is new. That I told you there was bad news. This was the bad news. And that clock is still ticking.
It's ticking.
It is.
Raider in my veins! Bang! He said, put 4 more on the boot. Spam 91 down below. And we're going to put 4 more people on this boot. 4 more people on the boot. I'll tell you this, I'm buying time. I'm at 1 minute, I'm doing it.
I'm about to say, I'm not adding any more to this clock.
No, I know.
You can't bribe me.
Maybe. All right, you picked the last time. I'm going to go with JJ Rivera. And then, JJ, I'm going to put your daughter, Olivia, happy birthday to Olivia, 5th B-Day. That one's on the house. That one's going to be on the house. I see then, let's go with Wood925. I got you. Refresh the phone here real quick. I see down below ANDEE3764. Gotcha. And then I'm going to go with Luis Alacraz. Did I get that right? Alacraz81. I got you on the LA Crash Dog boot.
What if that's Luis A?
No, it's not. I don't think, because I think Luis A is. I can picture Luis A's photo. That's not Luis A.
Okay, I didn't see the picture.
Yep. I can picture it. I see a lot of people still spamming. We are about 40 likes away from adding some new names to it. Go to saveawarrior.org and make sure that you tell them that Father Tom sent you. Father Tom, I see DeAndre Mallory in this duck race. What up, DeAndre? You in? Richard Engel in the duck race as well. 20 to win, $310 here on the Raiders Report. If you're wondering, yep, we're still live. We're still live.
We haven't left.
We have not gone anywhere. No, we have not gone anywhere. All right, so you sure you don't want that one?
Yeah, I'm positive. I lobbed it up for you. I told you, first one's on me. I'll do the one after.
Oh, okay, that's fair. We'll go back and forth. We'll go back and forth.
I don't know what order of operation you want to do here, but you got a minute 26 left.
I know, I'm sweating. All right. See you guys on the other side.
Oh, he's off to a hot start. Okay. Big Raz said, better grab that boot, Mitch. There you go. Halfway there. Starting to see the regret in your eyes. Deep breath. Just let it happen. Let it in. 35 seconds for that last big sip. And then you got a beer bong on top of that. But is it gone? Is it clear?
Yeah, you got to give me a sec, though. Here, talk for a little bit.
Grade the chug. Grade the chug.
Oh, my God.
Dude, does it feel like a rock?
In a hard place.
Oh, my God. My stomach feels in pain just watching that. And he did beat the buzzer. The buzzer did just run out. Wait a...
All right. Oh, God. Oh. Dude. I'm at least 6 months right now. I'm close. Hang on. You got to talk.
Fine, I guess I'll help out. I'll do the beer bong.
I can't do a beer bong right now.
I'll do the beer bong.
I need a minute.
I'll do the bong.
I might need to.
I'll step in.
I might need to. Seppi said, I missed it. The cool part about YouTube, Joe, is
Rewind.
Rewind, it can happen.
Okay, here's the bong from Raider in My Veins. Shout out to you.
Oh, God.
See, my stomach's uncomfortable right now. I can't imagine what yours is going through.
Bruiser. I think that's Carly, if I notice the picture. Yes, Carly. Got 2 extra small.
That means another cartwheel.
I can't do a cartwheel right now. Did I start sweating yet? I got the mouth sweats a little bit right now.
Ooh, you need
I'm
some
all right.
gum?
I'm gonna be fine.
You need some gum?
No, I don't need any gum. I need, honestly, like, truthfully, what helps me is we just got to keep talking. We just got to keep on keeping it on here. Just got to keep on keeping it on here. Dennis, what up, Dennis? Can you make a shirt with the Just Win Baby logo on the front and the words Just Win Baby on the back? Can I? Me personally? No. Can our guys here at the team? Probably yes. I will say this. Probably won't make too much new merch anytime soon, and I only say that because we just have a lot of other things happening right now at Chat Sports. I can't really get into everything. We had a team meeting yesterday. I'll say this, like, there's a lot of really exciting things happening.
Stay tuned.
You guys are going to see – hang on. You guys are going to see a lot of changes from Chat Sports coming up here. You know, in a time where, you know, there's a lot of people that unfortunately recently got let go by a company. Chat Sports continues to grow. I don't take that lightly. And, you know, it's one of those things where I know we see a lot of Super Chats. I know we see a lot of Venmo that come across on this program. But I hope that you guys know, like we do, we always invest it back into the company. I bring up all this because it's going to be difficult for us to come up with some new shirt ideas right now, only because of everything else that we got working on the back end. Once all that gets done, give us like a week or two, and then we should be able to come up with some new ideas. In terms of your idea, though,
It's not bad.
I'll say this. I kind of already have something.
In the works?
Well, it's not for probably anybody. Like, nobody watching this show, nobody sending in a super chat can wear this item. It's more for people. You'll see. I don't know how else to explain it besides that. I can show you if you want to see.
I'm curious now. There's two thoughts that came in my head.
Okay. So what's crazy about this is, I'll show it to you. I don't think that's it. I think it's this one. Is it this? Okay. So this one. So this is what Arnold made.
That is not where my brain went.
No? Do you get it though?
I do get it. I do get it.
Okay. So the reason is because I got this the other day. So it was like, if we made something,
It would make sense.
you guys will see.
It makes sense.
Does Chat Sports have any openings in Denver? No, we don't have a Denver office.
Nah, that guy's a
Honestly, if
Nuggets
you
fan.
want
Keep
to
it
work
on.
for Chat Sports, you're moving here to Dallas. We do have a Cincinnati office. I've never worked in the Cincinnati office. I don't know what it's like up there, but there's 3 guys there, and we got about
We got to be damn near 40 here.
Yeah, we got to be about damn near 40 here. I mean, I'll tell you this, man. I love being able to walk into work every single day. I love loving my job. I don't take that lightly. You know, I don't know how many of y'all out there maybe do something maybe you don't love, and you don't have to say it here. I'm just going to bring up the example of, like, I saw my dad do a job every day that he didn't love. And, you know, for a long time, like growing up as a kid, like when you see that, you're around that. My dad used to always tell me, like, you know, this is why you got to get, like, a good education. Like, this is why, you know, this and that. And you kind of learn, like, what hard work is. But, you know, if you would have told me 10 years ago, man, I'd be doing what I'd be doing now, I don't think I'd believe you. So we're going to keep this thing rocking and rolling, though. We're going to keep it rocking. Mitch loves love from Greg. Yeah, that's when you can tell the boots are going. The boots are going when the love and the love has happened. K-Rock, say we sign Najee. I'm in trouble, K-Rock. Also, did you change your profile pic in the last 2 hours? Because I'm pretty sure you had like a mohawk the last time I saw you.
Dude, I don't remember. There's been so many.
I
super
remember
chats.
K-Rock's photo because dude had just like, K-Rock, come on, man, back me up on this mohawk strip. And that's how I am. Like, my mind
He
is.
said, yep. He said, yep.
That's how
That was him.
it's how my mind works. I think I like this one more. So
You don't rock with the Mohawk?
what happened to the Mohawk? Now it's the front. It's like you got like a goatee on the top of your head. Will the Raiders make any more free agency moves outside of wide receiver? Who would be a good fit? If we sign Najee, I'm telling you right now, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. But I think it makes a lot of sense to sign Najee Harris. I made a video earlier in the week. K-Rock. Hang on, there's a burp in there. Yep.
Hope it's a burp.
It's a burp. I'm now past the point of me getting sick. I'm good. My stomach's full. I got some burping that I got to do. I think Najee would be a great complimentary back to Genty. He can pass protect. He's a reliable running back, doesn't turn the football over, and he's not going to be anything sexy, and that's okay. I don't need sexy. I got Ashton Genty. I need somebody that's just going to get me 4 yards of carry, not going to turn the ball over, and is going to be able to pass protect when he's not in the game anymore. In terms of free agency moves, I think the signing of Kirk Cousins will be the final, notable signing until the draft, and I only say that because let's talk about wide receivers for a second, right? Think about a guy like Keenan Allen. Think about a guy like Juwan Jennings. Think about Juwan Jennings, Deebo Samuel. The boots are booting. Those three receivers, they want to get paid. Those are three guys that probably don't want to have to go through all the off-season stuff that you see in May and June. In their mind, they're going to be like, you know what? I'm going to be ready. I'm going to be able to do my thing in July once training camp happens. But what you tend to see with some of these other veterans, some of these other guys that are still out there on the open market, is they're going to wait for a team to have a bigger need. Because let's just say one of those guys wants to sign with the Raiders, right? One of those guys wants to sign with the Raiders. So what could end up happening is we don't draft a receiver. Now our need for receiver is much bigger. So what you'll see from some of those guys that are still out there is they'll wait to sign after the draft because they know that teams have a bigger need now, so they'll make more money. Because now, if a guy like Keenan, Deebo, Juwan, they're going, hey, man, I want to play on your football team. If I'm the Raiders, I'm going, here's my offer. Because in my mind, I still have that opportunity to go get that other receiver in the draft. So they're not going to be in quite as much of demand. I mean, if I'm Spy Tech, I'm looking at receiver, I'm looking at free safety, and I'm looking at our defensive line. Those would be the top three positions, top three spots that I'm going to go after and I'm going to pursue. And then I'd probably say running back. I mean, we need another running back. I think, honestly, we need two running backs. I think signing Najee and then drafting a guy late day 3 truly does make a lot of sense for this Las Vegas Raiders team. K-Rock, bro, appreciate you, my dog. Uh-oh. What is this? What is this? Oh, it's actually a really clean edit. This Kirk Cousins edit is clean. One of the guys from work just sent it to me. Thank you. That's good. That's a clean Kirk Cousins edit. I like it. I like it. Jeff, long-time watcher. I appreciate all the work you do, Mitch. Raider Nation for life. I can't wait for the draft and just keep being you, bro. I'm always going to be me because I want Raider Nation to always be them. And I love the photo of you there from the Coliseum. The Raiders tattoo that I got, I can't really, you guys can kind of see it, right?
Big stretch.
Did I stretch this morning? Barely. You can see the chain link fence. And I remember, if anybody's been on the BART, again, I've only been to Oakland 3 times. I'm not trying to act like I've been there a bunch. But, you ride in on the BART, you walk into the Coliseum, and just that whole experience. I mean, you ever have that? If there's one thing I wish I could do, we're going to go on another tangent here. Being an athlete, imagine being an LSU football player, right? And you're walking out of the tunnel and everything is freaking rocking. It's got to be an unbelievable experience. Running out into a football field, unbelievable experience. When I walked into Oakland the first time, and it was that Monday Night Football game, FAB, dude, there were so many people there already. You could smell you could definitely smell J-Lot. I mean, that one was clear as day. But, there was so many people making those, hot dogs, wrapped in bacon, on those, little carts.
Yeah.
They were everywhere. Dude, you're just, walking in. And just the amount of, Raiders fans that were there. I felt like I could still remember just, walking through and just, seeing everyone, meeting everyone. Again, not many people knew who I was at that time. I mean, there's still a lot of people that knew who I was. But now it's obviously a little bit different. When we go to, Raider stuff now, more people like recognize me from the show and like what we do. You can smell the cookies burning from the BART station, Devin. Yeah, cookies. Cookies is an interesting brand. We'll leave it at that. But like, I mean, I'm always gonna be me, and I want people when they watch the show to be them. I'm never gonna act like something that I'm not. I work hard. I think people that watch this show know that my team and I work hard. I think it's why people show up and show out every single day. I think it's why we've been live for over 5 hours, and we still have 863 people in the building. There's a reason why we're the number one most watched Raiders show on planet Earth, and it's because Raider fans are dedicated and they're passionate, and I try to always match that. And whether I was born a Raider fan or not, I wasn't. I hope that y'all know, like, I truly am a Raider fan now, and I got it tatted on me, but I think anybody that's actually ever truly met me knows my passion for this team. Because, if we're hanging out and it's at a bar, we're like, let's talk Raiders, man. I love doing it. And I say that because anybody that feels like that they're good at something probably loves doing it. And I feel like I'm decent at talking about the Las Vegas Raiders. Ill said Chat Sports would be booming in Denver. I wish, dude. Denver, though, if I would say this, Alex and I and my wife, Denver's probably like one of the top vacation destinations that we'd like to go to. You pick anywhere you want to go to in the U.S. Where would you want to go? See, Denver's where I want to go for like a winter vacation.
Yeah,
my whole
I think,
life,
like Colorado would be something like that in the winter.
My whole life, I've done like beaches, summer vacations. Denver, I think would be a cool winter vacation. You go anywhere in the next 365. Where would you want to go in the U.S.?
I've only gone east and north. I would want to go west. Probably L.A. would be up there. Been to New York.
East and north, but aren't you from Louisiana?
That's what I'm saying. So I've been east.
You can literally only go
I've been east and I've been north. Not always. I haven't been northeast. But I've only gone up and I've only gone to the side. I want to go west.
West?
I always viewed myself more of a West Coast type of guy. So I want to see if that's true.
I could actually see that. I'll tell you this right now. If we ever had a Raiders party and Locos there, I don't know, man. It's going to be crazy. Speaking. Oh, boy. All right, I got this one. Born a Raider in my veins. Bang! All right, Buttercup. Let's buckle it up here a little bit. If you want to get on LA Crash Dog's boot, you already know what to do. You got to spam 91. Here's where this is about to get interesting, though. The way that I do MVPs is based on bangs. Okay? Born a Raider.
He is banged.
Raider for life. Both have 5 bangs. I only have 1 chain. I don't know how to split it. So one of y'all is going to have to go over to Venmo, or we're going to if both of y'all finish with 5 bangs on this show, I'll do an extra duck race to see who's the MVP. If that's how it ends up going.
That could be interesting.
I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting. Also, I think after this, I'm going to have to take a pee.
You mean 2 boots and 1 bong later, you're not going to piss?
Well, I think honestly what got me was I had a little Panda Sups Nootropics before. I mean, not to say that I was getting tired. I mean, it's like anything. You talk for 4 hours. Like, I would say the number one thing sometimes my wife gets mad at me for is like yesterday. She'd probably get mad at me that I'm even saying it, but hey, it's Thursday happy hour. I don't know. Is it weird to say like I shower with my wife? And it's not even like that. It's like it's more convenient. It's like same water. She scrubs my back. I scrub hers. Like literally, it's like we joke. Like when we come back from the gym, she's like, "Can you shower with me? I need you to scrub my back." I'm like, "Yeah, I got you." But like last night, we were in the shower, and she's talking to me, and I was kind of zoning out a little bit. But sometimes I feel like when I talk a lot at work, sadly, like I get home and I kind of want to chill. Like I don't want to talk a lot. And she sometimes gets mad at me. Like I guarantee you this: when she sees me tonight, she's got a company dinner. She's gonna come home, and she's a butterfly, dude. Like, and I mean like a social butterfly. Like she can talk with the best of them, and she's probably gonna be like, "So let me get this straight. You talked all day today, and you can't talk to me." I'm like,
Yeah, I feel.
I get it from her standpoint.
I no, but I know exactly how you feel because after like these long live shows, I go home. I don't want to talk to anyone.
I wanna chill.
I want to sit down and just decompress. It's like my battery is drained. I don't want to see anybody. Don't want to talk to anybody. I'm done.
No, I feel the same way, man. And I think sometimes like when people meet me out in person, it's kind of the same thing where I feel like I talk all the time, and there's not too often where I get to hear you guys talk about it. So like there's sometimes like when I go out and about and I meet like new Raider fans and stuff like that, and they're like, "What do you think about this? What do you think about this?" And I'm like, "What do you think about it?" You know what I mean? It's like you tell
hear what
me.
I think about it all the time.
It's like if you don't know my opinion on that topic, you don't watch the show very often. You give me your opinion. Hey, Raider in my veins, dude. You've been a freaking legend the last few weeks on this show. It's always mind-blowing to me when people do what you do. And truthfully, I mean this when I say this. I hope that there's someday, 10, 20 years down the road, I'm sitting at my house and I'm watching some young kid on YouTube doing his thing. Because I guarantee you this, I'm going to do what you're doing, and I hope that people that watch this program, you see crazy shit like this. I don't take this stuff lightly, no matter how often it happens, no matter if it happens once, twice, 3 times. I believe that hard work, is one of those things that I hope you guys see, man. I grind. I'm a grinder. But when you spend your hard-earned money, I appreciate it. I really, truly do. But also it doesn't go in my pocket. It goes into getting you guys more content. And I hope anybody that's seen Chat Sports grow, the Raiders Report grow. I hope that you guys know like I'm a man of my word when I say that. And I haven't even read this message yet. That's how you know the beers are beering. So let me put this down. And then I'm in trouble. I'm telling you this right now.
Start spamming those 91s because don't forget we're putting 4 more people on LA Crash Dogs Raider Report boot.
Well, that was his 5th bang. Let's do 5. F it.
5. Okay.
Let's do 5.
I see one guy that keeps commenting some names in the chat that should be on the boot, and I'm down for letting them pick if you want to let Big Raz do it.
Big Raz, what do you got for me, Big Raz?
He's dropped a couple names already of who should be on it. If he wants to pick 5, I'd be down.
All right, we're going to let moderator Big Raz. Big Raz, let's go. Flex those moderator muscles. What do you got for me, Raz?
Give us 5.
You give me 5 names, Big Raz. If you see, which I love that YouTube went to the shield for the moderator. It used to be a wrench. It's perfect for the Raiders. Now it's a shield. If you see Big Raz and he gives your name, you're going on LA Crash Dogs boot. If you want to get on, give me some 91s down below. Big Raz, when you're ready, fire away. First time hitting the gong, which that's actually true. By the way, for anybody that doesn't know, one, I don't have the gong anymore. I gave it to the Weldinator, but Raider in my veins. Hang on. Yeah, I'm just burping way too much. And then Raiders for life. If you guys don't know, you got a raffle ticket today. And if you're like, Mitch, what is that raffle ticket? Anybody that bangs 5 times on a show and hits the aforementioned gong. I used to literally have a gong, but then I gave it to Weldinator. I was like, bro, the gong's broken. Maybe you can weld it together. At the very end of this year, at the very end of the year of 2026, I'm going to do essentially, I don't know if it's going to be like a wheel spin. I don't know if it's going to be a duck race. I don't know what it's going to be, but you have one raffle ticket is essentially how I would explain it. And at the end of the year, if it lands on you, let's say Raider in my veins, either A, you're going to come down here to Dallas, Texas, join us for a Raiders Report show. I'll pay for your flight, pay for your hotel. We'll go out for dinner, we'll go out for some drinks, have a cool little bro weekend in a sense like that. Or the other option, because I've talked to some people that, are a part of it, and they're like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to leave, and that's totally fine. Option A is, like I said, I fly you down here for us. Option B, I fly to you. Now, if I were to fly to you, I will probably bring somebody else with me just from a security, standpoint. I trust all of y'all, but at the end of the day, my company is probably a little bit more of like, hey, we got to bring somebody with you. That's just kind of what it is. All right, so we got.
I got the names. I'm going to send them to you.
I'm looking at it. Thank you, though.
Perfect.
Drop Top Blazer. Thank you, Big Raz. We got King Gabe. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
King Gabe. You in there.
Giuseppe.
Giuseppe. I see Carpe. Carpe. Gotcha. And then a little Loco Raider. Gotcha. Appreciate you, Big Raz. Also, I don't know if is LA Crash Dog, has he been here yet today?
I don't know if I've seen him today.
Here's the thing, y'all. LA doesn't know about this boot. He has no idea. Zahn and Ron, those are the first two people ever to get on Mount Raidermore. And when back in the day, when we first started doing this show, man, like Ron and Zahn, there'd be like 20 people watching. And, we'd be going balls to the wall. And I was like, when you got two people that have done the amount that they have for this show over the years, I was like, man, we got to think of something cool, like a Hall of Fame almost for Mount Raidermore. So if you ever hear me say Mount Raidermore, and again, if you ever see anybody in the chat that's Mount Raidermore, treat them the way that you would your grandparents. Treat them the way you would your own personal family, your mom and your dad. Like, you show them nothing but love and respect because they're a big part of why, we are where we are right now. But shout out to Gunny, Mount Raidermore. Raider Nation is the definition of commitment to excellence. Much love. Show your support for Crash by going to Save a Warrior and telling them that Father Tom sent you. And what's been amazing, and Gunny and I have had some conversations around this, the amount of donations that y'all have put in, that we've put in, I'll say, and again, I don't have the exact number. I bet you between my personal donations, the Raiders Report donations, and between all of y'all, I bet you we've raised close to $5,000 for Save a Warrior in the last 365 days. And, $5,000 might not be a lot in the grand scheme, but I think it's a lot of money when you consider everything that you guys have done. And, maybe it's more since the last time I've spoke to him. Again, that's my guesstimate, but that's still amazing, man. We're helping a lot of people that maybe don't even know that they need help yet. Jefferson, what's up, man? Long-time watcher. I appreciate all the work that you do, Mitch. Raider Nation for life. I can't wait for the draft and just keep being you, bro. So here's what I'm going to do. I got to go take a pee. I'm not going to lie. I got to pee. It's coming out of my ears. So here's what I want to do. Before we get to Mount Raidermore, John Scheffler, since you're talking about the draft, and I'm excited about the draft too, okay? I'm going to give you a question that you can put up. Who do you want the Raiders to pick at 36? I think we all know it's going to be Mendoza, number one, right? We all know it's going to be Mendoza, number one. That's going to be the pick. But I think at pick 36 is kind of where it gets a little bit more interesting. And for those of you that don't know, we did go live earlier today. Raiders ended up signing Kirk Cousins. If they end up signing Najee Harris, yep, it'll be interesting. I'll tell you that. If they end up signing Najee, it's going to be interesting. But let me go take a quick pee. I'll be right back. Just give me a minute or two. Lopez is going to hold it down. And the question's going to be, who do you want the Raiders to pick at 36? But Jefferson, shout out to you, man. And I can't wait for the draft either. The draft is April 23rd, 24th, 25th. We're going to be live here on the show. You're going to see the picks on this channel before you see them on TV. I guarantee that. Guarantee it. Also, 3 likes away from 1,400, which means more names getting ready to go on LA Crash Dogs boot. I'll be right back. Shout out to Lopez for holding it down.
Okay, so drop y'all's take down below. Who do you think the Raiders should take at number 36? I know throughout the day we've seen some Denzel Boston, some Caden McDonald, some Emmanuel Pregnon, some Caleb Lomus. So it's kind of, who are you looking at or what position? I see Mr. Mudd saying pick 36, pick best wide receiver or free safety. Yep, Raiders only have 3 safeties on the depth chart, so some safety depth wouldn't hurt. Big Raz saying depends on the board. Greg saying DT at 36. So I imagine you're looking at a guy like Caden McDonald. Raider Rich is saying Denzel Boston. DeAndre saying we don't need a wide receiver that early. DeAndre, follow-up for you then, because the Raiders do need a receiver. What receivers are you looking at in the later rounds? Because you have to have your eye on somebody. Mr. Derula is saying Peter Woods. Jefferson saying either DT or wide receiver. DT. McDonald DT from Richard. Boston from Raider Rich. Big Raz is saying McDonald and EMW. Oh, and Emmanuel McNeil Warren, safety. Add to the safety depth. I think he might sneak into the back half of the first round. So I don't know if he'll still be there, but it'd be interesting if he still is. Bryce Lance and Ted Grant from DeAndre is who he's looking at as his back end wide receivers. Born a Raider saying free safety or linebacker. That's a new one. We haven't seen linebacker yet. We have not seen linebacker yet. While y'all get y'all's answers in, just a reminder of today's deals. 100 likes, we signed the boot. We just crossed over 1,400 likes, so we will be picking some more names to be going on LA Crash Dogs boot when Mitch comes back. $10, we pick more names to go on LA Crash Dogs boot. $20 Venmo gets you into the 50-50 duck race. $50 alley-oop. Another $50 equals a bang. When we bang on this live stream, a beer goes down, whether it's me, whether it's Mitch. $100, you want to go full bang on your own? You want to bang with me and Mitch? One of us is down in a beer, or honestly, if this keeps going off the rails, we might just all start chugging. It doesn't matter. Born a Raider saying he agrees with Jacoby Lane in the 4th. Okay. Carp saying Deborah Samuel. I imagine he's talking about trading for Debo. Wonder what that would cost. I don't know. Aaron Judge. That's funny. We're not sure on wide receivers. Want a shiny new toy. I think the Raiders need a true receiver one. I don't think they have that on their roster. I think they have good supporting receivers. I don't think they have a one. I'm going to pull up their depth chart real quick just so we can go over it real fast. But I just don't see a true one. A true, he's going to win you the game in one-on-one coverage, if that makes sense. Like, here's what the Raiders receiver depth chart looks like. We got Trey Tucker, number 1, Jalen Naylor at the 2, Jack Best at the 3. I think these guys would be a good complementary receiver. I just don't see them as a number 1. Big Raz saying our wide receiver 1 is Bowers. Now imagine if you have Brock Bowers and a true receiver 1. Because Bowers, great player. But I can't send him down the sideline as often as I can send my true receiver 1. Say the Raiders have a guy like a Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson or a JSN. That you can just line up on the outside and just say, hey, go win. Go win this ball for us. I think that would be something that could be interesting in the Raiders offense. Naylor can be a 1, Tucker and Besh can be solid 2 and 3. Bowers are a true 1. Okay. I don't know. I haven't watched much Raiders games this year. I won't lie. They have me on Saints. But what I'm looking at, I think a receiver will be a target in the draft. Will it be early? Will it be later? I don't know. But I think they will be getting a receiver. I think they do need to add to their receiver room. Keith Anderson saying we need to add a strong safety. Oh, shout out to Troy the Entertainer for the $10 super chat. We will go over that once Mitch comes back. Continue saying who you want the Raiders to draft at number 36. Raider Rich saying Bauer and Boston combo wide receiver 1. There we go. See, me and Raider Rich, we might be on the same on the same page here. I would grab Lane in the 4th. I wouldn't be mad at that. Hold up. What's Slack saying? Hope I'm not in trouble. Hell yeah, not in trouble. Fuck yeah. Who is Cousins? I have no idea who Cousins is. We have strong safety. We need free safety. Yeah, need safety depth. Raiders only got 3 on the roster right now. They just need to add to that room. K-Rock saying Ruggs. Maybe in a couple years. I know he gets on parole in like 2027. I don't think anybody will touch him, but possibility. Yeah, get his ass, Randy. Cook him, Randy. Shut the fuck up, Darren. God, they should never give me a microphone. This is fun. Let's see what else the chat's saying. Lopez, did you work at the drive-thru at McDonald's? No, I never did. Only jobs I've had was here at Chat Sports. I worked at LSU in student media. Got to do some fun shit there. And then in high school, worked at a vet's office. So, I've had some fun jobs. Done some weird shit at some jobs. Pete Carroll and his kids and staff destroyed the roster. I think with Clint Kubiak and company, they can utilize the talent we got last year. Oh, Clint Kubiak is an offensive mastermind. We saw that in New Orleans. And like Mitch was saying earlier, I work on the Saints channel. That's my primary channel here at Chat Sports. And when when Clint Kubiak was there, the Saints offense looked good. We made Derek Carr look good. And I know Raiders fans love Derek Carr, but Derek Carr's time in New Orleans was not great. But the 2 weeks when the Saints started out 2-0 and put up 40 against the Cowboys, Derek Carr looked amazing. That was all because of Clint Kubiak. So Raiders fans should be really excited about Clint Kubiak. Lopez make Mitch take a Four Loko boot. Mitch is a big baby. I don't know if I can get Mitch to take a Four Loko boot. That would take many, many bangs. I might be wrong on this, and I think there's only been one Four Loko boot that's ever been taken on this channel, and it was by me on night 1 of the draft last season. And I remember I hated my life the next day. Where's Reed? Doing work. We got other shit to do here at Chat Sports. That's why I'm here on Raiders today. Come to my house, we'll play Asteroids. I don't know what that means. Oh, I'll ask Mitch when he comes back about that Loco boot. Jason, nice LSU fan. Hey, he's from Lafayette. My daughter's finishing up her freshman year at LSU. Go Tigers. Hell yeah. Jason, you know Destrehan? That is where I am from. I'm from Destrehan. Hey, shout out to Elijah saying, great work, Lopez. And Greg, we got his ass, Greg. We cooked his ass, Greg. Hey, Mitch, how much for a Four Loko boot? They say they want you to do a Loco boot. I think you know what a Loco boot is.
I mean, a Loco boot, you know, I mean, the God honest answer to that is it's going to be an outrageous number. I'll tell you that.
Well, another thing that I said, I think there's only been one Loco boot that has been done on this channel, and I think it was by me on draft night of last year.
I've done some crazy, stupid boots. I did a queso boot.
That just sounded awful.
It was horrific. It was probably the worst boot I've ever done. I've done an eggnog boot. That was brutal.
Ugh. How nasty.
I've done like 4 beers. One time, Chugs and I, we used to have a 6 beer boot. It was like
Was it wider or taller?
taller.
Okay.
Kind of, I mean, both.
Yeah.
Kind of both. It like 7 inches would have been small. You know what I mean? 7 inches would have been small. That was a big one. I'll just say this right now, y'all. The only way I'm doing a Four Loko boot is I'll give you that deal in about an hour and 20 minutes.
That might be a mistake.
I'm just gonna say it. If I do a Four Loko boot now, I don't know how I'm gonna be able to just keep it going.
I'll tell you this from experience.
$500 Venmo. I'll do a Loco boot right now.
A Four Loko boot is miserable.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
Well, actually, it wasn't bad in the moment. The next morning, I wanted to die. I wanted to kill him.
I already know. I mean, I'll say this: Four Loko boot wraps up the show quicker.
We're out of here after the boot is done.
But if you guys wanted me to stay live, like in my mind, I plan on staying live for another like hour, 20 minutes.
$500 Venmo is a Loco boot. That's insane.
It is insane because I just know what that's going to do. Foxhound, yep, $500.
Dude,
$500.
The thing
Venmo.
is, it might get done.
I have seen it happen before.
I've also seen it happen. And the people that are in here,
I don't know if I want it to happen, but
Rebel Montana's here.
it's a big
Raz.
number for obvious reasons. So, all right, let's get some people here on the LA Crash Dog boot. I did just see my guy John Scheffler, which I guess I should add David Zahn, Raider Ron. I should probably add those two guys on there as well. If you want to get on my guy, LA Crash Dogs boot, how about this? Give me some LAs down below. We'll put some people on here for Gunny's boot. We did just cross 1,400 likes on today's live show. And, yes, we've been live for probably about 6 hours now. I don't know if I had to guess.
5.5.
5.5 hours? 5.5 hours. John Scheffler, Mount Raidermore. What's going on, Sheffy? Again, y'all, friendly reminder, if you don't know, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. If you want to get in for a shot to win, last time I checked, $320. I just refreshed my phone, and then I will get some new names in there. Why is everybody spamming the? Is that what I said? Spam the? I thought I said LA. Great job on 15 minutes, 2 boots done. Put me on that boot. I hope get crazy. You always put a good amount of beers. Hopefully they take it easy on you tonight. Bo is going to be a sloppy drunk night. Bo is going to be a sloppy drunk night. Bo?
I think you meant bro.
Bro? I think
Made
bro.
more sense.
Like Bo isn't like Bo Nix. I'm like, eh.
That brother stinks.
I think it's one of those things where if you've never done a boot before, I think it's kind of hard to wrap your mind around like what it does to your body. Like where like if you drink a beer, and a beer, way easier. One boot, I mean it's like a mentally I don't know, it's mentally insane. Like, and obviously like, I don't chug a boot the way Chugs does, but like quantity,
Chugs is different. I wouldn't even compare your game to Chugs. I wouldn't compare anybody's game to Chugs here.
Cullen's close.
He is.
Cullen's beaten Chugs before.
Really?
Now
This
it's
is
like
news.
1 out of 10.
Dude, I would take one solid running.
Okay, I've never seen anybody get close to Chugs.
I'm about to say
Cullen, there was one day, Chug, now it was probably a slow sprint for Chugs. It was probably like an 8-seconder, but Cullen put one down in like 8 seconds one time. It was hella impressive.
respect.
It was hella impressive. But, to me, man, I do this show in the idea of if people want to have a good time, let's have a good time, right? Like, I love my job. I love being able to do this for a living. I understand that I'm probably not going to be able to do this forever. Like, I'll tell you this right now. You're not going to see shows like this once I have kids. Like, now, if it's draft night and it's a big night, sure. The Friday happy hours, all that stuff, it'll slow down in a few years once I have some kiddos.
He goes live from the nursery.
Live from the delivery room.
If you send in a $2,000 super chat, you can pick its name.
If you bang right now, I will show you. Now, I don't know if you'd even want to see it. Easiest way to get your YouTube channel shut down is probably that.
You call it a nature documentary.
Animal Planet. Here's some people getting in this duck race right now. I saw Vincent Luna was the last name that I got in, and then I see Brian Nichols. What up, Brian Nichols? You in, and then I'm going to go Dan Frey. You got in as well. $20 Venmo. Right now, shot to win $340 in hiccup on the house.
It's a pretty good payday.
I mean, $340 watching a YouTube show, not bad.
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad at all. 760 people are still watching this freaking thing. Don't you guys ever have anything better to do? I mean, you're telling me right now this is the top thing on your priority? Get a life. No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate y'all. Let's roll through some questions here on the show. I see a lot of does. I must have said something. So I'm going to go with Killa Cali. I got you. Let's go with Raider Et for life. Gotcha. Hang on. Let me write this in. Let's go with Luis Al. I gotcha. Woo. Luis Alcaraz. And then I'm going to go with Darren Natalie. I think that's what that was. Darren Natalie. Gotcha. What up, Mr. Mudd? What does Raider Nation grade Kubiak's season on? Offense, defense, ranking, or overall record, all the above. What's acceptable bar for this team in those stats? I mean, if you're only judging Clint Kubiak based on offense, I think shame on you because he's the head coach now, and like the head coach's job is to make sure that we have the best football team from top to bottom. Kubiak actually also said that on Wednesday that somebody asked him, what's the biggest difference between being a head coach and an offensive coordinator? And Kubiak was like, well, I do more homework now on the defensive side of the football, which is the right answer to be able to do. And Kubiak's got a lot of defensive experience. He actually started out on the defensive side of the football. Then they moved him to offense. Kubiak actually said that he was upset about that move at the time. And obviously now, it's ended up, it's paying off. I think for Clint, since the objective here is future, right? If the Raiders win 4 or 5 games, I'm going to be disappointed. I expect the Raiders to be competitive every single game. That doesn't mean we're going to win every game, but I expect the Raiders to be competitive every single game, and let's say that puts us somewhere around 8 and 9 wins. I feel like I say it every year, but that's kind of where I'd be looking at right now for Clint, somewhere around 8 to 9 wins. But I also will look at it as, did Brock Bowers make an improvement? Did Ashton Genty show improvement? Did maybe, Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza, did they show that they are clearly like that was the right move? I'll look at the offensive line. Is the offensive line a lot better? How does Tyler Linderbaum ended up looking? You look at the Kwity Paye, the Jalen Naylor, the Quay Walker, the Nakobe Dean. Does Eric Stokes look better in year 2? How do the players look in your draft? Like, sometimes it's not so much about just like how the record is, and I get it. Because, like, from a Raiders standpoint from last season, our record was bad, plus all of our rookies looked terrible. Like, think about DJ Glaze. If DJ Glaze has a really good year this upcoming season, I'm going to go Clint Kubiak, Rick Dennison, DJ Glaze. That's kind of like what I'm hoping for in terms of growth. The Raiders last season were just so much out of whack, and I think last season is proof of when you don't have good coaching, it's really hard to be a good football team. And they had really, really bad coaching last season. What's up, Wood? Appreciate you getting me on the boot. Love the show. Keep doing your thing. What do you think of the odds of signing Najee after signing Cousins? I really don't think that the signing of Cousins has any impact at all on the signing of Najee Harris. And what's kind of interesting about the timing of everything, so the Raiders attendees at the Indiana Pro Day, there were 8 people that I know of. I saw on NFL Network they said 10. I'm only just going to go off the 8 names that I know who those 8 names were. So they had dinner with Fernando Mendoza late last night. That means they flew back to Vegas today, and they have a meeting with Najee Harris today. Also, some NFL news here. One-time NFL Player of the Year. I believe he won that award in 2016. Stephon Gilmore has just announced his retirement. Stephon Gilmore, Defensive Player of the Year in 2016 for the New England Patriots in that season. I mean, he was truly one of the best corners. I kind of wish the Raiders would have given Gilmore an opportunity last season to be able to go out there and do their thing, like Kai Blue Kelly or Stephon Gilmore. What are we even talking about here? I mean, the fact, though, that Najee's coming into the building, and I think Najee is a really good fit with this Raiders team, the fact that they have said, again, like, you got to think about what the Raiders are saying, because when the Raiders this year say something, they've kind of done it, and like Kubiak was saying and Spytek was saying that they wanted the veteran quarterback in a perfect world, veteran quarterback. Now, you look at the fact that Kubiak during the NFL Combine said, we want a running mate for Ashton Genty. Do you have that quote?
The Kubiak one, yes.
Well, it's not the Kubiak on the quarterback.
It's Kubiak the Combine, huh?
Kubiak Combine, I think it's about running back 2 and about them adding a running mate with Ashton Genty. I know we have a bunch of freaking...
Give me 1 second.
You're good. If you don't have it, it's totally fine. But it's like, in my mind, when Kubiak... Yep, that's the one. This has been a team, this has been an organization, when they have said something, they have found a way to go out there and do it. So Kubiak at the Combine said, we definitely want to have a 2-man show. Guys that can share the load. It's a long season. You don't want to put all the carries and targets on one guy. So right now, we're identifying guys that are available in the draft, identifying free agents we might go after, looking at our own roster and seeing who can share that. It's important that Genty has a wingman. So because Kubiak said that, I'm thinking it's only a matter of time before we end up finding that wingman. And when you look at the Raiders running back depth chart, you got Genty, right? Can you go to the depth chart for me? You got Genty. You signed Connor Hayward in free agency. He's going to be your fullback. You got Dylan Laube. You got Chris Collier. I think the problem is, though, not only did we lose Raheem Mostert, we also lost Zamir White. And if you sign Najee Harris, he adds absolutely nothing. You can show that one. That's fine. He adds absolutely nothing to this, we'll call it, special teams unit. And I think by adding a running back, we need to have a running back that we trust on special teams. Like, I'll ask you all right now, do you trust Dylan Laube and Chris Collier on special teams? Give me a yes, give me a no down below. And if most of those answers are no, and I'm not trying to sway y'all in any way, shape, or form, like, I would say no to that answer or to that question. And because I think most people are going to say no, we got to be able to replace not only Mostert, but also Zeus. And I don't mean that just from an RB2, RB3 standpoint. I mean, Najee you ain't gonna put somebody who's got to pop the Achilles on special teams. I don't think that makes any sense at all. So he's gonna be your RB2. And then can you find that running back a little bit later on in the draft, that flexibility? I think that's probably pretty damn solid. Again, I'm sorry for how banged up I am. I'm actually like okay in like the grand scheme of things, but I know I'm not as good as what I was when I first started the show. Also, is that a picture of you and your kid? Because that's probably one of the coolest photos I've ever seen. I'm a big baseball guy myself. My dad, he was a big baseball guy. Played for the Mets, got to try out for the Cardinals as well. Spring training stuff, blew out his knee. But baseball is a huge, huge thing in my family. So if that's a real picture, legit, if it's just you and some random kid, you're probably going to have to change your picture.
It's a little weird.
Let's go to Troy. Did you order 6 extra small shirts? If you did, I'm gonna be on the lookout for you. Bayou Raider here in the building. Troy Douglas. I'll DM you on IG, Mitch. Don't know about other Dave and Buster's, but ours is number 1 in the nation, known for big parties, big prizes, big buns. I'm not talking burgers. For the homies, we're married.
What kind of Dave and Buster's are you operating?
I was gonna say what's Dave doing and what's he busting on? Troy, yeah, hit me up, man. What's your IG? If it's just Troy Douglas, that'll be easier for me to be able to see. But Troy, like if you can give me a spot, like I don't mean this as like I mean this, Troy. You give me a spot, I'll pack it. Would Raider fans show up to Orange? I think you said Orange, California,
For all the big buns.
for big buns and big prizes. And a little Mitchell Renz. No, but like seriously, like Troy, give me some days that maybe in the summer that could work. The number 1 guy you got to talk to, Troy, is Raider Ron. If Raider Ron is on board with this, I promise you, I'll make it happen. Because Ron's been asking me to do something out in California where he's at, and obviously I got to do something this summer for Ron. Ron's been an unbelievable person for such a long time on this show. But I'm down, man. I tried to contact Dave and Buster's in San Jose, and I don't blame them. Like I feel like when I tell some people like I run a YouTube show, like they don't understand it. If you want 500 people there, man, I think I can get you 500 people there. Yeah. Let's go to Jaime. What up, Jaime? Mitch, I have to get you to say my last name correctly. Portillo. Okay, Portillo. Thanks, Mitch. Raiders. Here I am thinking I'm doing a good job. Is it Jaime? Is that correct? Actually, Alex and I the other day, we were talking about like random kid names. Boy, girl, we talk about them all the time. And she goes, what do you think about the name Jaime? And I was like, honestly, I kind of like the name Jaime. I think my only worry is I think about me, my family.
When you go pick up a little Jaime Renz from kindergarten, they'll be like, are you sure? Is this one yours?
Well, that I didn't even think of that. I feel like people will read it as Jamie.
Oh, yeah, that too.
And it's just like that's just not the name. Like for Alex, like one of Alex's biggest pet peeves, and it's funny, like not to say like that I don't care what people call me. My dad's like very like if you ever like around like my dad, call me Mitchell. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. He's like, your name's Mitchell. It's not Mitch. Fair enough, right? But my dad and Alex, my wife, are very like big on their name. And Alex's name is Alexandra. Sometimes people will go Alejandra. And she's like, there's no J in there. You know, and I get like sometimes, like for me, I try to sometimes do it. And she like yells at me sometimes. She's like, you got to say the name how you think it is. Don't like try to overdo it. And I'm like, I try in so many different ways. I don't try to purposely butcher names, but I actually appreciate the fact that you did this. I also appreciate the fact that your photo is very similar to the last one that we just had, just kind of vice versa. And, yeah,
again, we just hope that's your kid.
If it's not, then, yeah, you got to change your photo. I'm not trying to get my YouTube channel shut down here. But Portillo. I just can't look at your last name because as soon as I get something in my head, it's hard for me to get it out of there. Jaime Portillo. Jaime Portillo, Jaime Portillo, Jaime Portillo. We'll see. Thank you, though. I'm going to try, man. I promise you. That was like the first time when I went out in San Jose, and I met Hong. His name is spelled Hoang, and I would always say Wong. because I thought it was an Asian name, and I thought I was doing good. He's like, bro, you always say my name wrong. Hong. I try to remember. I think I do a decent job now, Hong. Alfredo, what's going on, Robles? I can tell you the first time I met Alfredo, Las Vegas, we were at Red Tail, which was it's a bar at, I forget what that, Resorts World. And it was him, and I believe it was your significant other. Maybe it's your wife. Actually, I feel like you guys just either you're just getting married or you're just about to have a baby. Maybe I'm wrong.
I thought you were about to say. Actually, I think you're just friends.
No, they told me something that day, and I remember it was a big thing because he was like, "Bro, you're the first person I told," and I feel like it's either they were having a baby or that they were getting married. I think it's got to be one of those two options, because I think that's also the day Nico Laz bought the entire bar, a freaking thing of Fireball, and we were all hanging out that day. But I promise y'all, I hope that you guys realize when I say this, I do truly, truly remember a lot of the cool experiences we had. But I remember meeting Alfredo and him and his family. Can't imagine how lit this show will be when the Raiders win the Super Bowl. Smoke alarms, dude. Sprinklers, smoke alarms.
Yesterday at the Chat Sports office.
Yeah, literally yesterday. Yeah, the freaking fire alarm started going off here at the studio yesterday. I had no idea what was freaking happening. Yeah, I'll say I don't know how it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a lot like my wedding, and I mean that of I don't know if anybody out there has gotten married before, and you'll probably experience this whenever that day is for you because you can hang too. I have no idea how much I drank that day. No idea. I have absolutely no idea how much I drank that day. But the moment I got home, I felt like I got hit by a ton of bricks. At the wedding, there's just so much adrenaline. There's so much stuff going on. When I got home, dude, I was like, where did this come from? Alex will say she didn't fall asleep with the chicken tender in her hand. I
saw the chicken.
I was there. I'm telling you right now, there's a chicken tender in the hand. She was craving canes. I was like, yeah, wedding night, we ended up getting canes. But, dude, I can't imagine it either. It's going to be a hell of a party, and I hope when that day does happen, I hope I'm in my 30s. How about that? I hope I'm in my 30s, and I hope that it happens in Las Vegas. Alfredo, if you're still here, I got to know, am I kind of right with my memory here, or am I just straight up tripping? Adrian Garcia, what's going on, man? What do you think will be the identity of this team this season? It's a really good question. I do always say that teams take on the identity of their leaders, and if there's one thing that I love about Clint Kubiak, not that Clint doesn't show a lot of emotion, but Clint's about football. You could tell what he's about. He's about action. He's about doing your job, being committed, just a football guy. I've loved being able to listen to Kubiak, and I get he might not be the most energetic guy, but when he talks about football, you should listen, because I think anybody that listens to him, you could just tell it's, and I feel bad for saying this, but there was so many years and years past from when Josh McDaniels said words that just felt like there was no value to him. When Pete Carroll last season was talking, I felt like there was not a lot of value to him. Antonio Pierce could do all the hype shit, but he didn't have anything really to back it up. When Kubiak talks, I think people listen because you could tell he knows what he's talking about. He's a very humble guy, very God-given guy. But honestly, I think the identity of a Clint Kubiak football team is just going to be a tough mother effing football team. It's going to be a team where you might not win that game, but you're going to know you went up against them. It's going to be a team that's going to give it their all, 110%. You think about the defensive side of the football, I think of Max Crosby, right? That's going to be your leader. That's your captain. That's your guy you look at. That's going to be your identity of your defense. You go out and you sign a guy like Tyler Linderbaum, and Kubiak kind of talked about it the other day. That guy touches the football every play. He's going to be the one. He's going to be leading meetings when coaches aren't there. So if I got Max Crosby on defense, if I got Tyler Linderbaum in the middle, and then I also get a dude like Ashton Genty, these Brock Bowers, Fernando Mendoza, Genty, Bowers, and Mendoza. I'm not trying to act like I know Bowers well. I don't know Genty well. I've met Mendoza for literally a minute. But those guys to me are like silent assassins. They're all about showing up, doing their job, and just making sure that they're doing the best way that they possibly can. You add all of that up, and I've been saying it for a long time, man, I want FU football. I want to see a team that when you go up against the Las Vegas Raiders led by Clint Kubiak, you leave that game knowing that you remember the Titans. Josh McDaniels, what's up, dude? How are you not cold with all that ice? Because I sit up here and I talk for 7 straight hours. I'm sweating. You're lucky that this ice isn't just melting off. Again, I bought this chain for my my bachelor party, and I have not worn it probably since my bachelor party. There was one time I tried to wear it out with my wife, and she's like, "What do you have on right now?" She's like very, I don't know, like for me, this is the chain I would wear with the boys. Like if the boys come over or I'm going out, like I'm going to wear this, you know. If I'm with my wife, she's like, "You're doing too much." She's more like, if I'm going to wear like a chain around Alex, it's got to be dainty. Like it's got to be small, it's got to be dainty. Like the one that I have from GLD, like if I'm going out with my wife,
She'll like that one.
this. That's what she wants. This, she's not about. But again, like when I hang out with the guys, dude, I love this chain. This chain means a lot to me. I'm not going to lie. Alfredo, yes, sir. We just found out the Vieja was pregnant with our son, who will actually be 4 years old next month. And fun fact, we actually legally named him Raider Robles. Oh my God!
I want to know how that conversation went.
I was gonna say I'm actually happy that you said this. How about this, Alfredo? I gotta add you. I gotta add Alfredo Robles. I gotta add Raider Robles. Can you give me? I mean, it's your wife's name. We're just gonna go. Yep, we're gonna go that. If you're still together with your wife and you want to give me her name, I'll put it with. I'm guessing you are, right? We found out you're still saying we, so I'm with our son. I think we're good. I just, I don't know, slippery slope. But like, I'm glad that you sent this in because I do remember that day a lot. This might be weird for me to say, and it might be weird for you to hear. But I remember, like you told me, you're like, dude, I'm a little like, I'm like. Not starstruck's not the right word because you didn't say that, but you were like, I can't believe like I'm talking to you right now face to face, and I feel always the same way, right? Like I talk to a lot of you guys, I get to know you guys on social media, I get to know you guys on the internet, and it's a lot different, right? The picture, like I'm talking to a camera for the love of God, so like it's also like really cool for me to be like, oh shit, like the one that I really remember this past year, I got to meet Ed Robbins out in in Tucson, Arizona. Obviously, I meet a lot of different people. Beating the Night Devil earlier this year was really freaking cool. But Ed looked at me, and I looked at Ed, and Ed's like, I'm Ed Robbins. I'm like, Ed, I know who you are. You don't got to do that. Or like Jeremy Cool, being able to see Jeremy PG earlier. Really special stuff. What do you got for me? Uh-oh. What do you got for me? Bro, that's hot.
Y'all sending feet pics to each other?
Bro, that's hot. No. Just schedule for. Let's do tomorrow. Actually, no, Saturday. Yep. Yep. Nah, dude, 4 years old. See, that's what I mean. Like, time flies. Like, you don't even realize how quick time goes by sometimes. And I can remember that like it was just the other day, dude. That's unbelievable. Sheffy! Uh-oh. Let's make sure we get that Raider More symbol up there on my super chat. I don't know. Do you know how to do it?
I'm not going to lie. I've never heard of this. This has never been a thing in my brain.
So there is like some Mount Raider. I don't know how to do it, obviously. So, Chef, here's the thing with, like, new guys that come in here. There's, like, we have so many graphics, right? So think about you're looking at a book. You're telling him to flip to page 67 of a 600-page book. Yeah, I actually didn't pick that number on purpose, but.
I didn't even know there was a Mount Raidermore symbol. I'm not going to lie
there
to
is,
you.
and I know, like, so typically there's a Mount Raidermore symbol for a lot of the guys that are on it, and I don't know how to tell you to get to it. That's my Chef. I promise you this,
Is
man.
It that one?
Yes. Yeah. See that, boy. Thank you, Chef.
Not gonna lie, I also don't know all the Mount Raider members, so if I haven't given you one in the past, my bad.
I promise you, I'll usually say like it's Mount Raider more. Cheers to my guy John Scheffler, man. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling pretty good right now. Mitch can name his daughter. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Let's make sure we got that. Mitch even missed it. I don't think I missed it. I just knew why it wasn't up there, and I wasn't trying to be like, dude, you got to get it. But you're right. That's on me. It's not on him. It's definitely on me.
Supposedly check your Venmos while these other super chats are loading in. I see some people, Greg Robinson and Bayou, are both saying Venmo. Or have said Venmo in the past.
That's scary.
Dude, remember, $500 Venmo. Mitch said Four Loko boot. I want it to be known. $500 Venmo, and Mitch is ripping a Four Loko boot. That'd be third boot of the day.
Not a Four Loko boot, thank God.
Damn it.
Brian Hinkle, you're in. I see Keith Grego in. Anthony Adebo in. Greg Robinson, you in. And then Bayou, I got you. All right, I'm going to send you a message here. I'll tell you this right now. We got 2 MVPs right now from Born a Raider, Raider for Life. There's one guy that's lurking, and you can't sleep on him. I mean, you probably could, but I wouldn't personally. His name's Bayou Raider, and then this show might get a little bit crazy. Been watching from the start. I traveled out of town for work. This has made the drive easy. Also sent a video of my daughter on Instagram. Are you JJ Rivera on IG? Oh, dude, that's sick. The guy, Alex and I, we've been watching Next Gen Chef. The guy who won it, Andrew Sargent. Him and I were talking yesterday. Just got to follow. Let's go. I love when people message me stuff like, dude, Kirk Cousins, he's a Raider. Like, I know, believe me. No, I shouldn't say it like that. I actually do really, really appreciate when people send me, like, when news happens. Oh, dude. All right, hang on a second here. I got to send you this.
Me?
Yeah, dude. We got to, I don't know if you were able to put this on.
If it's a picture link, I could. Video's
tough.
I might. If you can put it in, like, Dropbox or
actually, turn that mic on for me. Can you turn that one on?
tap on it. I hear it.
All right. Can you guys? Yeah, we're good. All right. So, hang on. She's got her bunny ears on. This is super cute. All right, this is you got JJ. All right, cool. JJ. JJ, am I cool to show this? I should probably ask before I show it. JJ, am I cool to show the video you sent me? I'm gonna wait on that. I'm gonna wait on that. While we're waiting to see if JJ's cool with it, just put his super back up there. Oh, he said yeah. All right, hang on a second.
Okay.
All right, you guys ready? This is lit.
Let me turn the mic back up. Sorry. Should be good now.
This is sick. All right, you ready? See
Yep.
it? All right. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hit start, though. Oh, God. Oh, I got to turn it up. Oh, dude, this is sick. You guys ready?
Hey, Mitch, there's only one nation, and that's Raiders. Raiders!
That's pretty good Raiders.
All right, we
That's
gotta
good Raiders.
Hey, Mitch, there's only one nation, and that's Raiders. Raiders!
Oh, bro, that is freaking sick, man. Dude, I mean this when I say this.
That's a good Raiders.
Those type of videos are, dude, like those type of videos, they mean more to me than I think just about anything that people send in. Because, again, man, like I want to be able to continue to grow this Raiders Report family. And sometimes, like, I feel bad mentally because I know what type of show I'm doing right now. And, you know, like, I don't want kids that are watching this to think what I do. Like, if I chug 7 beers, like, don't do that shit at home. Like, don't do it. Like, I'm telling you right now, like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Now, if you get to a point where it's like, hey, that's how you put a roof over your head, maybe mom and dad would tell you, like, sometimes you just got to do some stuff that, you want to be able to, that you got to do, right? And I do what I feel like I need to do to be able to provide for my family every single day. I've had some things that have happened to me in the past, but truthfully, I feel like any man, any woman out there, they would say the same thing. Like, if they told you, like, hey, this is what you got to do to be able to provide for your family, you do it without second thought. It's just, that's how it is. Big Raz says that was great. When Big Raz sent me his daughter, like, she's a cheerleader. She's a Raiderette. She's like one of the many Raiderettes. I think what's really cool about doing this is you guys, one, trust me enough to be able to send that. I love seeing that stuff. Like, my best friend Joe, his daughter Olivia, she just celebrated her 1 birthday, and obviously I don't have kids yet, but I'm a softie, and I know I'm a softie. I cry watching American Idol. Shit, man, I cry just about every time I watch anything. But 2 years already, Big? That's crazy. 2 years old? I mean, that's wild. That's adorable. I think that's what this show is all about, continuously growing this family that we have. And JJ, man, from the bottom of my heart, dude, that's sick. You said fifth birthday? Message me on Instagram. Message me on IG if you don't mind your shipping address, and I'm gonna send something your way, because that's amazing. That's
You got him in his feels.
That's cool, dude. Like, the fact that she even says the name tells me that she watches the show, and she's got her little bunny ears on. It's Easter weekend. That's unbelievable. So JJ, send me your shipping address. I got something for you. I got something for the fam. I also got something for the entire nation. Hope you guys brought your drinking pants. Bayou Raider! Bang! Oh, man. Oh, boy. I'll tell you this. I don't think I could pitch with this big of a chain on.
I think you can just take that chain off. I think it's Bayou's now. He snatched that shit.
See, here's the thing. He's not the MVP yet.
I thought he was tied.
He's close.
Oh, wait, who was tied?
So we got
Was I
Born a
wrong?
Raider, Raider for life. They're tied for the MVP. Bayou's. All right, Bayou. You want me to give you a Bayou type of deal? It's a big number, Bayou. I'm just going to be honest with you. 3 bangs, you're the new MVP. You would be getting this chain. Lopez and I will split a boot.
Now you're getting me involved in your 4 Loco boots.
Bro, if I do a 4 Loco boot. All right, F it, Bayou. You send another 300. I'll do my best to do that 4 Loco boot. But I'm not doing it.
I'll also do a boot with you.
I'm not doing it for another. I'm not doing it for F it. Let's do it.
I'll do a boot with you as well.
If you send in a 300, I got you.
Dude.
I'm not making. Don't do it if you don't want to do it. I'm not trying to say it, but that's the deal.
You know what they say about the Cajuns, right? They love to have a good time.
Tony Satch.
Yeah.
All right, who wants to get on LA Crash Dogs boot? Spam Bayou down below. If you don't, I think I'm going to block you. Oh man, Bayou. I'm gonna give you like 60 seconds, 2 minutes, because if not, I owe you a beer bong, and so does Lopez.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
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 I do.
Oh man, give me some Bayous
shit, he said
down
check Venmo.
below.
He said check Venmo. Don't do a beer bong, please.
That's disgusting.
At this point, don't do the beer
All
bong.
right, so we got Killa Cali.
Fuck.
I'll tell you this right now. If Bayou ends up doing this, y'all,
I don't know what this.
Darren
next
says you're not
Venmo
blocking
says.
anyone. Darren, you're right. It's before that comment, I got you. We got Mr. Mud. Gotcha. I'm putting a bunch of names in here before I can't write anymore.
Yeah, just keep writing.
Rebel Montana. I got you. We got hang on, let me slow this down a little bit for me. Greg Robinson. We got Greg Robinson. All right, Greg Rob. We got
Rob.
I don't think I've put Yoda in here yet. Sorry, Yoda. It's on me. Yoda Jenkins. I'm gonna get one on here for the big tuna. Got one for the tune. The Real Relic. Gotcha. We got Steven Hansen. Gotcha. Need a little Panda Subs?
I don't think we ever tried Panda. Not gonna lie.
Might wake you up a little bit. Brian.
It's not bad. What flavor is that? Like cherry? Pomegranate?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's whatever you want it to be. Perfect. There we got Peter. Is that Peter? Yep, Peter Frierio. All right. I'm going to look. I'll look.
Over or under 250?
I mean, but this guy, I'll tell you this.
Like, I think 250 is like a good line.
Anything's possible. Anything is possible. If anybody cares, Richard Black's in the duck race.
Shout out Richard.
Richard Black in the duck race. All right. I'm going to send you a message. I'll say this.
Hey, message was received.
We do have a new MVP. If you want the chain, you're going to have to do more than 6 bangs.
Hold up. Before this gets...
If you want the chain, you're going to have to do more than 6 bangs. I'm just going to say it like that.
He snatched that shit.
Like I said, I'm going to try to do this to the best way in my ability, but I'm telling you this right now. If the Raiders sign Najee, I'm just going to apologize ahead of time. Do we make a video right now that just it's like Raiders sign Najee and I can just save it? Nobody's going to understand it, but people are going to be like, "Did we really sign Najee?" No, but if I do a video now and I save it, might be
Well, then
able
we're going to have to do one for Von Miller, too.
That's true. That's true. You guys ready? Bayou Raider Bang! All right. I'll see you guys Tuesday. Hell of a show. Good night. I'm out. If only.
I think we've learned one thing today.
Mitch, are you wearing Raiders underwear? Honestly, the underwear I have on, the ones Max gave me.
So technically you are.
Technically, yeah. Max, I don't know if y'all saw like when Genty posted his Sacks. That's weird. Posted his Sacks underwear video. It's right when like Max sent me this same. I'll tell you this right now. They're the best underwear on planet Earth. They're unbelievable. They have this like. They literally have like it's like a pouch. I don't know really how else to explain it.
They really hold your sack really well.
They are the best underwear on planet Earth. They really truly are. They're not a sponsor, they're not anything. I wear them all the flipping time. Like if I go for a jog, I probably won't wear any other underwear now unless I go for a run. I'll wear Sacks. But I got 6 pairs. I wear them a lot.
Shout out to Max Crosby for sending us your sacks.
Yep. Yesterday, Mitch false vid for April Fool's Day. I didn't make anything. I'll tell you that. I didn't make anything from a false video. Oh, this is interesting from Just Blog Baby. John Spytek really getting out of his comfort zone this offseason, signing 3 former Michigan State Spartans, Jalen Naylor, Connor Hayward, Kirk Cousins. Obviously, they don't have any lap over. But I'm trying to think. Jalen Naylor, he's got a lap over with another Michigan State player that we have. I can't think of who it is. Maybe it is Connor Hayward, but I forget what it was. But it was Naylor played at Michigan State. There's another player that has played at Michigan State on the Raiders, and I can't think of who it is. Is it a receiver? I don't think it's a receiver. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping.
Yeah.
I can remember me talking about Michigan State something. Okay, guys. I
guess I gotta go get this logo.
Well, I'm gonna go pee. I'll go get it.
I also have to piss.
All right, you go. You go pee first, then. You go pee first, because I got pee after that. It's I mean, I gotta pee before. There's no way that I can. Yeah, there's no way. So here's what we're going to do. Spam Bayou down below. Spam Bayou down below. And while Lopez is taking a pee. I am going to get some people here on LA Crash Dog's boot. Again, Gunny doesn't know that we're doing the boot. I was told by Ron and Zahn to get him a boot, so I was like, I'm going to wait for happy hour show. And once I wait for the happy hour show, then I'll be able to get some more people to get on. Lewis, damn, you're not going to wake up until Easter. So luckily, my wife has got a company dinner tonight. And, I'll say this. I have a system. I think my system works for me. It's a system that I don't recommend for anybody else, but I am an elite. We'll call it rallier. It's probably the way to say it. I'm going to, as soon as this show ends, I'm going to do something. I'm going to rally without the rally part. I'm going to go home. I'm going to drink a ton, and I mean a ton of my BCAAs from Panda. I'm going to drink a ton of, I have these like electrolyte packets. They work phenomenal. I also have, it's milk thistle. If you don't know milk thistle, it's supposed to help out your liver. It's supposed to help out your system. And then I got something that's it's basically like a detox, which they're not a sponsor here, so I'm not going to give them a shout out. But I got a little detox thing, and it helps me literally just get everything out of my system so I can be okay. And then tomorrow, I will go for a long run. It's not a quick run by any means. It's really just a sweat run to try to get all the toxins out of my body. It gets tougher and tougher. I feel like the older and older I get. But I do mean this when I say it. I feel like if I tell myself today that I'm going to do what I do today, I feel like I can motivate myself no matter what tomorrow, no matter how hungover I am, no matter how bad I am. I'll go on a run even if I got to throw up in the middle of the run. I've always believed, like, if I'm going to do shit like this as a 33-year-old man, I got to be able to wake up tomorrow and, be a normal human being. Like, the moment that I can't do that anymore is the moment I'll probably stop doing this. Or if we have kiddos. Ricky and, what up, Ricky? I got you, man. Ricky and, you in there? Sheffy, I know you already got one, but I'll give you another one. Let's go for Drama 090. I see Robert Jansen. If you want to get on the boot, and then if LA gets here and he doesn't know, I don't know who this guy is spamming what you're spamming, but I'm going to give you one more chance because there's only one nation, bro. Can you put my son's name, Iker? I got you. Loco Raider, probably perfect timing. And then I got Killa Cali. All right, we got you. The fact that there's 650 people watching this are always mind-blowing to me. Like, don't get me wrong, I love being able to do this show, especially like these types of shows. Like the Kirk Cousins breaking news, that's my job. That's my job to cover. And I'm going to cover it. I'm going to give you guys 110%. But like now it's just like, now it's the bullshit hour. I mean, we just talk about whatever the hell y'all want for the next hour, 30 minutes-ish. Though, I will say this. I don't know how I'm going to feel after what I'm about to do. I really don't know. So we'll see. Big Raz says now it's playtime. You're probably right, Big Raz. Yeah, this is going to be interesting, man. I've done locos before. They are a different animal. It's kind of like when I start taking tequila shots. It's like, bro, I could drink. I'm telling you right now, I could do 10 fireball shots. I'd probably rather do 10 fireball shots before I did 2 tequila shots. Hell, 1 tequila shot. It's different. I think everything impacts people differently, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I don't know what he's doing out there. I see David Ward in. Gotcha. Gregory Silva. Gotcha. 20 to win, $430. Unbelievable. Here, I'm going to see if I can... All right, Bayou, I got a question for you. I see your message, and I get your message. Appreciate your message. Would you guys? Would you guys? If I'm trying to think of a good way to say this, would you? If I gave you an extra hour for half a boot? Because Bayou's telling me if I don't want to do it, I don't have to do it. But I kind of feel bad for saying that. There could be a trade-off. How about this, Bayou? I'm going to do as much as I can, and when I feel like I can't do anymore, I'm not going to do it anymore. Okay? No, he goes, you don't have to do a loco boot or any boot. He just texted me. But I was like, I'm going to do as much as I can. You are? Okay. Sounds good. Can I go pee soon, though? Yes. I'm about to blow. I'm about to put a hole in these pants. Big Raz says Loco Lopez could finish it. Yeah, honestly, I think the way that we'll probably do this is Lopez and I will probably split one. I got you, bro. If you're down to do a FaceTime call after, let me know, because I think there's only one person that I'm going to want to talk to probably after this. I'll give you a call. Yoda, Marshall, how about that Rockets-Knicks game? Yeah, don't bring that one up to him. Don't bring that one up to him. I feel like that's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough.
So, all right, let me go pee real quick. Loco Lopez is going to hold it down here. We got 650 people in the building. If you don't know what you're watching right now, that's what I like to call Raiders Friday Happy Hour. I know it's Thursday. Feels like a Friday. I got a 3-day weekend coming up here. Coming up in just a moment. Loco and I are going to do our best to – I see two over
We have
there.
a wide variety of flavors, so we can choose.
That makes me scared. All right, that makes me scared. All right, let me go pee real quick, and then we'll figure it out.
Yep. We actually have two Locos in studio because, we like to keep our options wide. We have what is that? The Sour Galactic one, and we got a camo. So I'll let Mitch choose his. I'll let Mitch select which one we're drinking. Yeah. Bayou, you're insane. Bayou's insane. I shouldn't have doubted you. This Cajun Raiders fan in Louisiana, he probably enjoys when people drink. I shouldn't have doubted him. That's on me. I offered it. LCA saying he just woke up. Welcome to the party. We've been live for 6 hours and 12 minutes, but way to show up on time. Welcome to the party, LCA. Bayou Raider, salute to you. It's been a crazy week over here on Raiders, actually. Oh, my God. I don't even know. What do y'all even want to talk about anymore? I'm just here. I guess we can pop up the deals for the day, even though that's kind of... We're gone. We're just here. Here's the deals for today. 100 likes. We signed the boot, the Raiders Report boot that will be sent off to LA Crash Dog. We are at 1459 likes, so 41 more likes. We'll add some more names to that boot that will be sent off to, as I said, LA Crash Dog. $10 if you just want to guarantee your spot on the boot. $10 super chat. You'll be on the boot that is sent to LA Crash Dog. $20 Venmo. You'll be in our 50-50 duck race that will be at the end of today's show. Can make some serious money. I think last I heard it was over $300. It's probably going to be over that by the time that we're done here. And then a $50 an alley-oop, another $50. Someone slams it down. That equals a bang. Or if you want to bang on your own, $100 Cash App, Venmo, Super Chat, whatever. Rule on today's Raiders Happy Hour. When there's a bang, a beer goes down, whether it's me, whether it's Mitch, whether it's both of us. Someone drinking a beer. Or in the case in a couple minutes, 4 Loco. So, don't go anywhere. Doa is saying, do we still get Mendoza after signing Kirk Cousins? Yes. Fernando Mendoza will be a Las Vegas Raider on April 23rd at around 7:18 Central Time. My guess. That's my guess. We have Cousins at a vet min, so I'm guessing we're still going for Mendoza. Yeah. Yeah, Big Raz in the chat. Let him know. John Scheffler Lopez, you grew up Saints fan? Yes, actually. Me and my dad still actually have season tickets to the Saints games. And the first season that we started going to the Saints games is the year that they went to the Super Bowl and won. So, been to some NFC Championship games in my time, some playoff games. It was a fun ride for a little bit. Wolverine, LSU Tigers. Who's your favorite player coming out of LSU? Don't say Jamarcus Russell. Oh, it's definitely not Jamarcus Russell. Joe Burrow is number one. And then after that, it's Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. It's like 1A, 1B. A little bit more love has to go to Jefferson because we did go to the same high school. Fun fact about me. So, Patrick Peterson, he was a good one. I'm only 24, so remember Pat Pete, prime Pat Pete at LSU. I was still a little young. Tyrann Mathieu probably above Patrick Peterson for me. Love the Honey Badger, though. Trying to think of some other underrated ones. Odell Beckham, obviously a great one. Jarvis Landry. Trenton Holiday was fun at LSU as well. Alex saying Cousins better than Derek Carr. Yeah. Okay. Bayou Raider saying Stingley. Stingley was great freshman year, and then something happened sophomore year. I believe it was an injury or something where he didn't play much, and then he sat out his junior year, so we didn't really get to see a bunch of Derek Stingley at LSU, but the time there was great. Can you please tell Mitch what happened to Patrick B? Who's Patrick B? What'd I miss? Who's Patrick B? Chev, what'd I miss? Am I just dumb? Is that one just going over my head? Answer in the comments, though. Who is the better quarterback? Or who would you rather as the Raiders quarterback right now? Kirk Cousins or Derek Carr? I'm going to get that up right now. Guessing you like White. Love Derek White. He was great. Devin White was very fun at LSU. A lot of people saying DC in the chat. I hope that's how he spells Derek. I actually have no idea how Derek Carr spells Derek. Me and Alex are agreeing on how we spell Derek, so Alex, if I'm going down, you're coming down with me, bud. Patrick B is another Mount Raidamore. Okay. I didn't know that. That's on me. Was that a super chat from earlier? Because if it is, I apologize, and we can fix that. I don't know though. Let's see what the comments saying. Okay, Tesla, we're getting a little carried away here. DC4 over Burrow. No. I will say Joe Burrow, very injury prone in his time in the NFL, but you and I both know if you had the option of having Derek Carr or Joe Burrow right now, you would much rather Joe Burrow. And that's not even disrespect to Derek Carr. Joe Burrow, when healthy, is a top 3 to 4 quarterback in my opinion. Yeah, Big Rass. I gotta study up my Mount Raidamore history. I gotta get Mitch and Chugs to send me the notes. Joe Burrow, low-key better than Mahomes. I won't go that far because then a lot of people will be like, oh, he's biased. He's biased. But he is the only guy that has shown he can beat Mahomes consistently, especially when it matters. Looking at the playoffs. Josh Allen, great quarterback, always comes second. Lamar Jackson, another great quarterback, always comes second. Okay, so I did spell Derek wrong. Got it. I honestly didn't know how Derek was spelled, but we can fix that. Derek. Yeah, Yoda, he beat Mahomes. He beat Mahomes all the way off. If Burrow could stay healthy, he could easily be the best quarterback in the league. That is 100% true. The Bengals just keep him healthy. They finally, looks like they're building somewhat of an offensive line around him. That's the biggest problem. What Saints plan for Kamara? I don't think the Saints fully know they're playing for Kamara. I think Jeremiah Love is now off the table for the Saints. They're not going running back early in the draft. I think they will get one later in the draft, whether it's a guy like a Emmett Johnson or a Damon Claiborne. I think a running back will be added. Now is Alvin Kamara or Kendre Miller going to be the odd man out in that Saints running back room is where things will start to get interesting.
This is a hell of a question. Would you rather have Kirk Cousins or Derek Carr? That's how you know it's happy hour. All right, so the Four Loko that we have is going to be a camo one. The way that I'm going to do it is I'm going to pour half in one. I'm going to pour half in the other. So I will say this. You guys might not be able to see it because it's like
Mountain Dew.
it looks like a.
It looks like this on there, actually.
No, honestly, it's.
It looks like
We have a
this.
green. So you got to. Yeah, I mean, that's true. There's a green screen, so it's going to look clear. I don't know if you can.
It looks like clear mixed with green with a little bit of black.
You can see it. On that.
Yeah,
It's gross.
it looks like Mountain Dew.
But I'm just trying to show you, like, it because we have a green screen. It's just not going to.
It
show
looks
up
funky.
Right.
It looks funky on
I wonder
screen.
if it looks. Does it look? Yeah, it doesn't even look normal there.
It looks like this.
Loco and I are gonna do this. I want to keep the show going. I don't want to get too disgusting. So you're probably gonna see a guy who drinks these all the time, and then another guy who doesn't know how to drink them. So
I will say, you do have a little bit of competition because I was on vacation this past week, and a friend in Cincinnati hooked us up with some Reds tickets. 70 years old. I got him a Four Loko. He thought it was beer. He did drink it, and he was like, I don't know how you drink this, but he did finish it.
I mean, dude, they're disgusting.
Dude, no, he texted me later, and he was like, I don't know how the fuck you do this. He was like,
Well,
"This
no, I
shit's
mean
disgusting."
they're a different level of gross. I'll keep it like that. I'm gonna let you know how I feel after this. You might get a great deal. You might get a shit deal. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I appreciate all y'all that have a lot of fun on this show, and I'll just keep saying this, man. I don't want people to do shit like this unless it's your job, unless whatever you got to do to be able to do you. I feel like I'm confident in me. I know what I bring here to the table every single day covering the Raiders. I love, and I mean love, love, love being able to do this show. But at the end of the day, man, you know, like, I think life sometimes you got to take it a little bit less serious. And I am a big believer when you work hard, you play hard. And here's the thing. After I do this, I know I'm going to be banged up. I'm already banged up right now. But if the Raiders were to do some breaking news, confidently, it might not be my A+, but I think even my C and my team C is better than anybody. I think my team C is better than anybody's A. So we do that when we have fun here. Let me know who you got. You're going to go with Loco Lopez? Type L. If you want to go with me, you could type M down below. Who's going to win? I'm going to tell you this right. As soon as I get done with this, I'm going to need you to hold down the fort for a minute or two. I'm telling you right now. You're going to have to do it. What's up with Najee from Jorge? I don't know, man. I don't know anything yet on Najee. Got absolutely, positively no idea. Somebody asked Mitch the chain. Yeah, today actually the MVP is going home with the chain, which right now belongs to Bayou Raider.
We're doing this.
If anybody out there wants to compete, you're going to have to send in 7 bangs. It's a lot of banging. If somebody sends in 7 bangs, I'll stay live for much longer, even if I got to sleep on the table. You ready?
Let me put Bayou Venmo up there. He's the reason we're doing this.
Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? All right. I'm not ready. There's no matter. This is like one of those things where it's like I feel like I'm in an airplane and they're like, "You ready to jump out of this airplane?" No matter how long I sit there and breathe, you're just gonna have to push me. So when you go, I'll go because I'm never gonna be ready for this. I mean, I met my wife on Bumble, so I don't even know how to make the first move.
3, 2. Bayou Raider. You were right. Louisiana won. I think we were all kind of losers at the end of the day. Oh, God. I left my sunflower seeds in my car. I can't even get the taste out of my mouth. Oh, God. Big Raz is saying, hurry, trash can. I think we're good with trash can. I think trash can has been avoided. I think. I could be wrong. I think trash can is avoided. I don't think Mitch is done. I think Mitch is coming back.
All right. I'm all right, man. That was bad. Not good. Not good. Dude, that was tough.
Oh, God.
Ah, shit. I mean,
Remember when this started for Kirk Cousins? Like, I just saw some guy say all this for Kirk Cousins. Unreal.
dude, you want to talk
This is
about
how it started.
the craziest. Sorry, I had the mouth sweats really bad there. I think the craziest dumb show I've ever done, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, was cooked if it's nausea news, bro. I'm telling you, I'm in trouble. Was Kenyon Drake. And there's only a few people that were probably around for the Kenyon Drake days, but the Raiders signed Kenyon Drake to a 2-year, $14 million deal. Okay? 2 for 14. And we took the whole company out for drinks that night. We had a great night. Like, again, I'm not going to say what we did, but like, it was a great night. And Chugs and I still to this day owe a Jello wrestle. Like, there's Jello.
I've seen the Jello wrestling kit.
I was gonna say
I've seen it.
bro. We spent a lot of money on that kit.
And you haven't wrestled?
Well, we've never had the space. And the one year we were gonna do it in James's backyard, but then I forget what actually happened. There's some with James's yard it couldn't happen. And then Chugs, the one year when we went to a Raiders party, freaking like not broke his wrist, but he like sprained his wrist and he was in a splint for like 8 months during the summer. Not 8 months. 8 weeks.
I was about to say, it's a really bad sprain.
Dude popped his Achilles in his wrist. No, but he sprained his wrist really bad. Actually, it was the party when we got to meet Mama Crosby and Papa Crosby. Super, super awesome people. We met them in Dallas. But every summer, like, we were like, all right, we're going to do it this summer. Like, some random shit would happen.
Is this the summer?
I'll say this. I think if we get that other area over there, like, before it gets nice, like when they're ripping it down, set it up over there.
Dude, I'll set it up in my apartment parking lot.
I mean, do you want to Jello wrestle in a parking lot?
That's up to you and Chugs. It's not up to me.
Well, see, at this point now, it's got to be a production.
We'll go live.
Well,
We're going to go live.
We should go live. Chugs and I will be the main event, but if like we had like 4 or 5 other matches.
I don't think you're going to get 4 or 5 other matches out of the people here. I don't see
That's too
8
bad.
people agreeing to do that.
That's too bad, really. I mean, how many chances do you get to Jello wrestle?
I don't think I've ever need that chance.
Not many. Not many. Let's go to Wood. I think he would. 925. Yes, this is my son. Thank you so much for the clarification. Also, having a random kid in your photo is not the vibes. Hey,
That's what we're saying. That's what
I'm
we wanted to
looking
make
out
sure.
for you, dude. You
We
know?
wanted to make sure.
I'm just going to say this right now to the 530 people that are watching the show. If anybody new pops in here on this stream, or if there is any breaking news, please have my back. Yeah, like it's crazy to me that it's 3:44 my time. Like, we are in full-blown Raiders happy hour.
I'm about to say, we've been doing this for 6.5 hours.
Like,
we have a little
I'm telling you
timer
this
up
right
here.
now, that we are scale of 1 to 10. 7 inches is a lot. You know what I mean? We're at a 7 here right now. That's where I'm at. So I need y'all to have my back if anything happens. And 7 now is probably going to be a 9 here and not too far down the line. Which wide receiver would you want to draft the most? I mean, my favorite receiver in this year's draft's Carnell Tate, but we ain't going to get him.
Ooh, quick debate that we were having while you were gone, actually.
Honestly, Denzel Boston at 36.
Do the Raiders need a true wide receiver 1? Or do you think they can wait in the draft?
I think it's all value, I know. But, like, do I think that we can win without a true wide receiver 1? Yeah, because we have a guy like Brock Bowers, and nobody has Brock Bowers in the NFL. Like, Not saying that Brock's going to be our number one, but if we wanted to go 3 wide, why can't we line Brock Bowers out at wide receiver? You put Trey Tucker, you put Jalen Naylor, you let then Michael Mayer be your tight end. Like, not too many teams have 2 tight ends that we have. And I think that that's an advantage that if we can't get that number 1 guy, again, nobody else has Brock Bowers. And if anybody here thinks that if you were to stack up every single guy that catches the football in the NFL, I dare you to tell me Brock Bowers isn't top 20.
I think Brock Bowers could be.
I make the argument he's top 12 because he can also block.
I think he can be a great or not a great argument, but like a great 1A/1B type of guy, where like he needs or not needs, but like he plays best when he has that other guy on the outside, kind of like a Devontae Smith, AJ Brown. He could be the AJ Brown. He needs his Devontae Smith though.
I'll say this. I think if you put Brock Bowers on the Los Angeles Rams, he's Puka Nacua in terms of production. Like,
you think if Brock Bowers on the Rams, he's the number 1?
I'm not saying – I'm trying to – like, if I'm making a receiver argument, like how talented he is, I don't know if he's the number 1 because Puka's going to be the number 1. I'm saying if you take Puka Nacua off the Rams, you put Brock Bowers in that role, I think he can do what Puka Nacua does. Now, Puka's probably a little bit quicker than he is, but Puka also doesn't block the way I think that Brock does. And I mean, like, Brock Bowers is probably one of the most underappreciated players in the NFL. And I think anybody that truly watches him every play, and I don't know if there's any Georgia people here, Brock looks like a dude that can do your taxes, and I say that all the time.
Oh, my God.
Also, Brock, shave the head. Just you
It's
can
bad.
do it. You're so good at football
Call
that
it.
you're good enough, dude. Like, you can shave the head. But, like, watching him at Georgia from time to time, you're like, this guy's just a little bit different. And watching him in the first 2 years in the NFL, and he's just so unbelievable. Like, true. Like, I mean, Nation, you got to have my back here. Like, I mean, he is truly like one of those guys. Like, Max is a great football player, right? Max is great at his position. Brock Bowers is one of one, and I
none of them.
like.
In the NFL.
You're gonna probably do more games with me this year. When you watch Brock play, you're gonna be like, I mean, it's just the acceleration, the catchability, the ability to block. He can run almost every route. I mean, he is truly just this unbelievable player, and I feel bad because last season, you know, it didn't go the way that we were hoping for. I think a lot of people saw as a rookie he was truly outstanding. But, like, I mean, it's – somebody said Puka without the personality.
Yeah, I don't think you want the personality of Puka.
I mean, the other great part about Brock Bowers, he's kind of like that silent sicko of, you know, he's the guy that's going to be showing up there first, last guy to leave. People from Georgia love him. I think winning can be contagious, and I really wonder, like, are the Raiders, you know, looking at some of these Georgia Bulldogs because of the mentality? It's like, you know, you go to Georgia, it's kind of like going to Michigan. It's like, you know, kind of going to some of these
don't
big-time
let those
schools.
guys drive.
Yeah, I mean, if the Raiders, which here's the thing, the Raiders have something where players can drive, like, get a driver for free.
Please do that.
Well, we don't have to get down in that conversation. Let's go to Sheffy. What up, my man? Mount Raider more.
I did it right.
Bingo.
Got him.
It's all good. I'm just razzing you guys. And that's, Sheffy, that's why I love you, man. Again, at the end of the day, if you're one of the people watching this show, you're not really going to probably get too much great information. Now, you give me some Raider stuff, I know I can hold my own. No doubt about it. But, you know, at this point in these shows, I mean, this is about us just hanging out and having a good time because I can feel how bad I sound. Like, I can.
Do you hear yourself when you talk in the headset?
No, I can't do it.
Okay, I'm about to say that would throw me off.
No, I actually hate it when there's a few times like where it's like randomly happening and I can like go back and I'll watch because my eyes like they'll start just like darting back and forth because I'm like trying to like not hear while paying attention and I just can't do two things at the same time. But no, there's some guys that actually like it. Like, there's guys that work here that want to listen to it.
I can't stand listening to myself. Like I hear myself right now, but I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it. No, I'm just kidding. No, Chef, if you're not razzing me, you're not one of my guys. K-Rock. I thought we were going to get a new picture here from K-Rock. Did you put me in the boot? First convo with you, I thought you were a chatbot. Like, you mean like in person? You thought I was a chatbot? Or like you thought me interacting with you on social media, I was a chatbot? I guess I don't understand.
Are you a clanker?
What does that mean?
Are you a clanker, yes or no? You one of those tin skins?
K-Rock, I'm pretty sure, though, I do have you. I mean, I actually think for anybody that's ever met me, let me know down below if you've ever met me before. 570, shout out to the area code. That's how many people we got in the building. Maybe a weird question to ask, but I feel like I'm a lot different in person. I'm definitely a lot more laid back. And we were talking about it earlier. Like, I don't talk as much because obviously we do this and we talk so much. But I don't know. I feel like anybody that meets me, and maybe this is a very, like, narcissistic thing to say, I don't know. I feel like I'm an easy guy to get along with. Like, truthfully, we can talk about just about anything. Most of the time, obviously, when I'm around people, we talk Raiders. That's just the way that it is. But, like, I think anybody that's ever met me, I think I'm a very laid-back, easy guy to talk to. I don't know if that's chatbot, but you're still here, so we got to be doing something right. Troy. Uh-oh. What do we got, Troy? We're going to throw it, dude. Troy, the amount of parties that we're going to throw at this Dave & Buster's, it could be wild. It could be Dominic Orange type of thing.
Dude, I'm just there for the big buns.
That's what I'm saying. If you need some big citrus on those buns, we're going to get Dominic Orange there somehow.
Okay, I'm not there for Dom Orange's buns. I'm sorry. Sorry, Dom.
Not Dom Orange.
Sorry, Dom.
We're going to, if the Raiders draft Dominic Orange, you mark my words, we're going to find a way to get him to this party. We're going to be like, dude, you need some citrus? We got you. Defensive tackle in the second. See, if you go DT in the second, you're hoping for Caden McDonald. Who's the other DT? Lee Hunter? Actually, Lee Hunter's actually in Las Vegas right now on a top 30 visit with the Raiders. Interesting because they got an NFL Combine meeting with him as well. Super nice guy. Had a horrible Combine, if I'm being honest with you. But, like, he's one of those dudes where he's freaking gigantic. He's just a big dude. Like, if you're an underwear Olympics guy, not going to love him. If you're a tape guy, you're going to like Lee Hunter. He makes everybody else around him better. I think it'd be a really great nose in our Raiders defense. But, like, that's the guy you take in the second. Safety in the third. Maybe a Genesis Smith. You had him at the NFL Combine. Kamari Ramsey's a very interesting guy out of USC. Bud Clark. Dude, I love Bud Clark. Watch Bud Clark play. TCU, that guy can get it done. Receiver in the fourth. Like Malachi Fields, I would like. Though it depends. I talked to a few people at the Combine. He was a very split prospect. And this is after he did not test well at the Combine. Like, going into it, people were like, based on what he did at the Senior Bowl, people loved him. I was like, this guy's going to go third round. Combine happened. He's a very much, I have no idea where he ends up going. Ted Hurst, top 30. Bryce Lane, I got to watch him a little bit more. Jeff Caldwell, I got to watch a little bit more. Dante, that's not who I'm thinking of. Claiborne.
Damon Claiborne, the guy from Wake Forest that Sam Brown interviewed.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought it was. I was thinking of the other guy. So what's cool about, if you haven't seen the video, Sam's gone viral interviewing Claiborne here from Wake Forest. Sam, though, it's like he did that with like 8 other players. Like, what's crazy is, like, there's that one viral clip and actually Sam got invited to his draft party.
I think, is he going? I think he should.
He can't. We got to work. We got to do the draft.
Have Damon Claiborne's party in studio.
Yeah, I'm in. I don't know. I'll tell you, that's way above my pay grade.
Dude, it's an amazing story. Like, seeing it go viral, I was like, holy shit.
He did that with some of the other. The other guy he did it with was Dante Corleone.
Mm-hmm.
He did it with him too. Like, there was a few other players like throughout that week where we would hang back, but Sam in particular, Jam Miller, the running back from Alabama, Sam and I waited probably maybe not too long, but we waited like 30 minutes just so he had somebody out there to talk to. And it got to a point where I actually had to go get I believe that was the day I had to go get my Raiders tattoo. I went to go get my tattoo, and Sam, they hung out. They waited a long time. But you get that opportunity to talk to somebody, I don't know. I would at least want somebody to be out there for me.
No, we were here because I was part of the team that was, like, cutting up the Combine clips. So, like, they were sending us, like, all, like, the interview footage and stuff like that. And you can see in Damon Claiborne's one when Sam walked up, his face just, like, lit up. He was excited to talk to somebody.
Yeah, I mean, it's
it
one of those things.
It was fun.
It's fun. I think at the end of the day, people are people, and sometimes when you see a guy on TV, you're like, you don't think that he's like a real person. Like, when I talked to Omar Cooper Jr., he was the most like chill dude, like nicest guy on planet Earth. Like, you can just tell. And sometimes like you don't judge that, but as a player, you think about the NFL Combine, you think about the process, and to me, I would think about every step along the way. And those guys will always remember the time they went up there to that podium and that they had, their interview essentially. in front of a bunch of media fans. Like it's an experience. Even if it's one guy, like I still like as a player would want to experience that. Like I'll tell you this, y'all. Like next year, I promise you, you can mark my words. You can timestamp this piece. We will be there for the offensive linemen. Like it's probably like one of the most sad things. Now the hard part about like the NFL media cycle is offensive linemen get interviewed on Saturday.
Yeah, they're that last day.
So because, like Saturday's usually an off day, right? So it's like we got to do a better job of like balancing it, but also like scheduling for it. Like we crushed the combine was probably one of the coolest things I did in a really long time. We will be there for the linemen though next year because we felt bad. We were like, dude, we not misplanned it. That's definitely not the right word, but I hate to say this. Like I also want an off day.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a mixture of like what you were saying. Like they kind of get. Or, like, that's people's off days. And then also, they get severely overshadowed because I remember that Saturday was the running back. So, like, your Jeremiah Loves, your Emmett Johnsons, they were all testing. And people were watching that. That's where, like, all the big media members were. It was like, what's Jeremiah Love going to look like? Nobody was talking to Francis Mauanoa or Caleb Lomu or all those other offensive linemen.
I mean, it happened when the quarterbacks, went out there.
Yeah.
Like, again, Lucas Oil Stadium and where the combine is, it's a quick walk. You're dreading the cold more than anything. But that day, like when we went together, like we were there for it wasn't the corners, might have been the wide receivers. Doesn't matter. No, we were there for the corners because I remember there's a few too many drop balls. It was also right around like the Angelo Ponds because we were walking that way. But dude, like I mean, I felt so bad for the offensive line. Truly, like I promise you, this next year, I don't care if Chaps Sports is the only team there, we'll be there, guaranteed. Chase has made that. Chase has like been the guy who like leads the charge on the combine stuff. I think we're all pretty much in alignment on that. Troy, I don't know how I got on these tangents, man. It's probably all his fault. Johnny, what do you got for me, man? Chug's coming in to do 2 boots before the show ends. Scheffler, I don't know. I know Chug's O's.
I know he said after he finished up his Texans and his Rockets, he'd come in to do at least 1.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know where he's at with that right now, but that was when you were eating lunch and he stopped in for a second. He said he would come in after he finished up his work for the day.
I mean, so the reason why we got in debt, John, I don't know if all y'all know this either. It was Tuesday's show, right? Yeah, Tuesday's show.
Yeah.
Chugs went live for Rockets, and we've been changing some stuff up here at Chat Sports, just like, I always work with Jeremy. I always work with Reed. Well, we're starting to like be like, well, I also just need to be able to work with some other people from time to time, to I think grow camaraderie, to be able to continue to grow the team that we have, a little bit more flexibility. But I think it's just going to be just switching it up from time to time. Bottom line is, I was excited that y'all got to be able to see Lopez, hang out with Lopez a little bit more, and have a good time. But for Chugs, on Tuesday, not here, popped in, came in a little bit later. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. And then he went live for the Rockets game that night. And Chug said if the Rockets channel beats the Knicks channel, and Knicks for our NBA channels is like the Raiders.
It's our big
report.
NBA channel.
It's our big NBA channel. Marshall crushes it. I think he's the number one guy on planet Earth to talk about the New York Knicks. I went to Las Vegas. I was literally checking out at this like random convenience store, and this man who I don't think spoke a lot of English looked at me and he was like, "Chat Sports, Marshall Green. Couldn't believe it. I'm not kidding you. I'm checking out. I was buying toothpaste because I forgot toothpaste. And he showed me. He literally pulls out his phone. He's got Marshall. He's sitting there watching him. I was like, dude, Marsh, you got to go find this guy. And unfortunately, he wasn't there. But Jeremy's Houston Rockets show beat the Knicks show. Now, it was a great game for Houston.
It was impressive.
It was
also
one of the most
because
electric first quarters I've ever watched. KD couldn't miss.
Rockets today cannot receive super chats, so Chugs beat him with just Cash Apps and Venmos.
Yeah.
Which is even more impressive.
Shout out to Yoda Jenkins. Shout out to LA Crash Dog.
I can drop Rockets today's link in the chat if y'all want to go sub.
LA Crash Dog is here in the building. What up, Gunny? Gunny, do you know what deal we have today? Do you have any idea?
I can show him the list.
I mean, you can show him if you want. Gunny, before you show him, do you have any idea what we're doing today? Also, I see some duck race people. Let me catch this up because we're tangenting. Giuseppe, I got you, and then Yoda Jenkins. I got you. Though Yoda. Oh, wait. Let me see what you said. Yep, I got you, Yoda. Though Yoda, you're already on here. Do you want another? Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll do it. 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 Gunny, are you here? Bro,
He's here.
honestly, super happy that you're here, man. Greg Roth, I think that's how you spell it. Say it. Greg, I got you. And then, yep, he's definitely here. All right, let me see. All right. Yep, so he's in. So 20 right now to win, $480 on today's show.
It's a pretty good deal.
It's a hell of a deal. Hell of a deal. I don't know if he knows. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That four logo, dude. There's a part of me that kind of would love for Najee Harris news to happen right now. I'll tell you
You
this right
say
now.
that until it happens.
It would be an experience. It's something that I think I'd remember for the rest of my life. And the think there is the very clear part. All right, so should we tell LA Crash Dog what we got him? I don't know.
I think we should.
Give me a Y for yes. Give me an
He's
N
been
for
here
no.
all week. He's been showing love all week.
I don't know. Do we show him? So, do we show him?
I'm team yes.
Lopez's team, yes. To the other 500 people here in the building, we are 7 likes away from 1,500. Craziness. Raiders said, why not? I love that y'all participate with us. All right, so the other day I get a phone call, and then I get a text message. Zahn texted me, Ron texted me first, and they said that LA Crash Dog, the newest member of Mount Raidermore, needed something cool. And I don't know what y'all were doing. I don't know. It was funny because Ron and I text weekly. Zahn and I text weekly. Zahn's the same way that you think he is. He's a shit talker. Super sweetheart. Sweet shit talker, though. Ron will just text me the most, like, random times. And, like, those are my guys. I always respond. They text me, like, back to back. So I was like, something's going on. I'm like, what's happening right now? I don't really know what's happening. He Raz goes, yeah, Zahn is. No, dude, like, Zahn is like an elite shit talker. It's kind of wild. So they were telling me I got to get you a boot. So what we decided to do here is I was like, I got to get Gunny something special. So the boot that I have, I've never given away a boot like this, and this is kind of crazy that I'm getting sentimental over a boot. But, like, obviously we've done a lot of boots. We do a lot of different stuff here. Gunny's been an awesome, I think, addition here to our team. And I think a lot of people appreciate what you do on and off this channel. So what we've been doing today, Gunny, is every $10 super chat that comes in, we are putting a decal on this guy right here. I've had a bunch of them today, and I appreciate a lot of the stuff that you do. But the reason why I'm doing the $10 decal, I'm going to be honest with y'all, it has absolutely nothing really to do with the decal. LA messaged me today. I don't really got to get into the details. Gunny, if you want to get into it, you can get into it. But Gunny asked me for a little bit of some help. He's going through some stuff, not for him personally, family matters. So every 10 that I got, we're going to send a little bit of a donation towards Gunny's way to be able to help him and his GoFundMe that he's doing. If you don't know, you can give him a follow on Instagram, get a little bit more information on it. But, Gunny, I think you're doing a lot of great things, man. And I think you got to continue to do what you're doing out there. But we wanted to be able to give you a special Raiders Report boot. And anybody that's contributed in any way possible, we're going to be able to put this on the boot. You're going to be able to keep it. If you want to give it to your mom, to your dad, to the fam, I know you guys are dealing with some stuff. So, Gunny, I love you, bro. I appreciate you for everything that you do on this channel. So if you want to get on the boot, that's the deal today. And, it's I think at the end of the day, man, people, you got to figure out a way to show up for each other. And you guys show up all the time for Tuna. You guys show up all the time for each other. It's been really, really cool to be a part of that journey. So, Gunny, welcome to Mount Raidermore, man. You can thank Raider Ron. You can thank David Zahn and all those guys. It was their idea. Sweet Jazz, what's going on? Any contract info on Cousins? Yeah, 5 years, $172 million.
That's it.
That's how much it was, man. What do you think? 5 years, $172 million for Kirk Cousins. That's crazy.
I think, honestly, it's steal.
Dude, What's crazy is it's an A grade of a contract.
Oh, 100%. I honestly think A+.
It's actually way better than I ever even thought it could be. 5 years, $172 million. What's crazy about that is that's true. I mean,
It is true.
what's so dumb about that contract is that statement is true. Kirk Cousins signed a 5-year, $172 million contract with the Raiders.
Is he the franchise quarterback now? Is he the guy?
I mean, imagine a world, imagine 3 years ago, somebody said to you, Kirk Cousins signs a 5-year, $172 million deal with the Raiders, and shit, dude, let's do it last year. Kirk Cousins signs a 5-year, $172 million deal with the Raiders in 2026, and that statement's true. I'm saying the Atlanta Falcons won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
No?
Or at least made the playoffs. Got close to the playoffs.
5-year, $172 million. All right, here's the kicker, though. It's technically a 1-year, $11.3 million deal. $10 million next year, $1.3 million this year.
We got the breakdown.
So it's technically $20 million in cash. Atlanta's paying 8.7. We're paying 1.3. I mean, it's like, dude, it's the dumbest contract I've ever seen. It makes no sense to me. That's like me. Let's say I can't say 172 million. Say I make 172. It's a lot of money, and me really only making 1,300. Maybe not. I'm clearly banged up. You guys get the point. The language in it makes no sense.
When the Schefter report came across your phone, did you freak out for a slight
dude,
second?
I had a heart attack. My heart skipped a beat. Because the first line he literally said was like,
oh, he clickbaited people.
he was like, Kirk Cousins signed a 5-year, $172 million contract. And I remember looking at that, and I was like, that can't be right.
He knew exactly.
It's like when I got the
note.
notey that Luka got traded. You're like, this has to be fake.
Oh, dude, I was hammered when that happened. I had to read it multiple times.
You're like, that has to be fake. I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe it. Though when he comes back, it's going to be electric. Dan Frey, I got you, man.
No, Luka's staying in L.A. He's going to win multiple championships with the Lakers. And
Suave, I got you.
hey, that's the guy that owes us a boot.
Philip Bogert, we got you.
That Chug's boot may be coming sooner rather than later.
Sooner rather than later. Yeah, we're in trouble. Oh, Gunny, what do you got for me? Gunny? I thought I was up early, but it looks like I missed a lot. Dude, I swear to you, you can rewind about 5 hours ago, and I talk about this exact super chat. If anybody's been here since I first talked about it, you got to give me a me down below or
I think Big Raz might be the only one.
Right? somebody had. I'm telling you, I swear, I had this conversation before. But he's right though. Go to SaveAWarrior.org for veterans and first responders struggling. Semper Fi!
Dude, what a fucking tank!
So there's people that dip their toes in the water.
Chug's just cannonballed into
And
that.
there's other people that dive. Just cannonball.
Think you got one more in you?
I mean, it's either now or tomorrow.
Dude, just rip it.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right.
So you have to do your second one now. No, just fill it up. We can get you back.
Dude, back to back. Don't do that. That's gross.
Can you beat Mitch's 15-minute time?
I had to do 2 in 15 minutes. Dude, it's not good.
He did one to start the 15 minutes and to
He looked at me, he looked at the loco, he looked at me again. It's like, yeah, it's been a day. True. It's
Cage is in bed right now.
It wouldn't shock me. Strap a GoPro to him.
I don't know if I want to see that footage.
That's the point.
Send him to a bar by himself and see what happens.
Oh, that's the point. All right, we got hang on, let me get some people in this race.
Yeah, we got a couple super chats too.
Do we want Najee Harris to sign? Like a big time breaking news right now. Oh my god, I'd be heartbroken.
It's been a long day already.
Nate, I can't do it. Not him. All right, let's go realistic breaking news When I say realistic, we're going to stretch it a little bit.
Okay.
Tyree Wilson trade. That news happens right now. I'm sweating. Aiden O'Connell trade after Kirk Cousins.
That's a fucking short. That's QB3.
Oh, dude, that's not a
Get his
short.
out on a short.
I hate to break it to you what that is. I'll tell you that right now. That's not good. These are the things that I think about. These are the things. Dan, I got you, man, on LA's boot. I see Underwood. What up, Steven? You in? We got Mr. Dan Frey again. All right, Dan. Dan, I'll tell you this. Dan's going for it today. I respect it. Jeremy Valve, you in? Winner's going to go home with 520 doll hairs. It's a lot of doll hairs.
First round on whoever wins.
True. Speaking, I don't know how that made me think of it. March Madness today or March Madness next Tuesday?
I'm not here to make the calls. I'm here to push buttons.
Sometimes I need someone to tell me what to do. Giggity. No. What do you guys think? Come on. What do y'all think? Dan, shout out to you. Suave, I got you on here, man. Appreciate you, my dog. Mr. Mudd. I see Tuesday and today. We're going back and forth. This is interesting. Rebel says
saying
Tuesday. Okay. Today from Shav. If Bayou or Born a Raider, Raider for life, they've been the 3 MVPs today. Mainly, Bayou, all y'all have been freaking crazy today. Raider Ron's here also, though, so I hate to break it to probably all y'all. Ron, what do you think, today or Tuesday? What do you think? What do you want to do, Ron? Technically, Ron, we got Final 4 matchups. You want to do them today or you want to do them Tuesday? Shout out to Ron. Norman says today. Raider Ron says today. So guess what? I'm going to call this Raider Ron's hammer. And Ron has spoken.
He has made the ruling?
Yep. We're going to do 2 races today. Oh, boy. For that Final 4, which means we are 3 races away from winning $1,600. When you give me a sec, let's go to Wreck the Plane Phil. Dude, that's an elite mustache, Wreck. Speaking of Wreck, I am playing the Phil. I'll tell you that.
I am Phil in this situation.
I am not well. No, I'll tell you this right now. Again, if you're first time watching the show, I apologize for what you're about to see on the program. I like to have fun like a normal dude. I hope that you guys know that I appreciate these type of shows. I love going back and watching these. I always remember these type of programs, but at the same time, I think it's why we've been able to grow as a community together. Like 512 people watching this. You guys are my guys. Like, maybe women. I doubt many women are watching right now. Any ladies in the chat? Some of y'all need something else to do.
Is that why I was brought on to here? Am I here to raise the Raider Report sex appeal?
I think
that's what it is.
Clearly. Though I don't know. Chugs is pretty drippy.
No, you're right.
All right. Final 4. Oh, God. This chain now, I don't know. I don't know if the chain was a good idea. I don't know if it was a good idea. No, MVP goes home with the chain. All right, so here's our Final 4. Can I get it real quick?
Yes.
Bah. All right. Final 4. We got Lewis A., which I hope Lewis is still here, going up against Jeremy Gertz. Then we got Noah Santana, Suavemente, going to be going up against Philip Boger, who also was here today. We got the Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Oakland, and Brockton region. The one I get most questions about is Brockton. It's because it's where Al Davis was born. If somebody has a better other city that we can go with, I'd love another answer, but, I think there's a big 3, clearly. Seriously, though, give me another answer if you got one. Crash Dog here, Mitch. Bayou here in the building. Zalesbo's here. Sorry, any other moderators here? I got to put you on Gunny's. I got to put you on Gunny's boot. Which, Gunny, I'm not going to put him on the boot now. I'm going to put him on the boot probably later. Just so I do it right. You don't want me to do it now. I promise you that. There's going to be a clear time where in my handwriting where people are going to be like, "That's when that loco happened."
That's when it is.
That's right there. Definitely right there. Mitch put Crash Dog Super. What do we got from Gunny?
Yeah, we got a couple more super chats to catch up on too.
I got you, bro. Raider Ron, shout out to Mitch, Mount Raider Moore.
Oh wait,
3-day weekend is on. Happy Easter, everyone. Dude, as soon as this show ends, Ron, it's my 3-day weekend too, homie. And I'm happy that I get to hang out with you today, man.
Raider Moore, did I do that right? He got the little heads moving.
I mean, he's the reason why we have a Raider Moore. So, no, Ron, I'm glad you got an account back. There was a long time Ron had no account. He would text me. He'd be like, bro, I would ask a question, and he would text me. I'm like, dude, like you got to figure out your YouTube account, man. Oh, let's go to Gunny. What up, Gunny? My Raiders family is awesome, always showing up and showing out. Put me on that boot. Hopefully, Raider Moore, Silver Black Hills guys are on there. I got you. I'll put them all on. Yeah, I'll put them all on. Which, all right, let's go. Let me see who I've got so far. Let's get Wild One. Wild One, I'm just going to put a big old 14 on that piece. Trivan, I got you. Borelli, got you. Is Patrick B all right? I haven't heard from him.
Someone asked about him earlier.
I already have Tuna, but I'll do a Brandon Jasper as well. Why not? Avgin, I got you. Let's go with Ira Jackson. Just going to go. Chef, I'm going to put you on again. F it. Chefy, got you. It's fun to stay at the LCA. In there. Benthrak, got you. We got 93. I'm just going to put a big old 93 on there. Yoda, we'll put you on there again. And then LA is going to get an LA. All right, we're going to keep it moving here. Oh, shit. Got to get more. Hang on. We're going. Give a shout out to your favorite Mount Raider Moore Silver and Black Hills member. How about that? Maybe we'll put more people on this piece. We got Rebel. What up, Reb? I got to update that. LA, you got a Buddy Bear. All right. I do have a list. I'm not going to lie. Ryan Campbell. Some of y'all aren't going to be here, but you're on there. I write you down more than you think. Ed Robbins. Zalesbo. PG 2869. Husker Raider. OC Raider. Taino. Ron Raz. And that's my list. If you're upset, I'm sorry. Though Bayou's got to be on there. Bayou's been killing it.
Bayou needs multiple stickers.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got a few. I know if you're upset, I hope they don't get upset about that. I write down certain things. Obviously, there's a lot of people that do a lot of amazing stuff here. So that's shout out to all y'all. I hear you. I see you more than I think you guys realize. Shout out to y'all. Oh, boy. But, Gunny, you're right, man. We got an awesome family here, dude. Crystal Marie Mendoza. I feel like Mendoza name should be on a Raiders report boot. All right, you're right.
That makes sense.
I mean,
That checks out.
she's not wrong. And if you disagree, you don't know ball. No. I got a Mendoza, and then I'll do a Crystal Marie. Thank you, Crystal. You're right, though. I mean, you're right. When you're right, you're right.
Yeah.
Gunny, we lost my stepdad recently, so I have been helping my mom recover from her loss. Your prayers and support, greatly appreciated.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, I saw your message, and again, I'll say this right now. I do appreciate when people send me, messages like this. I'll do everything I can to help. Sadly, I can't help like every single time. It's one of those things. Like if you can help Gunny, help him. If you can't, you can't. Like don't feel like you have to. Don't feel like that we don't do these types of things. I think at the end of the day, I hope people when they watch this show know sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. That's just how life is. But if you can help, help. If not, that's how it's got to be. Jeremy, sticker for LA Crash Dog from Jeremy Valve. Got him. Got him. Is Buddy Bear in here?
I have not seen him.
Somebody said Buddy Bear's in. Oh, dude, I got Buddy Bear. Buddy Bear's got more Hall of Fame. Buddy Bear's in more Hall of Fames, and then like we've thought about doing almost like a Hall of Fame for some of y'all, like at Chat Sports. Again, the bigger and bigger we get, but like, dude, he's got more. He's in more Hall of Fame groups than I think any other person.
I'm about to say he'll hop in Saints every once in a while.
Dude, I'm not. I bet
Chop it
you.
up.
I don't know the exact number. If he was here, he'd be able to tell you. But the amount of people, like, and it's been really cool over the years, they'll come up to me like, dude, who's this Buddy Bear guy? Or like, who's Lord Buddy Bear? And now I feel like he's got a new name now. I can't think of what it. I feel like it's.
I think it's still
different.
Lord Buddy Bear. I feel like I've seen him recently.
I don't think it is, because I had somebody give me a different name the other day, and I'm like, oh, did he change it? But he said whatever it was. But like, see, I feel like it's a little bit different. I don't know, I'm tripping. L.A. Kirk Cousins. It's interesting, dude. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, that's why we're here. Raiders signed him to a 5-year, $172 million contract. True statement. But the way that people should look at it is 1 year, 11.3, $10 million next season, 1.3 this year. Atlanta's also eating $8.7 million. They essentially gave him a 1-year, $20 million deal with that $20 million as cash, guaranteed money. So because of that, and Atlanta's offsetting some of those costs, I'm telling you this right now, dude. It's an amazing deal for the Las Vegas Raiders. If you would have told me a few months ago that you could get Kirk Cousins for $1.3 million, the amount of videos that I would have done saying, go get Kirk Cousins. He's got the Kubiak connection. He sounds like he understands what his role is. I was told this morning that the Raiders at dinner last night with Mendoza after his pro day made it clear to him of like, hey, like, this is our plan. We're going to go get Kirk. The Kirk news ends up happening this morning. I almost wish I could show you guys my Slack channel. I mean, I'm not kidding you. I put in our Slack channel, hey, I'm about to make this video because I was going to get you guys like a morning video. And then it was like, Kirk Cousins is signed with the Raiders. I'm not even kidding. It was literally like a second later. And I just think the Raiders handled this the way a professional organization handles it, where it's Mendoza's buying in because he's like, whatever you guys want me to do, I want to be the best version of myself. And if this is how you feel like I'm going to be the best version of myself, let's do it. And from everything I heard, man, with this deal, I'm over the moon. And I didn't think I was going to feel this good about the Kirk Cousins signing, but to me, it does make sense. Now, if you want to bring him back next year, you got to win a Super Bowl. And I know I'll say this, paying Kirk Cousins $60 million next season, $50 million, whatever the hell it is, I would pay Kirk Cousins $50-60 million next season for a Super Bowl. And I think if you got a Super Bowl, he comes back. If you don't, you go to Fernando Mendoza, because then you're like, we did this with Kirk. How do we do this with Fernando? Hey, I'm a Raider fan. Call me crazy. Asher, what's going on, Asher? It's a crazy logo. I'm not too excited about the Kirk Cousins move. All right, Asher, tell me why. And I'll just say it like that. Tell me why. And are you a Derek Carr fan? Because I think like that could also be a way to look at it, right? You brought in Schaub in 2014. Derek Carr was drafted in the second round, actually 36 overall as well. I think it's the last time we've had 36. And, drafted in the second round. And, he ends up beating out Schaub for the job. And when you're paying a quarterback $1.3 million, even if the Raiders were paying Cousins $11.3 this year on the cap, that's not even like a guaranteed job. I think the guaranteed job is more of what Spytek and Kubiak want. They want Cousins to be the guy this year, to let Mendoza to be able to learn. Like that, in their mind, I think is what they want to be able to do. But will it happen? I don't know. It's going to be fun. Gino's situation, our offensive line is way better than mediocre. He might raise the floor a bit, but I don't see him changing much long term. I mean, it's Kurt's job to be able to mold Mendoza. It's not his only job, but it is part of his job, right? Like, I'm not. That's a good way to put it here. My job is to be to help guys out with live stuff. I'm not going to go into my title exactly. I don't even know if I know my title exactly. host of the Raiders Report. It's part of my job. But, like, you know, if I chug a bunch of beers today, which obviously has happened, like, our studio is going to be messy. The sink area out there is messy. I don't just leave. I don't ditch. I'm not – that's part of not, like, of my job title, but it's like you got to be able to do that. That's kind of how I think Kirk has to look at being able to mold Mendoza into the best version that he possibly can be. I don't know. I think we're a lot better than what – I already think that our offensive line is a lot better, and I think I've made that clear on this show. Jaime Portillo.
There you go. Got it.
Had to look at it for a second. I think you go back, you rewind the tape, you can see when I tried to figure it out mentally. It took a few seconds. Put me down for Gunny. I got you, Portillo. I'm really going to put it down as Portillo. I got you. Gunny, you'll laugh at that. I put an order in for my first Raiders Report shirt. I'll represent it proudly in the 303. Also, this is my son in the picture. Thank you. Hey, man, I got to make sure, I love this show. I love the community that we built, but we can't be friends, if that's not your kid. Now, if it's like you're like if you're an uncle, that's totally fine.
If it's not a kid that is not related to you in any way,
I can't put you on the boot respectfully.
But luckily,
no, we're good
that
now.
is your kid.
We're good, dude. We're good. We're good. We're in the clear. We're in the clear. I'm not in the clear, but we're in the clear. I can't believe we're still alive. This is insanity. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put a clock up.
I do have one question. Bayou is asking, can I send more than $10 super for Gunny, and does it need to be Venmo or super? I don't know how all that works. I don't know how you're.
Yeah, Bayou, I would say, like, if you're gonna send me something directly, Venmo it to me, because then I can just send it to him. I mean, that's how it would be.
We do have the first duck race set up, if you want to run that.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. First duck race, Final Four. Friendly reminder, we do a March Madness tournament here on the Raiders Report every single year. So if you want to get in next year, make sure you remind yourself right when March Madness happens in actual college basketball. We do the exact same thing here on the Raiders Report. So essentially what it is 64 people get in a tournament. Winner gets $1,600. It's 100% luck, 40% skill, 15% concentrated power of will. Whoever wins this one right here, you're going to the championship game. Right now for Jeremy Gird's Lewis A, they are 2 races away, 60 seconds away from $1,600.
30 seconds for the rest of your lives right here, fellas.
I kind of want to go bigger next year. What if we went? What if it was a $100 buy-in? It's $3,200.
Again, I'm just here to push buttons.
So much more options. Y'all ready for this? Good luck to Jeremy. Good luck to Lewis. 3, 2, 1. Let's get it going. Winner will advance to the championship round. We've had Gerds here today. We've had Lewis A here today. This is electric. Bro, I'm nervous right now. Lewis says he's nervous, boys. I mean, Lewis is here right now. Oh, dude, this is going to be close, Lewis. You're going to have to make a move, though, Lewis. You're going to have to make a move, Lewis. Somebody's got to do it.
Jeremy.
It's going to be.
Jeremy's taking off.
Sorry, Lewis. Jeremy Gerds. Oh, my goodness. Lewis, I really, really thought you had it, man. I'm a little bit heartbroken for you to be able to see that. There was a split second where I thought you had it. But also at the same time, I'm always going to be able to root for my guy Chuck. That looks like a Chuck dog if I've ever seen one.
That one's Chuck.
Congrats to Jeremy Gerds. Lewis, I hope it's a consolation prize. I'm going to put you on the boot. Just fell to my knees at Walmart. Oh, no, dude. All right, I'll put you in the duck race. I'm sorry.
I saw some guy drop to his knees in the Walmart. What the hell?
You're like, bro. Somebody's like, "Are you okay, sir? Did you have a heart attack?" He's like, "You're not gonna believe this. I just lost the Final Four." Jeremy Gerds. Oh boy.
Come on.
Oh. Are we back?
On this screen, on the screens, we are.
I think we're back. Are we back? We lost internet connection.
Yes, perfect streaming according to live stream.
We're good? Sorry, we lost internet connection. Maybe put something in production like, hey, we're having some internet issues.
It only happened once. It was only a couple seconds.
I know, but having some Wi-Fi issues. Can we get some help? Bro, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. He goes, the internet cut out. I'm like, oh no. We're back. I know. Sorry. Could you imagine if
Mid-race. I saw in the peripherals when it went black on these two screens.
Could
So it
you
was not
imagine?
mid-race.
That's the universe wanting me to win? Lewis, oh man. Honestly, dude, I do feel bad. It is 100% luck, and I know that you know that. I was kind of rooting for you because I know that you're here. Jeremy, again, I don't know if Jeremy's here, but I'm sorry. I do feel bad, but I hope that you play next year. I hope that you had a good time. I think it's always like fun to see like when people get involved in this type of stuff, and the fact that there's 64 people that were willing and wanting to do it. Pretty awesome, man. Pretty awesome. Dan Frey, what's going on, man? I'll say this right now. If for whatever reason we were to lose internet connection, I would come back. I wouldn't let y'all hanging like that. I would come back. So you'd have to give me a minute or two. What number do we think Cousins is going to wear? Do you think he's going to wear 18 or do you think he's going to wear 8? So I think Besh is 18, is he not?
I think he is.
I feel like I should know that. I mean, I see 18 when I think of the number 18 on the Raiders, I think of Besh. Yeah, okay. I don't think, is anybody 8? Oh, that was Carlson. Or no, I think. Yeah, okay. Nobody's 8. I feel like Daniel was 2 last year. No, that was Genti. I'm an idiot. Yeah, we're clearly drunk. We got to get out of here.
Well, we got another
Oh,
another
God.
Greyhound race set up.
It's so bad. Dude, saying that out loud, that's disgusting. Oh, God.
We do have
It's not good,
final
man.
round set up.
Mendoza 15, Kirk 8. Yeah, I think you're probably right. You guys ready for this one? Noah Santana up against Philip Bogert.
Wait, let me spell that right.
No, Born a Raider. Thank you. No, it's one of those things where you say it out loud, and as soon as you say it, you're like, I'm an idiot.
You're like, that shouldn't have been said.
Well, like, because I know, like, I can think of Carlson when he was 2. And he was 2. And then they drafted Genti, and then he switched to his college number 8. But, like, you say it, and you're like, wow, that's a really dumb thing to say. All right, so you guys ready? Let's see who's going to be going up against Jeremy Gertz. Another for Gunny, last name pronounced Fry. Mr. Fry. Damn. Honestly, it makes my life easier. Though I do love the band The Fray. It's an elite band. You guys ready for this? All right, we got Philip Bogert, the 5 seed, up against Noah Suavemente.
It's 2 5s.
Suave is down in the comments. Is Philip here? I know Philip was in our duck race. And if you don't know how to get in our duck race, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz, 365. Oh, boy. That's Renee, I got you. Renee, I got you. 20 to win, 540. Oh, dude, this is going to be cool. All right, how do I do this? All right, so we're going to do this. Is that possible, what I sent you?
Oh. Let me see what you said.
Is that possible?
I can probably figure it out.
All right, we'll do that after this race.
Sounds
I hope Philip's here. Is Philip here? I don't know. I don't see Philip. Yep, I think Big Raz is right. Sorry, Philip. Sorry, Philip. We're going to
Real
have to
quick,
run
would
this piece.
work for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do it after the race.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. You ready?
Oh, wait. All right, cool. We got both Philip Bogert and Noah Santana here. I just want to – this doesn't happen too often, so to be able to have a champion, like a Final Four matchup, winner going to go to the Final Four for a chance to win $1,600. Pretty elite, man. Philip, Suave, I mean this respectfully. You guys have been awesome additions here to the show over the past few years. Philip, you've been here a really, really long time. Suave, I've gotten to know you a little bit more on IG. Good luck to you both. I hope it's a neck-and-neck race. Hope it's a good one. Shout out to the nation. Let's get this thing going. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Oh, dude. Come on. I just want a close race.
Lewis A. said, loser has to throw hands with me for third place. He doesn't make the rules. So whoever loses, I'll be ready for a fight.
If somebody bangs, I'll do another race and a beer pong.
What's the other race for third place?
Yeah.
Fuck it.
I mean, let's just do it. Oh, man. Suave! Not so fast! Philip Bogert with the win! Oh, man, Suave, I thought you had it, but I'll tell you this right now. Not giving up. Not giving up. Congratulations to Philip Bogert. And that means the championship game next Friday for $1,600. Philip Bogert or Jeremy Gertz. Dude, that's wild, man. Wild, 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 man. Seriously. That's crazy. It's so amazing. I always think, like, if being in something like this, again, you're like, it's 1 of 64. It's for a good cause. I'll do it. It's fun. To, like, get this far, though.
Now you're invested.
Now you're like, dude, next Friday, I got a shot to win $1,600. Electric. Absolutely, positively electric. The only other way that you got a shot to win that much money is if you guys get in the duck race at Mitchell Renz 365, $20 Venmo, shot to win. I mean, $550 you could win today. You could win $550 right now. You got to get in the duck race.
That's true.
We've done a lot of crazy stuff tonight. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay live for. I'm a man that's never afraid to make a deal. But it's also, we've been here long today, okay? Just want that to be known, like not as the longest, and I mean this, I plan on leaving here in about 21 minutes. Lopez came in really early today. I tried to get an early start on my day. Obviously, you guys are here. You guys have been rocking, been killing it. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate everything y'all do. But at the same time, it's kind of a hard balance between wanting people to be able to get their 3-day Easter weekend started and, all still, being able to do a job and just keep that in mind. I want to keep this party going. I want to continue to have a good time. I hope that you guys know that. But also when people do very special things, I think it deserves to be recognized. Again, like this show is an unbelievable community. You guys wow me, every day, man. Like I literally talk about y'all all the time, and I'm like, they always show up. And I know this, like, you guys show up, I show up every day. And I think it's like a cool bond that we've been able to be able to bring. I get sentimental, I get soft on these types of shows because it's also really cool that I think one of y'all is going to win $1,600. I always want to show love to my guys. LA Crash Dog, you've been an unbelievable addition. We've been doing a special show for you today, getting you a Raiders Report boot. Also, people have been making a lot of donations for some of the things that you got going on. And here's a donation straight to you, and it's from the MVP of today's show. Bayou Raider Bang! Shout out to Bayou with the bangarang. Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, I'm telling you this right now, Bayou. This guy's he's on a heater right now. Dude's on a heater. If we're playing NBA Jam, balls in fuego.
I don't know what it takes to get on to Mount Raider more. I don't know the full qualifications, but watch out for this guy. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to buy stock and buy you while I still can.
Jeff said, I thought you guys signed off 3 hours ago. It's hilarious. And I had about half of my beer in there from before. Which, if we're looking at salary cap, that's like a full beer now. I got some
Inflation.
I might need some void years on some of these beers. But, dude, Bayou, man, you're a legend, man. And I hope that you know that. It's been really cool to be able to get to know you. See like a tweet saying that the Raiders named to monitor Duke defensive tackle Josiah Green. Met with the Raiders after his pro day last week, according to Ryan McFadden. Now, I do know this, that Josiah, it was already reported, it's already known that the Raiders, I think that they had a combine visit. I remember doing a video talking about Josiah. Sadly, right now, I don't remember in the exact, because it wasn't a top 30, but it was that they were interested. But there's another qualification or another report out there that the Raiders are showing interest in Duke defensive tackle Josiah Green. Also met with the Eagles, Bears, Steelers, and the Green Bay Packers. Unbelievable, man. Unflippin' believable, man. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think we did this one already. Okay, we have 2 more.
Yep.
segments.
We got Goots. What up, Goots? Goots, Skadoo. Ratio prediction, Mendoza to Cousin jersey sales. I mean, 9-1.
I think that's generous.
I do too. Like, I mean, with all due respect to Kirk Cousins,
No one is
I think
buying
the
a
only
Kirk
way-
Cousins jersey. If they do, they're a sicko.
if you buy a Raiders Kirk Cousins jersey, it's because you and all your cousins took a trip to Las Vegas and were like, bro, we should do this.
All 18 of your cousins.
I mean, I was like, can 10-0 be a ratio? I don't know. Like, that's like what's the biggest amount of 99-1 for every 100 for every 9? I don't even think that's it.
I think it'd be more than 100.
Every 1,000 Mendozas, one Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, it's not against Kirk. It's just
No one.
we know Kirk's a one-year jersey. I don't know. Would you buy a jersey that said brothers, sisters, nephews, aunts, uncles?
Neighbors.
Malik. Let's go to Dan Frey. I did it again. Fry, son of a gun. That's the Frey. Glenn Frey. Fry was the guitarist with the Eagles. See, I'm not a Philadelphia fan. No, I'm kidding. I actually don't know like old school music like this. If there's one thing I got to give Alex a lot of credit for, like sneakily, she knows old school music and old school movies like almost. Like, you know how like they're in that trivia league?
Mm-hmm.
That could be her niche. Like her niche would be old movies, old music. And if me calling the Eagles as old music offends you, I'm sorry.
Like how old like we're talking like the early like the 90s and shit? Or are we going like
That's
back
the thing.
further?
I think it's even before that.
I was saying, I'm not fully aware of when the Eagles were popular, but I feel like the 90s or 80s.
Like when
would
I
be a
think of
good
the
guess.
Eagles, I think of the Beatles.
What were the Beatles? Were they 60s, 70s?
That's how I think of it.
Like I have no idea. I'm horrible with years.
No, I'm actually like, if there's one thing that also Chugs is really good with is like pop culture stuff like that.
Yes.
Like Alex is elite with pop culture, and she always gets mad at me. She's like, "You got to know more than like football and Raiders."
And that's where you're wrong.
Well, sadly like what I pay attention to, Raiders, football, obviously my family, my friends, sports.
Just some of that stuff, some of that other random stuff just doesn't stick. I get it.
I don't know. Maybe that's very naive of me, but to be honest with you, man, it's the God honest truth.
I couldn't tell you half the news that's going on in this country right now. I will be straight up. I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I'm not a news guy, but I also like, and this is bad, but it's like, I want to watch things that I want to watch. I want to consume the content I want to be able to consume, and I think news anymore, it's not news. Like, and that's
Every time I like watch the news, it's always some sad shit. I was like, why do I want to put that in my life?
I think news went away from being news when they started chasing ratings, and I get the idea of chasing ratings. I work in the same building, but like if I did a show every single day that was like Raiders are trading for Myles Garrett. Right? Like that's like I feel like that's how the news approaches it. Where
Yeah.
it's like, how can I talk about? But yeah, I'm not gonna. Do
We
it.
literally saw it today with Adam Schefter. Kirk Cousins signing
Well,
a
that's-
5-year, $172 million because he got the clicks on the tweet.
I mean, that was wild. Raider Tone, do we have enough in cap space to sign Najee? Yeah, again, Kirk Cousins' deal today was 1.3. So, again, I'm not exactly 100% sure of how the exact salary cap is, but based on what we had, what we have to pay our draftees, Kirk Cousins' deal, we should be around $8 million. We should be around $8 million. Somewhere around there. Are we all caught up?
Yes, super trash.
Oh, shit. This is wild, man. All right, y'all. Final chance to get in our duck race today. I'll stay live for 13 extra minutes. 13 extra minutes. We're going to get some people here in this duck race. LA Crash, I got you. John Scheffler, I got you. Louis A, I got you. Dude, my elbow.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I am. I didn't stretch probably the way that I should have stretched today. Mitch drinking like a true Mexican. Wife shall be proud. What's crazy is, dude, she's like tequila. Like, truthfully, I don't think I could ever make my wife's family proud for drinking, and I say that because I can't drink tequila. Like, they are. What's so funny is, Alex, her sister, and her mom. Her sister's 10 years older than her, and her mom. I'm not going to reveal her mom's age, but her mom is like the super nice, sweet woman. But they're all like extremely similar, but all like very different, like all in the same way. And dude, again, I feel like it's just one of those things. Like, some people can drink certain things. The way like her mom, like when she'll drink like Reposado, like she'll just drink it like right out of the glass. Which I guess she's like, this is more of a sipping tequila. Like the way that they drink tequila, maybe again, I don't know if you get it too, but I don't know. Like it's probably the most stereotypical thing I'll ever say. The way that they drink tequila is it's totally different. I can't hang.
Yeah.
So I know what you're saying, but no.
I'm about to say tequila's not my number one drink. Probably number two. I'm a whiskey guy first. But a nice tequila, good every once in a while.
See, I like mezcal. Like I love a good mezcal.
Mm-hmm.
Love mezcal. Like sometimes I've been getting actually more mezcal old fashions, which it's interesting. It gets the job done. I do it honestly to save money, as weird as that sounds, but it's got honest truth. Like if I go out and have like a whiskey old fashioned, it's gonna take more than compared to a mezcal. It gets the job done quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Raider Tone, shout out to you, man. All right, final chance to get in here for this duck race. I sent you something if you get a shot, if you get a second. Anthony Green, Ian.
By any chance, you Roderick McLean on LinkedIn? Because he's trying to connect with me.
I am not.
Oh.
Moshav, you in.
It's going to have to happen within this 10 minutes. It's going to have to happen at the timer.
Well, yeah. Duh.
Okay. I'll give it to you.
Okay. Alrighty.
I feel like that was a little cheat.
Well, no, those are donations. Yeah, we're good. I just wanted to be able to send those to you. Dude, this is y'all are wilding out right now. Oh my God, my hip. Though the problem is, I'm not gonna lie, I gotta pee, man. I gotta tinkle.
We can't do that. We got shit
Yeah,
we
I
got to
know.
do.
We got shit we gotta do. I'm hurting right now. Yoda Jenkins! Bang! This one goes out to you, Gunny. Shout out to you, Gunny. Goes out to you.
Did someone just grab a boot? Is someone getting a boot? Possible refill?
Probably. Also, Steven Hudson! Bang! Oh, God. Back. Also, Gunny, for you. Oh, no.
It's fucking sicko.
I know. Shout out to Hanson. Shout out to Yoda for showing love to Gunny, man.
You're a sick individual. I want you to know this.
What's always crazy about doing this is it's kind of fun. Like right now, I would say like 3 o'clock. You say like 2 hours ago. Not that I was tired, but I was like now I'm like ready to go out. Like go out and about, frolic. They forgot the chicken in your salad? I mean, imagine if you were Harry. You would not have been able to eat.
Can you not eat vegetables? Am I missing something?
Or fruit. No, actually, fruit more than anything.
He's like, leave the bacon bits.
I think he's fully bought into eating like a bear.
Is he a carnivore diet? So chicken and a tortilla.
Dude, I can't.
That's amazing.
I can't right now.
How much for us to get cold chicken quesadillas from downstairs?
I'm not getting a cold chase. I can't eat that. That was gross, bro.
You repaid your debt.
I'm barely hanging on. Barely hanging on. Oh, dude, I mean, the fact that there's 400, I mean, I'm like 450 people watching. Like, you got to find something better to do. Like, there has to be something else that you can do.
To
There's
the
gotta
select
be.
few of you that have been here for all 7 hours and 38 minutes and 20 seconds, you're a sicko. I want it to be known. Nothing against you
Do
personally.
you want to hold it
You're a
down while I
sicko.
go pee real quick?
Welcome in, Chugs. Woo!
Woo! YouTube! How are we feeling? On the tube.
Oh. Did you just get word while Mitch ran to go piss? He's running a special deal. We will go live for another hour if we get $500 or 5 bangs before this timer runs out.
And I was gonna say I'll drink some of this Four Loko. That's out. No
There's
more
a second
Four
one if you want it.
Oh,
I have no idea where it's at, but there's a second one.
I'll drink some Four Loko.
Dude, I have no idea what's even going on anymore. By the way, your squish ball exploded on me.
How hard did you squeeze it?
How are you squeezing it? It's been a day.
It's been really
been
stressful.
And now.
Yeah, where's the? Oh no, I have these little stress balls because Mitch stresses me out all the time. Oh, I see it. Look at that stress ussy right there.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
That busted all over me.
Dude, it literally
It
busted. And it's white cream that comes out. So it literally busted all over Lopez.
The white cream from Chugs' balls busted all over me.
The white creamy balls all over Lopez. Oh, oy vey. Not good.
No.
Did it make a mess?
It got on my hands. It kind of just like, kind of did one of these to get it off.
That's a stress. That's a stress hernia. Oh my God! So Kirk Cousins,
He is
he
a
is
quarterback.
a Raider. Raiders, Kirk Cousins. Oh, so I'm Jewish, so I don't really celebrate Easter. What is going down this weekend? What's the move for Easter? Seeps is a big Easter guy.
No, Seeps is more St. Patrick's Day. Look
Yeah,
at him.
Seeps is definitely more St. Patrick's
He is
Day.
St. Patrick's Day.
Seeps is St. Patty. It's St. Seeps.
Yeah.
Do you have any Easter plans? Do you do any Easter festivities?
Uh,
Do you eat ham? Is that a
well, my family is in Boston, and I'm here, so I'm going to the Reds-Rangers game on Sunday.
sick?
Yeah,
Sick.
or go watch some baseball.
Let me know down in the comments. Arnold said, "How much do I need to super chat to keep the show going?" Mitch said 5 bangs.
Yeah, Arnold, figure it out.
But yeah, let me know. What are your Easter plans this weekend? I don't celebrate Easter, so I don't. Do you bunny? Like what do we do? I probably
Bunny Blue.
this thing on.
Is it on? Does it work? It does work. It does work.
Somebody said roast meat. That
I hope
just-
you mean roast beef. I really hope you mean roast beef.
I mean, you could roast meat.
but it sounds weird when it's like, what are you having for dinner? Roast meat.
it's small. I roasted it.
Boom, roasted.
Boom, roasted. I'm going to my grandparents' house on Sunday on my dad's side. Do you have any Easter plans? What do the Renzes do for Easter?
I mean, the Renzes, we're Creasters. We go to church on Christmas and Easter. But usually, like, my dad's side now, they'll get together with, like, my grandma.
Is there like an Easter food that I know? I know like the chocolate bunnies and Cadbury egg. Like, is there a specific Easter?
Louisiana does a bunch of crawfish boils on
Oh,
Easter.
I had crawfish whenever I went down to Houston this past time. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I gotta find a crawfish place in Dallas. They suck out here. They're bad.
I can't lie. The seafood in Dallas is not as. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been to the Boil Daddy spot, so you said that was pretty good. But I usually am not a big seafood in Dallas guy. I usually.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll say, I mean, again, shout out to Obi. He hooked it up. I wish we could have tried more. Like, I think sometimes, like, it's kind of difficult to be able to, like, try different things.
what
but
did y'all try?
we got a boil. It was like one of their big bags. It was like lobster, crab legs, shrimp,
Dude, we need to get
sausage,
invited into
corn.
Bayou Raider says I cook for half the neighborhood.
Yes, Bayou, I will set you a spot up in my parking lot if you want to do a boil. We can figure this out.
Bro.
I did this for my graduation in college. I'll get you a spot in my parking lot. No one knows.
Dude.
No one cares. actually.
Nobody knows.
One of my old family friends, he was a big, he did like a bunch of crawfish boils one time. He was drunk doing it,
Mm-hmm.
and he dropped the boil on his foot, and he had to go to the hospital.
That happened to my uncle with the boiling water.
Dude, and it's seasoned too, so it's like really gets in there. It's bad. Bad news.
Honestly, I feel like that might disinfect it a little bit.
Luis said kids are grown, so no more egg hunt. I mean, I feel like
Oh.
you're never too old to
You know,
hunt some
we
eggs.
have to do the duck race.
We do. I was giving them time to get in.
Steven Hansen.
I was like, shit, we gotta do a duck race.
Steven Hansen.
Shit, we got to raise.
More like Steven Handsome. We could do this the easy way, or we could do this the hard way. What? Looks like it's gonna be the hard way. You know what that's from, Lopez?
No idea.
Have you ever seen the Boondocks?
Nah.
Oh, it's a great show.
I'm sorry.
Let's go. Do we have the final for the
We
March
do.
Madness?
If you want to see the bracket, I can show you. This is our championship.
Wow. Wow. A 14 versus a 5 seed. That's incredible.
You never. This is March.
This is
March and April.
this is April.
Don't let them tell you anything, fellas. You see a 10 out there and you're a 3, shoot your shot.
Get
This
your
is
shots in.
this is March.
Get your shots in. Get your shots in. Oh, man. What a freaking day. Another hour, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know what it would look like. I'll tell you that, right? It's hand and crayons to your 2-year-old. There's going to be colors on a page, but I don't know if it's going to make any sense. Appreciate seriously all y'all, man. Today's show has been an awesome day. Today was a really fun day for work for me, and I hate to even admit this, but before I went to bed last night, I was talking to Alex. I'm like, I gotta get up early. I wanted to get a workout in before, though. My workout's probably been ruined, but it is what it is. Sometimes that's what Friday happy hour is. I was kind of like sweating today a little bit because, like, in my mind, I was like, I got to get so much stuff done. And I want to always be able to give you guys like a fun show. I feel bad for the person I didn't get to interview today, and to that person, I am truly, truly sorry. But
I hope they get hired just so they can see how Raiders Report goes sometimes. And they're just like, oh, you know what? I understand.
I also think, though, anybody that wants to work in sports understands when news happens, you got to be able to do your job. You got to be able to cover it. But I do truly feel bad for not being able to make something that I said I was going to be able to do. But man, like, being able to do a show like this, it's so awesome, and I mean that. Like, I truly don't want y'all to think that I don't think that. Like, I love my job. I hope that you guys see that I love my job. I got an amazing team here, and the team continues to grow, and we're going to get better and better and better. And for people that watch types of these shows, like, these are the people like I want to know, like, what can we do better? How can we have more fun? Like, how can you guys have more fun? How can we do more cool shit for for Gunny or for anybody out there who's dealing with any type of bullshit? Because I hope today's show, man, I'm getting sentimental, but I love doing these types of shows because I love hanging out with all y'all. Somebody's about to go home. Hang on. I don't know. Let me see here. Oh, Jesus. What happened?
I got 61 names, so 61 times 20.
All right, so I need to add one more name. Just one. That's it. Anthony F. Nobody else. If somebody else wants it, sorry, ain't gonna happen.
Okay, so I got 62 names. What's 62 times 20?
We have winners gonna go home with $620. What am I doing here? Hanson. I gotta add Hanson. $620 going home tonight. Ready? 3, 2, 1. I think these are Camels. Let's get it going.
They are Camels.
James, I'm sorry, man. I'm not going to stop doing them.
What'd James say?
He's like, you stop with the duck race.
Well, we didn't. This is Camels.
This is a camel race, bro.
We haven't done a duck race all day, actually.
That's not true.
We've only done greyhounds. Greyhounds and camels. No ducks.
That's true.
James is wrong.
Boo. No, James. I'm sorry. It's not going to be for everyone, James, but that's life, man. Honestly, I like doing them, and I hate to break it to you. If I like doing something, I'm probably going to do them. I know, I sound like my wife. Don't hate me. Bayou's got the lead. Brian Hinkle. Watch out for John Schiff lurking. Gunny. That'd be pretty electric. Come on, Felix Gons. Come on, Felix Gons. Come on, Felix. Come on, Felix. Somebody's going to pull away.
Renee, look at Renee.
Renee! From the back, Greg! Greg Roth! Oh, dude. What a race. Absolutely electric, dude. You're telling me that wasn't fun for you, James? Let's talk football. Then give me a question to answer.
James hates fun, confirmed.
When they ask, do you want lotion, James, you say no. Greg Roth.
James, we've actually been live for almost 8 hours. Trust me, there's been football that has been discussed.
God. I mean, yeah, and again, James, you're probably not wrong. Maybe you're getting off work and you're like, I wanted coverage of Kirk Cousins to the Las Vegas Raiders. I hear you, right? Totally hear you. I mean this in the nicest way possible. Just hit the rewind button. I promise you we did it already. The way that I do this show, we did the first, I would say, like 4 hours, I'd say serious content. And then it got a little bit, crazier later on. I got a 3-day weekend. Dude, I'm not going to lie to you. I can't wait for my 3-day weekend. I'm a normal dude just like you. But you ask me anything right now about Kirk Cousins, I got you, okay? 5 years, $172 million deal. That's a true statement. Think about that. It's a lot of money. But look at it as 1 year, $11.3 million. It's technically $120, but Atlanta's paying $8.7 of it.
And we got one more super chat
1.3, but it's a $1.3 million cap hit this season.
from Suavemente. Simply
Another
saying,
rigged race, Big Raz. Oh man, y'all are awesome.
I don't even know what this super chat means.
You can talk man's butt. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what Chug said.
It sounds like somebody else has been doing boots with me today. Sounds like somebody else has been doing boots. You can talk football for a couple of hours, not 7. I mean, dude, 7 straight hours of football's tough. Like legitimately.
Especially one team.
Well, and again, I mean, let's be real. Like a quarterback signing with the Raiders, first overall pick, Fernando Mendoza, pro day yesterday. Like I get it. Like I can talk about it. But there's also gets to a point where it's like
You're saying the same thing.
let's just see. Yeah, you're definitely repeating a lot. I feel like I'm like the new Sports Center where it's like, all right, now you're gonna see the replay for like 4 straight hours. Now, I mean, that's true. But then it's also like, I like this show because I'm like, at the end of the day, it's up to y'all. Like, however you want this show to go, like, it can go your way. If you guys want to talk Raiders, in my mind, like, you guys will ask me Raiders stuff. If you want to get into a show like how we've gotten today, it's going to go down that path. And I think it's truly, like, one of my favorite things about doing it. Like, when you do this every single day, it's how can you find something to do different. And I think sometimes I enjoy shows like this because, don't get me wrong, I like being able to script a show. I like being able to, like, say, like, hey, like, this is my opinion. I appreciate that. But it's also like anything. Like, days like today for me, this is, like, when I thought about how my day was going to go today, it's the complete opposite. And at the end of the day, when you do this, I've done this now for 8 years. You know, I mean, I appreciate days like today because it's completely different. And today was fun for me, you know. And humbly, I'm able to say I was able to, you know, get paid today. Like, today was a work day for me. And, I don't know, man. Like that's a cool thing to say, and I don't take that lightly. And I hope that you guys know that. And I guarantee I watch this show again. I don't know if it's gonna be if I can't watch this 7 straight hours. I don't know how any of y'all watch me for 7 straight hours, but yeah, I'll watch it. Going to get the the Najee video again to the 400 people here. You all got to have my back. I mean, we gotta. As soon as that video starts,
Dude, Najee, wait a couple days. Give us till Monday.
It would be something. All right, guys, here's what's got to happen. Lopez and I got to get on out of here. We gave, I think it was 5 bangs? 5 bangs, we'd stay another hour. I'll give you a good old tuna 60 seconds to 2 minutes. And what do I mean by that? Seriously, though, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Today's show was really, really cool. I'm excited for my 3-day weekend. If you want to see probably nonstop videos of my dog Chuck dancing in the rain, hit me up on IG, Twitter, Mitchell Renz 365. Lopez, if you want to put your link down there in the comments, man, I think you guys are going to be seeing a little bit more of him, you know, kind of moving forward here, at least on this show. We're continuously growing here as a company, and you know, I like people that like to have a good time. Lopez, great worker, and you know, today being able to show up and show out for the nation, we appreciate you for that. Also, like to everybody out there, the Bayou Raider, legendary day. LA Crash Dog, dude, shout out to you, man. I know you're going through some stuff right now, but I think shows like today are also really cool because I know, and I hate to say this, and it's a weird thing to say, but it's like, you know, I expect you guys to show up for me, right? It's the Raiders Report. But when you also show up for LA Crash Dog, I think that's a whole nother level of cool. And again, we're building a really sick community here, and it's my favorite thing that I can sit down and put my head on my pillow, and you know, I feel like I'm doing something that I love to be able to do, and I hope that it helps a lot of y'all as well be able to get this thing going, because I think Raider Nation is an unbelievable community. To Suave, sorry you lost today, homie. Lewis A, I'm sorry you lost today, homie. Jeremy Gertz, congratulations to you. Philip Bogert, congratulations to you. And the next time y'all are going to see me is going to be Tuesday here on the Raiders Report. We'll do our normal show, 4 p.m. Eastern time. If any breaking news happens over the weekend, I'm going to be out at Alex's mom and dad, so it won't be a live show like this. For me to come back into the studio like this, Max would have to get traded. No, he can't do that again.
Having flashbacks already.
No, I can't do that. I literally said that in my body. I feel like threw up. Can't do that one again. Raiders would have to trade the number 1 overall pick for me to be back here. That's probably it. So that's big news.
Challenge accepted.
I'm not kidding. Like, I'm trying to give you an honest, God-honest answer of the type of news that it would take for me to come back in here. Again, Alex's family is very serious about Easter. Raiders would have to trade the number 1 pick. If they did that, I would come back here. Which that would be crazy. Oh, God, please don't do it. Not this weekend, at least. Don't ever do it. Take Mendoza. I got to get out of here. Good night. Bayou, shout out to you, man. Seriously, legendary show tonight. Also, Raider in my veins. Tonight was an unbelievable performance by you. I don't even mean to say performance, but I do think that there is a part of I know people when they show up to these types of shows, it's kind of like you're out with your boys and you're buying a bunch of rounds of drinks. You're just trying to have a good time, and I appreciate it. I think a lot of people that watch this show appreciate it. To Raiders for life, you got really the party started here, and you've been with me almost 7 hours. It's all about Raider More, Silver and Black Hills. Bayou Raider MVP tonight, Nick Lopez, the entire Chat Sports team, Kirk Cousins. Welcome to the Las Vegas Raiders. Mendoza, though, still the future of this team. Good night. I'll see you guys next Tuesday here on the Raiders Report.